Chapter 1 The Bear. It was a cold day in late winter with pure white snow covering the mountainous landscape before Eddie's eyes. It was a beautiful scene, with a great silence echoing across the range, deafening in its lack of existence. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun was beginning to set in the west, casting orange hues across the snow-covered valley below. Eddie shivered in the cold as he watched the landscape silently. His stomach was threatening to growl at any moment, scaring off any possibility of eating tonight. He hadn't eaten in 3 days, and today it looked like it might be 4 days. 4 days without food, and no guarantee when his next meal would be. And then, there it was, right in front of him, a great big black bear. Eddie shuddered. The thing looked mean and ferocious. Its paws were massive, and Eddie could almost feel them raking across his face, pulling his head apart in one fluid motion. He had heard stories about these beasts, but had never encountered one before. Eddie tightened his grip on his spear. It would be foolish to try and kill this beast with just a spear. But Eddie was hungry, and he had more people to think about than just himself. He remembered the last sound he heard when he left camp 3 days earlier. It was the sound of a child's cry, a hungry child. Even now the folks back at camp might be dying from hunger. They desperately needed this meat. Just as Eddie was prepared to spring up off his powerful legs and lunge toward the black furry critter in front of him, the bear looked his way. Eddie eased back down carefully, holding his breath for a few seconds. It hadn't seen him, but it might have smelled him. It was hard telling what it would do next. A whispered sigh of relief crossed Eddie's lips as the bear finally looked the other way and began to amble in the opposite direction. But then it turned around again and sniffed the air. Eddie waited quietly, praying fervently. He knew the good Lord would protect him, but he also knew that things don't always turn out the best for Christians despite their faith in God. He should know. The past few years had brought untold trials and tribulations for Christian Americans. The knot in Eddie's stomach seemed to tighten even more as he thought about how things used to be. There was a time when he had the world by the tail, literally. He had a good job working for a shipping company, having diligently worked his way up the corporate ladder. He didn't have a position of power per se, at least not in the sense of having any sway in major decisions made by management. But he had a nice desk job, a job that had left him enough energy to work on some of his other pursuits, and it had given him experience in a wide range of activities. It paid the bills, and it wasn't the hardest work in the world to do. But he had watched the company change over the years, drifting further and further to the left in the political arena. He had tried to ignore the warning signs along the way, but when management rolled out the all-gender restroom, Eddie had the sinking feeling this was a job where he wouldn't be able to work at long term. Eddie kept his eyes on the bear as his mind wandered back in time. The past year had been rough, to say the least, and he hadn't expected any of this to happen, but there had been warning signs that many people had ignored. It wasn't until the CEO of Eddie's company had issued a company-wide email that Eddie understood the times they were living in. The political environment had gotten pretty bad leading up to this time, but it had always been a rough environment, so much so it was almost expected. But then the email came. Eddie unintentionally shook his head in frustration and nearly gave his location away to the bear. The bear looked his way, but Eddie's movement wasn't quite obvious enough to convince it there was an intruder lying inside the snow-covered brush. Eddie restrained his anger as his mind brought the email back into focus. The email had come following the incident of a white police officer killing a black man caught in the middle of a crime. It was an unnecessary killing by the police officer, but in Eddie's mind, an unintentional accident. But the left had seized this killing as an opportunity to seize power. Within just a few months, the whole country was in an uproar, and major cities were set on fire. As the right struggled to maintain law and order, the politicians on the left joined the angry mob, and the inevitable ensued. Eddie had not expected things to go south as quickly as they had, but when he read the email sent by the CEO, he understood the war that was headed their way. He couldn't remember the exact details of the email, except that it said two things. It rejected systemic racism, whatever that was, and it stated that the company funded 2 organizations focused on rooting out systemic racism and putting black people in positions of power. Most black people were buying into the ideology of the left, as the white people on the left promised them positions of power and equality of outcome. But Eddie didn't buy into the promises of the left even though he himself was black. It's not that he didn't like the idea of power and wealth, but he knew getting it that way was wrong. Moreover, he understood that power and wealth corrupted many a good man, and he didn't want that for himself. Besides, he wasn't exactly keen on partnering with a political party that had drifted so far left morally. So when the email came out, Eddie knew his time at the company was going to end sooner than later. He knew that at some point he would say something that offended the left, and he would need to do some sort of penance to appease them, although he was black, and that would give him some leeway that white people didn't have. Nevertheless, he was going to need to be careful what he said. But that went against Eddie's character. He was a blunt man by nature and believed that people should be able to speak their mind according to their beliefs, even if they offended others. He himself tried to do so in a diplomatic way, but his bluntness was difficult to mask at times. But Eddie wanted to speak his mind, and so he decided to leave the company and become a freelance writer. He believed America was in a war, in a social media war, and whoever won that war would shape the future of America. So without much further ado, Eddie departed from the company, pursuing the next mile in the course of his life. Eddie's mind shifted back to his current position as the bear began moving down the side of the mountain. It was a steep decline, and the bear moved along slowly. Eddie peered over the log lying in front of him, trying to decide what to do. Man, he was hungry. His stomach finally made up his mind for him, and Eddie decided to attack the bear on its way down the mountain. Perhaps he could get a good shot with the spear and cause it to tumble down the side of the mountain, hopefully killing it with a combination of both methods. But he was going to need to be careful he didn't go rolling down with the bear. Eddie slowly eased himself over the log and began slithering toward the bear head first. He tried to keep himself out of view as he slithered from tree to tree. The bear was intent on finding his footing on the way down the mountain, and Eddie was able to get himself within 20 feet of the unsuspecting critter without being noticed. Grasping his spear tightly, Eddie waited for his moment. And then it came. The bear had misjudged one of its steps, and as it faltered, Eddie leaped up, running toward the beast with giant strides. He raised the spear high, and with his downward momentum plunged the spear downward toward the massive beast in front of him. But the bear was as agile as it was powerful, and with one swift swipe of its paw, it brushed Eddie's spear to the side. Eddie crashed into the bear, narrowly escaping the giant beast's claw aimed for his head. With the second swipe of his paw, the bear had lost its footing just enough for Eddie's weight to throw it out completely off balance. Eddie was a big man, every bit of 6 feet 5 inches tall and 250 pounds. When Eddie plunged into the bear, it lost its balance, and the momentum sent both of them tumbling down the side of the mountain. 1 minute Eddie was on top of the bear, and the next minute the bear was on top of him. The bear roared as they tumbled downward, and it was all Eddie could do to keep himself out of reach of the bear's claws. They finally reached the bottom of the mountain, and both Eddie and the bear lay gasping quietly, trying to catch their breath. Eddie was the first one to get his wits about himself, and had he had his spear, he could have ended the fight right then and there. But as luck would have it, the spear was nowhere to be seen. Eddie's second option was to get as much distance between himself and the bear. Once the bear got its wits about itself, there was no telling what it would do. It was more than likely angry as all get out, and would be gunning for Eddie. Eddie quickly rolled himself over and got to his feet. He put about 30 feet between himself and the bear as the bear began to stir. The bear finally staggered to his feet and let out a ferocious bellow. It was mad, fighting mad. Eddie turned around to run when he saw the predicament he was in. He had about 50 feet between himself and the lake that lay behind him. It was frozen, but Eddie wasn't sure it would hold his weight. It had been a rather mild winter, and chances were there was a weak spot somewhere along the way. Mountains towered high above the valley on either side of the lake. Eddie could scale these mountains if given enough time, but there was no way he could outrun the bear up their steep sides. Eddie looked back around at the bear. It was now on its feet, licking its chops, as it stared at Eddie with those intensely ferocious eyes. Eddie began to panic as he weighed his options. Should he take a chance with the lake? It was about a 50-50 chance he could get across. If he fell through the ice, he would not be able to survive, even if he could get himself back out. It was at least a day's trek back to the camp, and with wet clothes, he would catch pneumonia in no time. The bear let out another ferocious bellow as it began to carefully make its way toward Eddie. It smacked its lips with its tongue, no doubt anticipating the meal that was to come. Eddie began backing up, not sure what he should do. Maybe he could dodge the bear's first attack, getting around him, and make his way out of the valley through the other end. There were sure to be hiding spots somewhere along the way, or a part of the mountain he could scale rather quickly. The bear was now within 10 feet of Eddie, when suddenly it leaped forward, catching Eddie off guard. but Eddie was nimble despite his size, and he dodged the first attack by the bear, but the bear quickly regained its balance and drove Eddie back before he could skirt around it. The bear was a little more cautious now, as it watched Eddie with its large vacant eyes glistening with fury. Eddie could now feel the ice beneath him as he took another step back. He knew he was going to need to either make his way across the ice immediately, risking his life that way, or try to get around the bear. Not liking the idea of possibly drowning or freezing to death, Eddie waited for the perfect moment to dive past the bear. And he found that perfect moment when the bear swiped its right paw at Eddie. Eddie ducked the deadly blow and lunged forward to the left side of the bear, but the bear was too quick for him, and with the backward motion of its right paw, it slammed Eddie in the back of his head, sending him tumbling. Eddie gasped as he felt the wind knocked out of him. Luckily, the bear had used the back of its paw, and its claws were not in a position to draw blood, but the power behind the blow was enough to stun Eddie momentarily. Eddie gasped as he tried to catch his breath. His vision was blurred, and he could only make out a large shadow above him. Rolling over on his hands and feet, Eddie crawled furiously away from the lake and the bear. His ears were ringing, but he could make out the muffled cry of the beast as it raised itself on its hind legs, no doubt preparing for its kill. Eddie frantically crawled forward, still stunned from the blow and unable to think clearly. He was sure the bear was about to take him from this world with one final blow, when suddenly Eddie felt something hard beneath his hand. It was his spear. Just like that, he recognized the shadow above him and realized the bear was nearly on top of him. Rolling over on his back, Eddie gripped the spear in his right hand and thrust it upward with all his might. As the bear came down on all fours, where Eddie had been a second before, Eddie's spear found its mark, and it lodged itself in the throat of the bellowing beast. Eddie rolled over again and quickly got to his feet. The bear was staggering around, clutching the spear with its paws. It was still bellowing something fierce, but the bellows were becoming muffled as blood began to clog up its throat. The bear staggered as it began to hobble toward the frozen lake. By this time, Eddie's eyes had cleared, and he was able to think straight. Now that the bear was nearly dead, Eddie wasn't just thinking about staying alive, but also taking this bear meat back to camp with him. But if the bear made it to the lake, chances were it would break through the ice, and all of Eddie's efforts would be wasted. Eddie inched toward the bear, hoping to get its attention and turn it around. If only he could get the bear to chase him, he would lead it away from the lake. That would keep him from losing the bear to the lake, and it was sure to die soon from the spear wound. But the bear didn't seem to notice him at all, and as Eddie came within an arm length of it, he decided to try to grab the spear and see if he couldn't pull it out and use it to finish off the bear. But the bear wasn't as incognito as Eddie thought it was, and just as Eddie gripped the end of the spear with his powerful right hand, the bear bellowed mightily as it swung around with its left paw, catching Eddie right on the front of his face. And everything went black. Chapter 2, Nearly Discovered. As Eddie started to come to, he first heard the sound of crackling and popping, as if it were the sound of a fire. But that was impossible, considering his circumstances out here all alone with an injured bear to contend with. But as he opened his eyes, Eddie saw he wasn't just hearing things. There was a fire within 10 feet of him. It was a well-built fire, and Eddie immediately recognized it as the fire of a man who had made plenty of fires in his lifetime. It didn't burn too fast, but gave off a generosity of heat, penetrating the icy cold that was setting in for the night. Eddie scanned his environment with his sparkling black eyes. He was a man of God, with his mind and heart set on the things of God, but he was also a mere man, and occasionally found himself in situations where it was a little more difficult to trust God, and this was one of those situations. Except for the small area around the fire that was lit by its orange glow, everything else was pitch black dark, and Eddie had no idea where he might be right now. As he went to pick himself up off the ground, a tinge of fear crept into his bones as he realized for the first time that his hands and feet were tied. "What's your name, mister?" Eddie snapped his head up as a voice spoke from the darkness on the other side of the fire. He tried to make out the silhouette that must surely be where the voice came from, but Eddie couldn't see a thing. After allowing the silence to disturb the conversation for a moment, Eddie replied hesitantly, Eddie Jones. And yours?" "Never mind what my name is, mister," the voice from the darkness replied. "What is the likes of a man like you doing in these parts? Who are you? A spy? An agent?" It was a rough voice, and Eddie detected it as the voice of an older man who had lived in a harsh environment for some time. Also, the accent was inconsistent and it seemed like the man hadn't spoken to anyone in a while. No, sir. I'm not a spy or an agent. Whatever gave you that impression? Eddie's voice deepened as he spoke, giving way to the voice that would protrude from him whenever he was annoyed or suspected of being someone or something he was not. He hated the idea of being accused of being a spy or an agent, and he suspected he knew why. You're black, aren't you? The inquiring voice was tainted with a hint of bitterness, and Eddie's suspicions were confirmed. He was suspected of being a spy or an agent because of the color of his skin. Eddie tried to restrain his anger as he responded, Sure am, mister. What's that got to do with being black? Last time I checked, not all black people are the same. They're not? Sure seems to me every black person I ran into was behind that liberal agenda that has men like me hiding in these mountains. What makes you different from them? Eddie detected restrained anger in the voice of the stranger on the other side of the fire, and decided he would rather have him as a friend than an enemy, at least until he was out of these ropes binding his hands and feet. Moreover, it sounded like they had a common enemy, and by working together they could both survive these rough and dangerous elements more easily. Well, mister, Eddie began, I'm different because I think for myself, and there's thousands of black men like me all over America. We even have a few of them back at camp. Sure, there are a lot of them that bought into the liberal agenda, but so did a lot of white men. If you give me the chance, I sure would like to see if we can't be friends. It's hard enough keeping out of reach of the TWAW agents without tangling with someone who I suspect has a lot in common with me, despite the difference in the color of our skin. Silence reigned for the better part of 10 minutes, and Eddie felt himself growing nervous. He knew they were both on the same side, but he wasn't sure the stranger knew that. If only he could convince the stranger he was telling the truth. Suddenly the hand of a man brushed against Eddie's back, and Eddie violently jerked himself away, rolling himself toward the fire. Hold on! Hold on! I'm not aiming to hurt you, mister. You sound like an honest man, and I think you're telling the truth. The good Lord knows I could use a friend nowadays, and you just might be the answer to my prayers. With that, Eddie felt a knife deftly slice the ropes binding his hands, and was relieved to have the use of his hands back. Not much could bother a man like that of being tied up, unable to do what he pleased. Soon the stranger had his feet cut loose, and Eddie stood up, bumping his head on the ceiling above. Ugh! Eddie groaned as he rubbed the top of his head. Where am I, mister? Eddie was looking around in every direction when the stranger spoke. I don't exactly know. Some cave I found a couple years ago. It has served me pretty well. Couldn't tell you where it is on a map, though. The stranger's voice trailed off, but Eddie was intrigued to know more. There was something about this man that he knew was valuable. He had knowledge that would be important to the survival of the people back at camp. The stranger finally emerged from the darkness, and Eddie was able to get a good look at him. He was a white man of medium build, about 5 feet 9 inches tall, and weighing in at approximately 180 pounds. He had a long brown beard with streaks of gray, a weathered face, and a few missing teeth. But he had kind eyes, and Eddie found himself liking the stranger for whatever reason he didn't know. Name's Jeff, the stranger finally said. Jeff Winters. Nice to meet you, Mr. Winters. Eddie stuck out his hand in friendship, and Winters accepted with a smile. Just call me Jeff, he said. After a moment of silence, he continued. Sure is nice to hear someone say my name again. Hey, what's your story, Jeff? Eddie suddenly blurted out the question that was on his mind, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Eddie loved to hear people's stories, and he suspected Jeff had a doozy of a story. Hey, why don't we get ourselves situated for the night, and I'll tell you my story over dinner. You look like you haven't eaten in a while, and I'm betting you could eat a bear about right now. There was a twinkle in Jeff's eyes as he spoke, and Eddie was reminded just how hungry he was. Bear? You said bear? Man, I could eat anything right now. But it's not a coincidence we're having bear tonight, is it? Jeff chuckled. Nah, Eddie, it's not a coincidence. While you were out cold from that last blow you received from the bear, I took the liberty of collecting and preserving the meat off that critter you tangled with. You were out quite a while. By the way, you sure took a nasty blow from that bear. I don't know if an ordinary man could have survived it. I saw it as it happened, and was sure it killed you right then and there, but it seems you're a lot tougher than most men. And another thing, you're lucky I was there to finish off that bear. It was on its last leg of life when it knocked you out cold, but it might have had enough strength for one last kill. But I got there in time, and made sure the thing didn't live long enough to do that. Sure glad I was able to. I could use a friend about right now." Jeff's voice trailed off, and Eddie couldn't help but ask, "So you knew I wasn't an agent or a spy when you pulled me in here and tied me up?" Jeff shook his head. "Nah, I suspected you weren't, but I wasn't taking any chances. One mistake out here and it's all over for me. Hope you can find it in yourself not to hold any grudges." With that said, the stranger ambled over to the fire with a tin can in his hand and dipped it into the pot hanging over the fire. Eddie hadn't noticed the pot before, but now that he saw it, he could hardly contain his excitement over the thought of food, gratefully accepting the cup of soup from Jeff's hand when he handed it to him. Jeff smiled and proceeded to get some dinner for himself. Once he had filled himself up a full cup of steaming bear stew, he made his way over to one of the 2 wooden chairs. Sitting down into one of them, he motioned Eddie to the other. "Feel free to sit down if you like." Eddie graciously made his way over to the empty chair and groaned as he sat down. The encounter with the bear had done him in, that's for sure. Between the tumble down the mountain and the 2 blows administered by the bear, he was likely to be even sorer in the morning. Jeff noticed, and with a gentle smile said, "Eddie, you're welcome to stay here as long as you need to until you get rested up." After a small pause, he added, "But I'm guessing you're needing to get back to camp, aren't you? Seems to me you are a man who has people depending on him." "You figured right, Jeff. I need to be heading back to camp at first light. When I left them 3 days ago, now going on 4, the folks were nearly out of food, without any idea when more would be coming in. The meat off the bear won't go far, but right now, we need all we can get." Eddie hoped Jeff would be generous with the bear meat, despite the fact he had butchered the bear and preserved the meat. He was relieved to hear what Jeff had to say. "Yeah, I figured as much. I've got all the food I need without keeping any of the bear meat. It'll all be right here for you to take with you in the morning." Eddie relaxed as a sigh of relief escaped through his lips. "I appreciate it, Jeff, and so will the people back at camp. Hey, by the way, I hate to intrude on your affairs, but my curiosity is killing me. What's your story? What are you doing out here all alone? Where do you come from? What's your plan? Even more importantly, what can you tell me about the city? Has there been any kind of change? We haven't had much word for the last year ourselves. Last time we heard, the lockdown was pretty much effective across the entire country." Jeff sat stroking his beard, looking intently at Eddie with his deep-set, piercing black eyes. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when he suddenly motioned Eddie to be silent. He listened intently, and Eddie strained to hear what he might be hearing. Suddenly, Jeff stood up and doused the fire with a bucket of water that sat next to it. As the fire went out, pitch blackness ensued, and Eddie crouched down with his eyes straining to see where Jeff had gone. "Eddie, Eddie, come here. Follow my voice. We have to go further into the cave. I think we've been detected. Hey, crawl on your hands and knees and keep as low as possible, and try not to make any sound." Eddie's head was swirling with anxiety as he got on his hands and knees and began crawling toward the sound of Jeff's urgent whisper. He finally felt Jeff's boot in front of him, and the men began crawling back toward the back end of the cave. Jeff crawled slowly, keeping his body low, and Eddie did the same. After 5 minutes or so, with quite a bit of distance covered, Jeff finally pulled up and turned around to face Eddie. "Hey, Eddie," he whispered, "I have a couple of frozen ice blankets here we need to cover ourselves with. It will keep the drone from detecting the heat from our bodies. Also, the blankets are designed to look like the floor around it. It should keep us safe." Jeff pushed something toward Eddie. "Quick, get under this and don't make a sound until you hear my voice. We should be fine. This has happened before, but these coverings work pretty well. One sound, though, will give us away. Whatever you do, don't make a sound." Eddie watched as Jeff pulled the covering over himself before following suit. The covering looked like it was made out of some kind of animal hide, or hides, but was covered with dirt to make it look like the dirt floor in the cave. It looked like it had also been soaked in water, making it icy and stiff. Eddie had pulled the covering over himself about a minute or two when he realized the covering was more than just a covering to hide him from sight. It was also designed to keep him from being detected through their body heat. It was cold beneath this covering, and Eddie began shivering, desperately trying to stay as still as possible. Time seemed to come to a standstill as every minute seemed like an eternity. It was getting colder by the minute, and within 10 minutes after going beneath the covering, Eddie couldn't feel his fingers. He dared not move an inch for fear of being discovered, but the cold was now almost unbearable. But then he heard the sound. It was a quiet, whirring sound, with occasional beeps. A drone. It was a drone, and it was inside the cave. These things weren't supposed to be able to function in closed areas like this. This is what had given him and his people safety back at camp the past year. They had hunkered down in a dense part of the mountain that made it nearly impossible to be discovered. They were far up away from everyone, where a signal was not supposed to be possible. But if this thing could function here in a cave, it could function anywhere. This meant that the people back at camp could be discovered at any moment. The drone was now right on top of Eddie, and it was all Eddie could do to restrain himself from grabbing it and breaking it into pieces. But he knew if he did, the cave would no longer serve as a hiding spot for anyone, since the 12 agents would know to come where the drone last lost signal. And they would be here in a matter of hours, maybe even minutes. They often weren't that far behind the drones. Eddie waited silently, glad he hadn't let his passions give away their location. The drone finally moved on, and Eddie forced himself not to let a sigh of relief escape. It was difficult to tell where the drone was at this moment, since it operated quietly and couldn't be heard very far away. Eddie knew the drone could pick up any sound within reasonable distance, and so he waited patiently as the cold continued to creep into the innermost parts of his body. He must have passed out for a few minutes, or even an hour or two, when he felt Jeff shake him. Jeff had taken the cover off of him and was rubbing his body, trying to get the blood flowing. "Eddie." Jeff's voice was still muffled and low as he prodded Eddie with his hands. "We need to get moving. The drone should be far enough away for us to build another fire. We don't have much time to get warm before hypothermia sets in. These coverings are designed to eliminate body heat, and right now your body heat is low, dangerously low." Jeff helped Eddie get on his hands and knees, and then prodded him along toward the part of the cave where the fire was earlier. After a fair amount of pushing him along, Jeff finally got Eddie and himself back to the main area of the cave. Jeff quickly set to building a fire. It seemed to take him forever as he struggled to make his fingers work. The biting cold had set into the entire cave, and it was all he could do to keep moving. Eddie watched as Jeff struggled to build a fire. He had never been this cold before. He had lived through some pretty cold nights this past winter, but this cold was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It seemed all he wanted to do was sleep. He was so tired, and not just from the hectic day he had, but from the hectic year. Right now, sleep sounded pretty good, and a long sleep at that, maybe even so long that when he woke up, this whole mess would be over. Eddie strained to see Jeff as he struggled to build a fire, but Eddie couldn't keep his eyes open anymore. Ah, the wonderful feeling of sleep. It felt so good right now, and Eddie didn't feel cold anymore, but he struggled to stay awake, knowing that if he fell asleep now, he might not wake up this side of eternity, but he was so tired, and finally he succumbed to the allure of sleep. As Eddie's eyes closed, his last thought was of the people back at camp. They needed him to survive and bring them back something to eat. Some of them might have even died by now from the starvation, but more than food, they needed to know about the drone. They were going to need time to make plans to run or hide should the drone ever come that way, and Eddie had a feeling it would. But that was that and this was this, and right now, he couldn't keep his eyes open any longer. As Eddie finally succumbed to the sweetness of sleep that was beckoning his weary spirit, the last sight he saw was the flash of fire as Jeff finally struck gold. And then, that was it. Eddie was out cold, and his life was now in the hands of a stranger and God. Chapter 3, A New Day Dawns. As the fire slowly began to heat up the surrounding area, Jeff warmed up his hands enough to get them moving before making his way over to Eddie to tend to him as best he could. Eddie was a big man, and it was all Jeff could do to pull him over as close to the fire as he dared. The fire was now burning nicely, and the heat coming from it felt good. Real good. After rubbing Eddie's hands and feet for about 15 minutes or so, Eddie began stirring. Jeff was relieved to see him start to move. He was curious to find out more about Eddie and the camp he had been talking about. He hadn't seen anyone in a couple years, and had just assumed he was out here all by his lonesome. It would be nice to meet up with these folks and begin to make plans how to contend with the atrocious disease that had swept over America. Jeff knew the road ahead would be long, dangerous, and difficult, and perhaps they would endeavor on a lost cause, but they had to at least try. Millions and millions of souls were at stake. Seeing that Eddie was going to be okay come morning, Jeff let him be, making his way back to the log where he sat down, contemplating his next move. The cave was a sure hiding place, and had served him well these past few years. But the drone appearances were increasing, and they seemed to be more sophisticated and powerful every time they came. At the rate they were being developed, he wouldn't be safe here at the cave much longer. Moreover, at some point, the agents reviewing the video would see the lump on the ground created by the ice blanket that covered him and would come exploring. Or maybe it would be the campfire that caught their attention. For that matter, there was a number of things they might see to tip them off. Jeff wasn't sure what kind of video the drone could capture in an environment as dark as the cave, but he assumed it would one day capture enough to send the TWAO agents in after him. Catching a rebel of the cause paid mighty well these days, and TWAO agents were becoming more and more aggressive as there were fewer and fewer rebels to catch. But where else could he go he would not be discovered? The mountains were supposed to provide shelter from the prying eyes of TWAO. This is why he came out here. It was supposed to shield him from the disaster that had swept across America. Had these past few years been in vain? Would he now be discovered and eliminated, having nothing to show for his efforts? It was beginning to look like now was the time to act. If they didn't hatch a plan soon, how to counter the probing assaults by TWAO, they would lose any and all opportunity to undo the liberal agenda that had locked down America. Sure, some of them might lose their lives along the way, but Jeff couldn't stand the thought of millions of Americans living under the oppression of the left, and he suspected Eddie felt the same way. As Jeff's mind refocused on Eddie, he looked over at him as he slept. He looked like a man who needed a good night's sleep right now. After the day he had been through, and probably the days leading up to this one, he needed some good R&R. Come to think of it, he himself could use some as well. It was hard telling what tomorrow held, and with that thought in mind, Jeff lay down beneath the elk hide blanket and soon dozed off to sleep, the fire crackling and popping beside him. Jeff had been asleep for several hours when Eddie finally awoke from the deep slumber that had overcome his weary mind and body. He could feel a deep tingling in his fingers and toes, and was relieved to know they were going to be okay. The rest of his body was also nice and warm, and he just stared at the fire for a few minutes, thinking about the day before and what lay ahead of him. He needed to get back to camp as soon as possible, but he knew his body was in pretty bad shape at the moment. It would take him at least 2 full days to make the trek back to camp, and he would need to survive a night out in the cold. He had survived the past few nights, but it seemed like it had been getting a lot colder the day before. It was hard telling how cold it would be out today. After a couple of minutes, Eddie decided to get up and see if he couldn't make his way outside and get a feel for his surroundings. He knew he must be close to the lake where he last encountered the bear, but he was curious to see how well hidden the cave was. But as he went to roll over on his stomach so he could stand up easier, Eddie felt a sharp pain rack his beaten body. "Ah," he groaned as he sank back into a fetal position. His body was hurting bad, and it was going to be all he could do to get moving. He knew once he got moving his body would loosen up, but to get loosened up was sure to be painful. Eddie once again tried to get up, and this time was successful, although another groan escaped his lips. As he stretched out his tall body, not remembering the low ceiling from the evening before, he once again bumped his head, the exact same spot on his head he had bumped before. "Ugh," Eddie moaned as he stooped over and rubbed his head. His hat gave him some cushion from the hard ceiling, but it still hurt. After rubbing his head, and with the pain subsiding, Eddie made his way towards the opening of the cave. It got colder as he moved further away from the entrance toward the opening of the cave. As he stepped out into the open, he pulled the blanket around him tighter, glad for the warmth it provided. As he stepped out into the opening, Eddie was relieved to find the sun beginning to rise in the east, and not that much wind to contend with. It actually wasn't as cold as he had anticipated. In fact, it was probably not as cold as parts of the cave where the heat from the fire didn't penetrate. With a feeling of gratefulness, he shed the blanket and gave his body a much-needed stretching. As he stretched out his body, Eddie looked around to get his bearings straight. Sure enough, the lake lay about 200 yards south of where he was currently standing. He couldn't see the remains of the bear. Jeff had probably disposed of the remains so they wouldn't be spotted by the drone or any prowling TWAO agents, although there had been a fresh snowfall throughout the night. Maybe that had covered the remains, but Eddie highly doubted that Jeff would just let the remains of the bear lay outside. He was too careful for that. After a good stretch, some fresh air, and a few minutes in prayer with God, Eddie made his way back into the cave, shivering as he pulled the blanket tightly around himself again. It sure felt good outside, but it would be nice to get close to the fire again, and he could hardly wait to talk to Jeff about their circumstances. Jeff seemed like he knew something about everything that had happened the past few years in America, and Eddie was curious just what that was. As Eddie reached the fire, he spotted Jeff beginning to stir beneath the blanket. As he rolled over and got on his hands and knees to stand up, he looked over at Eddie. "How are you feeling, Eddie?" he inquired with a raspy voice, his voice not yet accustomed to the cold morning. "I was pretty sore when I first got up, and yeah, I bumped my head again on the ceiling, but after a nice long stretch outside and a few minutes of prayer with God, I have to say, I'm not feeling as bad as one might expect." Jeff smiled. "I see you believe in God, do you? Out of curiosity, what exactly do you believe about God?" Eddie didn't respond right away, but when he did, his voice took on a serious tone. "Well, Jeff, there's a lot to that question, I suppose, considering a lot of people over the years have told me they believe in God too, and their answers varied a lot. But as for me, I'm a Bible-thumping born-again believer. Used to be a Baptist. Guess I still am." Eddie's voice hesitated, and Jeff chimed in. "Not so sure about God anymore?" "No," Eddie responded. "It's more than you can't tell much about a person by the name of their denomination anymore. At least not how it used to be. You know how it went over the years, the past few decades, as sound denominations like Presbyterians and Methodists began to accept sinful lifestyles such as gay marriage. For crying out loud, even Mennonite denominations began accepting the gay lifestyle. Who would ever have seen that coming? The Baptists seemed to hold strong there for a while, but as time went on, the left seemed to penetrate them as well, and then we had professing Baptists advocating for gay marriage and abortion. None of it made much sense at the time, but looking back, the devil sure knew what he was doing." Eddie stared into the fire as he reflected on what had happened over the past few years. It was hard to believe everything had come to this point in America, and it had come in steady drips. A move to the left here, a move to the left there, and before they knew it, entire denominations had fallen prey to the devastating liberal mindset that had ruined the country that once stood for liberty and freedom. And it had been the Christian mindset that had given the Americans the most freedom ever experienced by any nation on earth. It had given them freedom from fear, freedom from want, freedom of speech, and most importantly, freedom to worship according to the dictates of your own conscience. Moreover, the Christian mindset had made America a prosperous country, with her people having the individual opportunity of enterprise. Nowhere else in the world could people so quickly rise from the ashes of defeat to the heights of success. But it took hard work. It took a Protestant work ethic, and for some reason, people decided they didn't want this opportunity. Instead, they wanted a large government to take care of them and make sure they were provided for. It sure sounded good at times, and it seemed to work as time went on, but as government took more and more control of the economy, they also invaded the media, the schools, and worst of all, the churches. And as they invaded these areas, they began to dictate what was and wasn't acceptable. America had been drifting that way for several decades, but in the last decade, it seemed like those in search of power finally found it within their grasp, and they began to wield it mightily. They began attacking the rights that American founders claimed were given to us by God, and began establishing their own sets of rights that could be afforded to the American people. As the liberal agenda increased in its advocacy for all kinds of wicked lifestyles and behaviors in America, the leftists turned their carnivorous eyes on those who opposed these ideals and began a violent war on free speech. This is why Eddie had left the company he worked for and began fighting back against the propaganda by the left. Then came the police shootings, with white cops killing a few black criminals who were resisting arrest. With this came the black organization that was dedicated to the destruction of the nuclear family. Moreover, one of the leaders of this organization openly admitted they were trained Marxists. Eddie had clearly seen through the developing situation from the very beginning, and even though he was a black man, he openly spoke out against this organization. He believed it was a domestic terrorist group dedicated to the destruction of America as a country founded on Judeo-Christian principles. In turn, he suspected them of attempting to reorganize America into a state-run country dictated by ruling elites who determined what was acceptable in the private affairs of Americans. And he caught a lot of flack, even from the beginning, for being a black man opposed to the liberal agenda. It was supposed to free black people in America, make them safe, and put them in power. His own people would call him all sorts of names, and even white people would curse him for ideas contrary to theirs. As it got worse, he began to notice a violent shift in society. Although he was an ethnically black man, people began to refer to him as a politically white man. In the eyes of the opposition, he was no longer a genuine black man, and thus had become their target just as the white people were their targets, at least the white people who opposed them. This is what was so strange about the whole thing. It seemed that you weren't black or white based on the color of your skin, but based on what you believed. What had begun as an issue of skin color, or so it seemed, became an issue of political persuasion. If you didn't vote for the left, you were no longer considered black. Moreover, if you resisted the ideology of the left, you were considered a racist, even if you were black. The whole thing was as confusing as all get out. Jeff jarred Eddie out of his thoughts as he stood up to put a few more pieces of wood on the fire. He smiled at Eddie before commenting, "Pretty deep in thought, I see." "Yeah." Eddie smiled with a stiff face. Just thinking about what got us here hiding out like common criminals." Eddie shook his head. "Whatever happened anyway? How did America go that way as quickly as it did? I can't believe so many Americans want to live in the America that now is. Or am I simply deceiving myself?" Jeff finished stocking the fire as Eddie stared at him absent-mindedly. Finally he spoke. "Hey, how about we venture outside and get some fresh air? While we're out there, I'll fill you in on a few details. It goes pretty deep, this thing that happened to America. You might already suspect a few things I'm going to tell you, but you need to know the details if you're going to lead a revolution against it." Jeff poked the fire a little with the stick that was nearby, rearranging the wood so as to make it burn better while they were gone. As he headed for the exit of the cave, Eddie stood up slowly, making sure not to bump his head again on the ceiling before following Jeff outside. As they exited the cave, Eddie saw a smile come upon Jeff's face, and he felt his own spirits begin to lift. Everything was so peaceful out here in the middle of who knows where, far away from the problems of the city. Moreover, it was a nice morning out this morning, and the fresh air would be good for them. Jeff had grabbed the 2 chairs from the night before, and after setting them down, beckoned Eddie to one of them. Eddie gratefully complied, and soon they were sitting down at an angle from one another facing the eastern sunrise. As Jeff began to talk, Eddie settled into his chair and listened carefully to what he had to say. Chapter 4, The Masterminds of Twau. As Jeff began to speak, Eddie leaned in to hear what he had to say. Curiosity was etched all over his face as he listened intently. He had a plethora of questions he wanted answers to, and he was hoping Jeff could provide them. Maybe, just maybe, with enough information provided by Jeff, the rebels of Hideout Mountain could begin to plan the retaking of America. "I'll have to start back further with the details of my life," Jeff began, "so that what I'm about to say will make sense. Back about 12 years ago, I was working for a newspaper publishing company and had gotten pretty wrapped up into the liberal agenda. I came from a background of liberalism and was a social liberal despite my tendency towards fiscal conservatism. And I wasn't very popular at the newspaper because of my fiscal conservatism. Even back then, when free speech was as American as burgers and fries, the newspaper I worked for kept a pretty tight rein on what was printed. And since I was a fiscal conservative, they had me mostly writing pieces on social liberalism. And I was a flaming liberal, getting all caught up into the idea that America was founded on poor ideals and that we needed to rewrite history to reflect this so we could create a better America. I was a very talented writer, bringing details to life, and as I went further and further to the left socially, the faster I moved up the ladder. And then came the day when I was approached by my managers who told me I had a meeting with a secret group at a secret location. They were going to call me at a specific time the next day, and I would need to go to a specific spot in the city where I would be picked up. That's all my manager told me, and little did I know what was to come the next day. So the following day, I did as I was told, and when I received the phone call, I followed the directions. I remember I was picked up in a black Suburban, but where they took me I don't know. As soon as they pulled me into the vehicle, they put a blindfold over my head and sped off. I don't quite recollect, but it must have been about 20 to 30 minutes when we arrived at our destination. I was hustled off onto the house, where I sat down at a table, and my blindfold was taken off. I was left there alone all by myself for probably 10 minutes. By this time I was rather uneasy about what had just transpired. As a reporter and a writer, I had been in some pretty interesting situations before, but this was a bit more adventurous than I would have liked. But I was now here, and I didn't see a way out of it. And then they came in through the door to my right side, 5 gentlemen. They were white, of average height, and wore black suits. Expensive black suits, too, very sleek, and everything about them was polished and refined, even their manners, and the way they talked. It was like they were out of a storybook or something. Eddie leaned in closer as Jeff's story seemed to become more compelling by the minute. Who were they? He suddenly blurted out, his voice quite loud from the angst of the anticipation and curiosity. Jeff smiled. Pretty anxious to know who they are, huh? Well, let me tell you. Those men were the 5 most important and powerful men to know. Maybe not the 5 men you would want to know, but the men you need to know about if you want to free America from the insanity that is currently gripping her. They are behind the whole thing. Eddie gasped slightly, but he caught himself mid-gasp, not that overly surprised, all things considered. He should have known an exclusive group of just a few white people were behind the whole thing. You mean, it's actually white people who are behind the war on whiteness? That's right, Eddie. That's right. The black victimology strategy was merely a tool for a select group of white people to gain total control. Come to find out, black people had nothing to do with the origins of the war on whiteness, even though they were used to create it. But before I get too far ahead of myself, let me pick up where I left off. So, as these 5 white polished men walked in through the door, I nodded my head in acknowledgement, but knew better than to say something. I had a feeling these men meant business, and even though I'm a pretty fearless man by nature, these dudes made me rather uneasy. My premonitions from a couple minutes before seemed to be right on. The men sat down and began introducing themselves to me. I was rather surprised when they went into detail about who they were. The way they were acting, I expected them to be secretive, or at least a little vague, but surprisingly, they weren't, and I listened carefully to every detail. My eyes and ears for reporting paid off that day, as I have an acute memory regarding everything they told me about themselves. The one furthest to my left went first. He was John Fairbanks, a financial czar from New York. I had never heard of the guy before, but the way it sounded, he was the one who ran the banking industry. You have the banks, the bankers, the feds, and then you have this guy. Every important financial decision in America went through this one man. Then there was Frank Polanyi. He had a pretty thick accent, although he spoke perfect English. He was the architect of social policies. He was the one I would have the most interaction with over the next couple of years. He had his hands in most of the major news outlets and dictated what stories they could and could not produce. The third man was Jesse Haynes. He was definitely the one in charge, and more than likely the most powerful man in America, if not in the world. He was the one who controlled the politicians. He was the one who decided who would get the most powerful seats in the country. He wasn't too concerned about the lower seats in government, except that he expected the politicians he put in office to make sure those beneath them went along with what he decided. Next came William McIntyre. He was in charge of the American military, National Guard, and police force. He didn't necessarily micromanage the military might of America, but he weaponized it whenever he needed to make sure everything went smoothly for the rest of the men. He was the brawn behind the brains. If anyone resisted the TWA organization, McIntyre made sure they wouldn't resist for long. He was practically untouchable. Finally, all the way to my right, came the businessman among them. His name was Mitch Turner. He was the one who organized everything to transfer the American wealth from the people to the government. He set all the business regulations and determined who would rise to the top. Every CEO of every big company answered to him. If they resisted his orders, their profitability would vanish overnight, and before they knew it, they were homeless on the street they used to own. That is, if they escaped with their lives. Yeah, but how did they get away with all this? Eddie inquired as Jeff paused to take a breath. Wasn't there competition who might have wanted to take them out? Or what about public dissent? Wasn't there any kind of outcry by anyone who knew of them? But that's the beauty of everything. Most people didn't know about them, and those who knew about them never met them. I was one of only a few people who ever got that privilege, which was unfortunate for me, as I came to find out later. Why? What happened? Eddie inquired impatiently. What did they say next? What did they want from you? Jeff smiled. After they finished introducing themselves, They began to ask me a bunch of questions. Nothing too personal, surprisingly, although I came to find out later they already knew everything there was to know about me, at least where my personal life was concerned. It seems they selected me for a reason, the reason being that I would be a perfect tool for them to use. What they really wanted to know was my ideology regarding social construction. They had already taken control of American finance, American business, American military, and American politics. All that was left to do was create a social structure that would eliminate the power of the people. When this happened, these men would be fully in control. What was interesting about these men is how young they were. It didn't seem like one of them was over 40. If I could have conceived a power structure like this, I would have expected older men. But these men were young, in the prime of their lives, and from the looks of it, they were going to be around for a long time. Unfortunately, what I did for them in the days to come helped ensure they would rule with an iron fist for decades to come. My business was mostly with Frank Polanyi, the social architect. He had a vast mind with a great many possibilities jammed inside of it, and when he began unveiling some of his ideas, he got me on board, hook, line, and sinker. He started out by pointing out all the social problems in America, such as crime, poverty, racism, police brutality, sexism, homophobia, ableism, and religiosity. Then he said that all these things existed because of Christianity. I was a little bit surprised that he blamed everything on Christianity, but I wasn't disappointed. In fact, I became ecstatic as he railed on about how bad Christian principles had been for America. I myself had a bad experience with Christianity and would have liked nothing more than to see it eliminated from the American landscape, and for that matter, I wouldn't have minded seeing all religions removed from America. When I said as much, he seemed pleased with me, but he told me we couldn't just outright attack a religion, and definitely not the Christian religion. There were simply too many professing Christians in America. Even if they weren't authentic or practicing Christians per se, many Americans had a favorable view of Christianity and many of the Christian principles, and attacking Christianity outright would create a stir that would be hard to squash. No, he had a different plan, and that plan was to come in through the back door. What we needed to do was slowly begin dismantling Christian principles with isolated attacks. We would attack one element at a different time, and slowly turn Americans against the principles. Once we turned Americans against Christian principles, it wouldn't take much to turn them against Christianity itself. I have to say, the man, as evil as he was, really was a genius. An evil genius, but a genius nonetheless. I could hardly believe my ears as this mastermind laid out his well-thought plan. But what about your role in all of this? Eddie once again jumped ahead in the story, and Jeff smiled. That's just it, he replied. My job was to be the poster boy of reporting. I was going to work with them directly to get all the major news outlets streamlined, and not just American news, but also global news. It was going to be tough to steer the global news outlets in the right direction, but we figured the American news was already going in the right direction, and all we had to do was point them where we wanted them to go. Besides, TWAL already had most of the American news outlets under their supervision. What we needed to do, though, was come up with a little plan that would break the back of America, and the weapon we could wield the easiest was identity politics. We already had the current president under the influence of TWAL, and all we needed to do was ramp up the media propaganda. And ramp it up we did, and over the years we attacked one element of Christianity after another, and it seemed the resistance fell like dominoes. There were always those pesky organizations that wouldn't go away, but I have to say, certain Christian organizations bought into our rhetoric easier than I could have ever expected. Our crowning achievement came when we launched the Whiteness of America project. We tied all the social ills to the issue of whiteness, which we decided to attack while we took a breather from our attacks on Christianity. We had much of Christianity where we wanted it. It could now be used as a weapon against what we termed whiteness. And as whiteness in America came under attack, we would drive America further away from Christian principles and closer to the social construction we envisioned. The only way we could socially construct our vision was if we eliminated the authentic principles of Christianity. The problem with Christianity in America is that it taught self-responsibility, work ethic, independence from government, and the vision to succeed. We could not proceed with our social construction as long as these ideals were present in America. We needed people who would depend on government for everything. Then we could make them live and do as we saw fit. But to our benefit, Christianity also taught morals, which we were able to use against it. We were able to collect the homosexuals, the abortionists, the feminists, and the racists, and through a series of planned police killings, we were able to incite a war against white Christians, particularly white male Christians. This was the most powerful group in America at the time, and by taking away their power, the rest would be a cakewalk. I have to say, looking back at everything, it went better than anyone could have envisioned. No one would have expected white Christians to fall as easily as they did, but with our mega propaganda machines, we had white Christians eating out of our hands, rejecting their own whiteness, and essentially rejecting Christian principles without even knowing it. What still surprises me the most is how many of them never caught on until it was too late, and when they finally did, they found themselves in the re-education camps. A lot of them proved to be pretty steadfast in their beliefs when they saw the light, but a lot of them also buckled under the strain of life in the camps. And it wasn't just white Christians who were in these camps. There were plenty of black folks in there as well. Basically, anyone who refused to reject Christian principles were considered white and couldn't leave the camp until the whiteness was effectively worked out of their system. This applied to people even if they were physically black. Jeff paused as he looked at Eddie. Eddie was now leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. After a minute or two, he opened them and looked at Jeff. Yeah, I know about the re-education camps. Much more than I would like to know. Jeff wanted to ask Eddie what he knew about the camps, but before he could find the right words to ask him, he noticed a movement up in the mountains above them. What could it be? Was it a friend? An enemy? An agent? Surely it wasn't an agent. Chapter 5, The Agent. Eddie, quick, grab your chair and let's get inside the cave. Here, we need to eliminate our tracks behind us as we go in. With that, Jeff pushed Eddie inside the entrance of the cave before taking a branch and brushing it over where they had just been sitting, and then he pulled himself back into the entrance of the cave. But Jeff was curious to know what he had seen on the mountain, and so crouching down, he pulled a pair of binoculars from his pocket, peering through them, pointed towards the mountain where he had seen the movement. He didn't say anything for a couple of minutes before exclaiming, "It is an agent! Ugh! It's what I was afraid of. We're going to have to go out of the other end of the cave and make a run for it if he spots the entrance. I should have known we were going to be spotted. That drone must have picked up something to bring Twau here." Eddie didn't say anything as Jeff kept watching the agent through the binoculars. "Wait!" Jeff exclaimed suddenly. "I think he's wounded, and he's alone. What are the odds?" By now the agent had crawled down the mountain far enough for Jeff to keep an eye on him without the binoculars. Eddie leaned up against his back, straining to see as well. The agent was covered in an all-white suit, which made the blood on his side easy to spot. He was half staggering, half crawling down the side of the mountain, and Jeff and Eddie could hear faint groans echoing through the silence of the crisp, cool morning. The man was almost to the bottom of the mountain when Jeff and Eddie spotted some company coming to join him. It was a pack of wolves, and they were moving in quite rapidly. Both men stood in shock, watching the events that were transpiring in front of their eyes, when Jeff suddenly reached to the side of the cave and grabbed Eddie's spear from the day before. "What are you doing?" Eddie whispered vehemently, with his question more of a rebuke than a question. He suspected he knew what Jeff was about to do, and he wasn't sure it was such a good idea. After all, the man was an agent, and that meant he was an enemy. Sure, the Bible said to do good to those who treat you evilly, but surely it didn't mean in situations like this when men were hunting you down to subject you to the re-education camps of the left. Moreover, maybe God sent the wolves to protect them from this agent. Why should they interfere with God's providence? But Jeff was out of the cave just like that, and Eddie decided he may as well help now that they were going to be discovered anyway. Grabbing the branch Jeff had used to cover the evidence of their presence just a short while ago, Eddie looked at it and then shook his head in disbelief as he ran out of the cave after Jeff. What in the world was he going to do against wolves with a branch? Jeff was fast for his age, and before Eddie could catch up, he was already over by the agent, brandishing the spear menacingly at the wild beasts now licking their chops while they stared at the two men. There were 6 of them, and they looked like they meant business. But when Eddie joined the group, despite having only a branch in his hand, the wolves must have decided it wasn't worth the effort, because they turned tail and ran. The agent had been dripping blood all the way down the mountain, and Jeff quickly tore his outer jacket off, wadding it into a ball and pressing it tightly against the agent's side. The agent didn't seem to know what was going on at the moment, as he mumbled incoherently. "Eddie, grab his other arm." Jeff had a hold of the agent's left arm, and Eddie grabbed a hold of his right arm. Together the two men dragged him towards the cave. He wasn't a big man, but neither was he small, about 6 feet tall and roughly 200 pounds. It didn't take long to get the agent inside the entrance of the cave, and as they entered, Eddie once again forgot to duck, banging his head on the ceiling. Jeff couldn't help but laugh, despite the current circumstances they had suddenly found themselves in. With one agent in the area, it was likely there were more close by. What was curious about this particular situation is that this agent was wounded, and it looked like a gunshot wound. Most of the folks hiding out in these parts wouldn't shoot an agent, even if they were being hunted by them. It just went against their Christian beliefs. So, either there was another group of rebels roaming Hideout Mountain who had defended themselves against this agent, or this agent had been shot by one of his own companions. Jeff looked at Eddie with a look of perplexity written all over his face. Wonder who shot this man. What do you think? Eddie stared at Jeff and then mumbled, I don't know. Could be a number of people. How about we ask him when he comes to, if he comes to? Jeff looked back outside before they ventured into the recesses of the cave. A snowfall had just begun, which was good. It should cover their tracks behind them, not to mention the blood leading others to the agent, which is where Jeff and Eddie were as well. As Jeff and Eddie pulled the agent back into the campfire, Jeff's mind was racing with all kinds of possibilities, but he knew there was no point in getting all stirred up before they knew how the agent got to be where he was with a wound in his side. Besides, they needed to focus on cleaning and bandaging the wound. It was hard telling how bad the wound was. There weren't a whole lot of options when it came to medicinal care back here in the cave. If the wound was too bad, there was nothing they would be able to do for the agent. The fire had nearly died out when the three men finally reached their destination, and after laying the agent down close by, Jeff quickly set to building a fire. Eddie, in the meantime, went to work on the injured man, peeling back his clothes so he could inspect the wound. It was too dark to see much, and Eddie decided he would have to wait until the fire was hotter so they could use the light from that. It didn't take Jeff long to get a nice fire going, and the two men huddled beside the agent to inspect his wound. They were both relieved when they saw it was just a flesh wound, and it didn't look infected yet. It wasn't exactly fresh, but it wasn't exactly an old wound either. There was a chance he might have led the other agents here, but that was unlikely considering how far he must have traveled after getting the wound. If he had been with other agents, it's unlikely they would have left him behind, that is, unless they were shot, or were the ones who had shot this one. Jeff saw the agent start coming to and decided to cauterize the wound before he was completely conscious. Taking the spear he had brought back into the cave with them, he cleaned off the dirt as best as he could before sticking the blunt end into the fire. After 5 minutes he pulled it out, with the tip having turned orange from the heat. All right, Eddie, let's get this done. You want to hold him down or cauterize the wound? I'll hold him down, Eddie said. The man's liable to do some thrashing, and the last thing we need is him making a fine mess of things. Eddie grabbed the man by the shoulders as Jeff inched the hot, blunt end of the spear towards the man's wound. He hated to do it, but it had to be done, and it was going to hurt like all get out. Just like that, Jeff jabbed the hot, orange, blunt end of the spear into the man's wound. The agent howled in pain, and Eddie quickly covered his mouth with one hand as he used his large body to pin the man to the ground. The agent squirmed as Jeff kept a steady pressure on the wound for a few seconds, and then it was over. The wound was cauterized, and the agent lay still, breathing heavily. Jeff tossed the spear over to the side, and Eddie relaxed his grip on the agent. They quickly covered him up, adding a warm blanket to the clothes he had come with. He should be fine, although he might not be in any condition to talk tonight. With the agent taken care of, Jeff set to preparing bear stew while Eddie peered into the fire, his thoughts churning. He was worried about the people back at camp. They were quite a ways off from here, but the agent had come from that direction. Eddie had a bad feeling about the situation. There hadn't been that many agents looking for anyone in this part of the mountain, at least not back at camp. That's why they had stayed there so long. But if the drones were coming regularly to this part of the mountain, it was likely they would continue expanding their reach until they found them. He had to get back to camp and warn the others. And what about this agent? What if the camp had been discovered by 12 agents? A sick feeling crept into Eddie's stomach, and he decided he needed some fresh air. Hey Jeff, I'm going to go get some fresh air, all right? And I'm going to scan the horizon too, to see if I can spot any activity. All right, Eddie, Jeff responded. Be careful out there. The snowfall should have covered most of our activity, and we probably shouldn't be leaving too much evidence out there at the moment. All right, Jeff, Eddie mumbled as he headed towards the entrance of the cave, this time remembering to keep his head low. Eddie made his way through the cave quickly and was relieved to see the daylight once again. It was dark and dreary in the cave and could get to a man pretty quick. He didn't go outside when he finally got to the entrance, deciding it wasn't wise to do so, despite the heavy snowfall that was now falling and would quickly cover any sign of his activity he might make. After 10 minutes, Eddie decided to head back into the cave where Jeff and the agent were. He couldn't see much through the falling snow, and his mind was weary from all the thoughts that were plaguing him. Hopefully the agent would come to sooner than later and fill them in with what he knew. Although, what if the agent refused to talk, or threatened to turn them in if he ever got away from them? What would they do with him then? What could they do with him then? After all, they were Christians, and Christians don't just go around killing people. It was one thing to kill someone in self-defense if the situation afforded no other opportunity, but to kill the agent in cold blood was a whole nother story. But they couldn't provide for him either. It was hard enough to provide for themselves. Maybe they could just leave him tied up in the cave when they left and let him fend for himself. Eddie shook his head. That would also be murder, leaving a man alone to die like that. It sure was hard being a Christian sometimes. With these thoughts in the back of his mind, Eddie headed back into the interior of the cave. He was greeted with a nice surprise when he saw Jeff had the agent sitting up with a nice hot bowl of stew in his hands. The agent was busy eating, and Eddie gratefully accepted the bowl of stew Jeff handed him. As the three men ate, Jeff and Eddie stared at the agent while the agent stared back at them. They were all too busy eating to talk, but their minds were active with all kinds of questions about each other. Finally, they had eaten the last bit of stew in their bowls, and Jeff and Eddie sidled up to the agent. Jeff nodded at the agent and then inquired carefully, "What's your story, mister?" The agent looked at Jeff quietly and then replied, "Can't you see I'm an agent? I hunt people like you for a living, and you're supposed to kill people like me when you get the chance." The agent's face was emotionless, and Jeff looked at Eddie before looking back at the agent. "Yeah, I know. We could have killed you out there. Or better yet, we could have let the wolves do it, and maybe we should have. But I've got a feeling you're not the man you look like, although I've been wrong on hunches before. Either way, you know we couldn't just murder you in cold blood out there, or even let the wolves get to you. We're Christians, and of all the people in this broken world, we're supposed to act like decent people. It wouldn't have been decent to let you die out there, even if you cause us trouble later on." Eddie wasn't too sure if he was completely on board with the kind of Christianity that Jeff was professing at the moment, but it did engender respect in him for Jeff. The man wasn't just a Christian in name, he was also a Christian in action. That much was obvious. Maybe he was a little misguided in the reality of things, but he was a man who could be trusted. Jeff's words softened the stranger's face, and he quickly put the men at ease. That is, if what he said next wasn't a lie. "Well, here's the truth, fellows. I'm an agent, or at least I was an agent. That much you already know by my clothes. But something happened yesterday that caused me to do something that pretty much ended the life I had. I don't know what happened, but suddenly there I was, my gun pointed at the other agents, demanding they let the prisoners go." "Prisoners?" Eddie promptly interrupted the agent the second he heard the word prisoners. "Yeah, we had come across a hideout camp somewhere in the direction I came from, and were headed back to the re-education camp when suddenly I decided I couldn't go along with it anymore. I tried to get the drop on the rest of the agents, but one of them got the drop on me, and before I knew it, I was on the run. As you can see, one of their bullets got me." Eddie's voice deepened as he inquired hesitantly, not sure if he wanted to know the answer to his next question. "Can you describe what the hideout camp looked like, where you got the prisoners?" The agent looked at Eddie with a look of regret on his face, understanding for the first time it was probably the one he was thinking about. "Sure, mister," he replied. "It looked a lot like the other camps, except this camp was dug into the side of the mountain. It was obvious the folks had put a lot of work into it." Eddie turned away from the agent and stared silently into the fire. Sure enough, his worst fears were confirmed. The agents now had his people, the only people who still loved him and cared for him. And he had grown fond of them over the past year. They had been through a lot, and now they were gone. And the worst of it was, the intense persecution of the re-education camps lay before those who had been captured. Chapter 6. The Incinerator. Eddie wasn't in the mood to talk as he kept his tired eyes fixed on the fire. He remembered what it had been like in the re-education camps, even for a black man, and couldn't bear the thought of his friends undergoing such an experience. For most of them, this would be just another attempt by TWOW to undo the whiteness they perceived in them. But for a few of the others, this would be their first time in one of the re-education camps, and these were the ones he was worried about. It wasn't that it wouldn't be bad for those who had experienced this before, but they would be ready for what lay ahead of them. The others weren't. And it wasn't that Eddie was afraid for their lives. Everyone dies eventually. It was their spiritual endurance that concerned Eddie. The re-education camps were designed to break believers, and many who went in came out cleansed of the beliefs they once held. Eddie's mind wandered back to his own experience in one of those camps. It was horrible, to say the least. What he endured the past year was gravy compared to the mind-numbing experience of the re-education camp. Only by the grace of God had he escaped without renouncing his faith in God and his Christian beliefs. As the agent's presence jogged his memory, Eddie's mind drifted back to focus as he continued his conversation with Jeff. Jeff was all ears, not having had news from the civilized world for several years now. The agent spoke in a low, husky tone, as if there were unfriendly ears in the vicinity, waiting to apprehend him for what he was about to say. "Yes, sir. Things have gotten really bad in the past year," he said, as Jeff watched him intently. "I was on board with much of it, although I must admit, I was in it for the money more than anything. Most of the people we hunted were peace-loving Christians, and our only concern was catching them. We didn't need to fear much of a physical resistance once we found them. But then I noticed that the number of people in the camps were dwindling despite the number of people we put into them. I first started asking questions and was met with a fair amount of hostility. When I pushed the issue, several officers showed up at my house and told me to lay off the questions or there would be consequences. As you can imagine, this really rankled my spirit, and I decided to do an investigation of my own. Now, let me be clear. I was fully on board with the re-education camps, and the idea we could build a better society by re-educating people in such a way as to promote tolerance and security for all. I was raised by two mothers, and remember the hatred that was often pointed at them because of their lifestyle. And one of the agendas of the re-education camps was to enforce tolerance for such lifestyles. But I was not on board with what I was about to see when I began investigating what was happening with the Christians in these camps. I had just assumed their re-education was being successful and they were being turned loose into society, but as I began to discover, the re-education camps weren't as effective as the left had hoped, and they needed to dispose of Christians who were persistent in their beliefs. My investigation didn't go as well as I had hoped. I was working overtime, trying to keep up with the demand of rounding up Christians, and it wasn't just white Christians, but Christians of all colors. What had begun as a supposed war on whiteness officially became a war on Christianity right around a year ago, but the link between whiteness and Christianity was preserved by the left so as to keep the people divided along racial lines as much as possible. Most of us were aware by that time that it wasn't just white people the left had issues with, but rather Christianity. Christianity served as a burr in their saddle, constantly serving as a pain in the behind, infuriating the left. But the more they cracked down on Christianity, the more Christians there were to re-educate. They seemed to multiply by the day. It was about 3 months ago, as I kept my eyes peeled and ears open for any information that might help me in my investigation, that I happened upon a secret location. It was locked down pretty good, but I was no novice in tampering with security measures, and before I knew it, I was inside the facility. The agent's voice began to quiver, and Eddie looked over at him in time to see tears beginning to form in his eyes. Jeff reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. "It's all right, son. Go ahead and tell us what you saw. You're with friends." The agent's eyes were now flooded with tears as he tried to regain his composure. It was apparent he was a broken man, and God was using his experience to draw him to repentance and salvation. After a few minutes, the agent wiped his eyes clear of the tears and continued speaking, albeit with a husky voice. "It was about 3 a.m. when I snuck into the place, and there weren't a whole lot of security guards prowling around. They had their usual guys watching the cameras, but I had hacked into their camera system, and the security guards found themselves watching a rerun from the previous week. They didn't bother to walk the halls, and I was free to go where I pleased. It was icy cold in the facility, and I found myself chilling rapidly. As I walked down the hall, I had this sick feeling about what I was about to see. It was as if the entire place was gripped by a darkness I couldn't explain. I wasn't much of a believer in the spiritual realm, but I couldn't shake this feeling I wasn't alone. And I'm not talking about human companions. I think you know what I mean. Jeff nodded his head as the agent continued. And then I saw the first batch. I had turned the corner of the first hallway I walked through, and as I turned the corner, I saw a long hallway with a large black incinerator at the very far end. My heart sank as I realized what it was, but I couldn't believe it. Surely I must be wrong. Tears began to stream down his cheeks, and Jeff lowered his eyes to the ground. Eddie once again turned away from the two men and stared into the fire, tears freely flowing down his weather-beaten cheeks as well. They all knew what the agent was about to say, but little did they know just how bad it would be. The agent finally composed himself and continued. I came to the first door on the left, and to my utter horror I saw about 20 people, all men, all white, completely naked. And from what I could see, the air inside the room was also icy cold, as they sat there and shivered uncontrollably. Then I came to the next room, and this time I saw another group of men, also completely naked, but all black. But this room seemed heated, as all the men lay stretched out on the floor, breathing heavily from what seemed to be intense heat. Their bodies glistened from the sweat, and the floors were damp from the perspiration. The third room looked rather comfortable, except that there was food locked up high above them with a sign that read, "All you have to do is conform to all that is good, and you can live your best life now." This room was filled with women, all white, and you can imagine the rest. I remember seeing their eyes, though, as they stared at the food, hungrily longing for just one bite. The next room was also filled with women, all black, and once again deprived of the basic necessity of clothing. This room appeared to be icy cold, as they sat together in a group, trying to get whatever warmth they could from one another. One of them was speaking with her eyes closed, most likely praying, and the others nodded their heads and moved their lips in apparent agreement. As I went from room to room, my heart began to burn with utter horror at what I was seeing. It was hard to imagine people could be this cruel, even to Christians. And then I got to the fifth room, and I thought my head was going to explode. It was filled with children, all boys and all white. Once again, they were deprived of clothes, and they were all skin and bones. Moreover, this room was filled with rats. It looked like they had caught a few of them, eaten them, and now were lying in fetal positions, no doubt sick from it. It was here the tears began coming into my eyes. The sixth room was even worse. It was filled with all girls, all white, and from the looks of it they were deathly ill. Later I discovered these groups were moved forward towards the incinerator room by room, and these girls were either sick from having eaten the rats like the boys had, or the icy cold temperature had made them ill. The seventh room was filled with boys, all black, and this room was one last chance to experience all the luxuries of life. They were fully clothed, with food all around them, but by no means did they look like they were enjoying themselves. It was obvious they had gorged themselves on the food, but they also lay in fetal positions, probably deathly ill from all they had experienced beforehand, and now stuffed with the food from this room. And then came the last room, and what I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. I looked through the window of the door to see a group of black girls, once again deprived of clothes, with black foreboding metal walls all around them, with a tint of orange that must have been from the intense heat. None of them were moving as they lay with their eyes sunk into their skulls, no doubt paralyzed from the intense agony that had beset them. The floor beneath them was held up by cables attached to pulleys above, and I could see the floor could be pulled up with these cables so as to raise the inhabitants towards their fate. On the wall furthest to the right I saw an opening where flames leapt out, licking the ceiling above it. The chute was attached to the incinerator. My body shuddered as I realized what was next for this group. And then I saw her. The agent paused, and Eddie looked over at him. His head was lowered as tears flowed down his pale cheeks. His eyes were closed, and his breath was heavy from the agony he was in. The men waited silently, and finally the agent continued. And then I saw her. She was in the group I had helped capture a few months before. I remembered her plainly because she had always had such a bright smile on her face despite her circumstances. She even treated me kindly. I couldn't understand why. She was so different from all the people I knew in the city. No matter how much the people in the city had, they were never happy. But this girl, despite the persecution, seemed to radiate with indescribable joy. There was something special about her. The agent's voice cracked as he spoke, and Eddie leaned in towards him so he could hear him better. And there she was, in the room with the incinerator attached, and I knew what was going to happen to her next. I hadn't signed up for this. This wasn't supposed to happen. They were supposed to be re-educated for the welfare of society, not tortured and burned. The agent was now speaking in loud, angry tones, and the men let him vent his anger. I began beating on the door, trying to open it, when I heard noises coming from the hallway where I first came into the building. Knowing my life was in peril if I was caught, I quickly hid between the incinerator and the wall to the right of it. There wasn't much room, and I had to get on my stomach to fit into the crevice that was formed between the floor and the belly of the stove. I had just finished tucking myself away when 10 security guards came walking around the corner. They held long apparatuses that appeared to be powerful tasers. Sure enough, when they opened the first door, they herded the men out with the tasers and proceeded to shock them violently as they pushed them towards the incinerator. As the men passed by each door, I could see them look into the rooms as they walked by. At first I could see horror fill their eyes, and then the tears began flowing as they went from room to room. When they reached the last room, the few tears they had remaining were shed with great drops that covered the floor beneath them. Several of the men began fervently praying. In great agonies, I buried my head in my hands. After a few minutes, the guards began to move the men back to their room and finally had them locked back up. As soon as they exited the hallway, I carefully made my way out of the facility and went home, where I wept uncontrollably for what seemed weeks on end. I called off work as long as I could, not knowing how I would proceed with my life. I knew I couldn't any longer do what I had been doing. But you can't just quit your job in the city. Everything is now set up in such a way that the state needs to approve you for another job before you can leave the previous one. I put in a request for something else, but while it was in approval phase, I needed to continue carrying out my duties assigned to me by the state, which meant I needed to eventually go round up Christians with other agents. The application process to get a new job could go long as 6 months. I was able to hold off the state for 2 months, but they finally demanded that I report for work. I had used vacation time and sick leave up to that point, but finally I was between a rock and a hard place, and so I went back to work, not knowing what I was going to do. I knew I couldn't round up Christians anymore, knowing what I knew, but I also couldn't resist the state. If I did, I too would end up in a re-education camp until they effectively undid my whiteness in me. They still used this term, even though they were open about their war on Christianity as well. The war on whiteness didn't fool as many people as it had to begin with, but it did help a lot of people squash the uneasy feelings they were beginning to have about where the state was taking them. But the state was supposed to liberate us, not enslave us. Moreover, I can't believe that most of the people working for the state knew what I now knew. If they did, the state would have its hands full keeping order. But I didn't know what else to do, so I gathered up my hunting gear and reported for duty. I was assigned to Group C6, and we headed out for Hideout Mountain. Our drones had begun patrolling the area heavily, and we suspected we could find a group here rather easily, but it was also in winter, albeit towards the end of it, and there was the possibility we could be beset by a storm. I sure hope so, because that would have given me more time to get out before I was forced to do the inevitable, but as luck would have it, this was not to be. Chapter 7, Eddie's Demise. As the 3 men stared into the fire, none of them had the heart to speak at the moment. They were all thinking about what the agent had told them, and the horrors that awaited anyone with the endurance to resist the ideas the left imposed upon those under their rule. The agent finally dozed off to sleep, no doubt still weary from his escape from the other agents, not to mention the loss of blood that had deprived his body of vital energy. He hadn't lost enough blood to threaten his life, but enough to make him tired, and so he dozed off, leaving the other 2 men to themselves. "I think I'll go and have a look outside," Jeff said, finally breaking the silence. Eddie didn't move so much as an inch, hardly acknowledging Jeff as he slipped past him on the way to the entrance of the cave. He kept his gaze fixed on the fire, his thoughts in turmoil about what to do next. He didn't have anywhere in particular to go anymore. The people from the camp were now gone, and there was no point going back there. He couldn't stay here since this place was sure to be discovered any day. There was no way he was going back to the re-education camps. He couldn't give up his Christian beliefs for any reason whatsoever, and all that awaited anyone like him was certain death. How had the left gotten America to this point? He had recognized the signs of the times as things began to worsen, but he never expected Americans to be so naive as to eventually place themselves under such a system. The way it sounded, things had tightened up even more the past year, and there wasn't any room whatsoever for any dissent to the left. He remembered his writing days, his own personal contribution in the attempt to steer Americans away from the coming destruction. After leaving his job at the corporation he was working at, he wrote full-time, taking odd jobs as they came, so as to support himself until he could make money with his writing. Eventually the money started coming in as he gained popularity, but with it came criticism and persecution, mostly from the left, and mostly from white people. There were definitely black people who criticized and persecuted him for his beliefs, calling him a coon, a traitor, and a house nigger, but he had brushed off the snide remarks as he continued striving after the soul of America. Eventually his writing career had blossomed enough for him to consider marrying the girl of his dreams, and she had accepted, but only with the condition that they would live in a big city where she could pursue her career in government. She worked for the left and promoted tolerance, equal representation, and equal outcome for all people, and was a staunch supporter of the power of government for the good of the people. Eddie was different. He believed that government should be limited because of the potential of oppression from regimes with too much power, but he had ignored the warning signs and moved forward with the wedding nonetheless. The first couple years were rocky at times as their ideas clashed, but they were able to work through the issues. But as Eddie's writing became more and more controversial, aimed towards exposing the tyranny and godlessness of the leftist organization his wife worked for began to put pressure on her to deflate the situation. At this point, the marriage began to deteriorate rapidly, and the time came when a civil conversation was out of the norm. It had pained Eddie greatly to see the chasm that now engulfed their marriage, but more than that, he was overwhelmed with sorrow as he watched his wife's prior Christian beliefs vanish away. When they dated, she had made it clear she was opposed to gay marriage and abortion, among other things, but as time went on, her organization coerced her not only to tolerate this immoral behavior, but to also profess these as good and decent lifestyles. Soon she was promoting the increase of abortion facilities, marching in gay pride events, and hosting parties for feminists. She grew to hate the sight of straight white men, and repeatedly attacked Eddie for his strict adherence to conservative values that judged people by the content of their character rather than by the color of their skin. And then came the day when Eddie's world finally and fully fell apart. His wife had come home from work and announced she was pregnant. Eddie was elated, eagerly looking forward to being a dad, and who knows, maybe this would help repair their broken marriage. Maybe if his wife had a little baby to care for, she wouldn't be so consumed with her work. And then came the heartbreaking news. She decided she was going to have an abortion. According to her, she was at the height of her career, and having a baby now could potentially derail her hopes and dreams. She believed she was going somewhere in life, and there was nothing stopping her. God hadn't given her the career she had always wanted just to watch her throw it away, or so she thought. Eddie had pleaded with her day and night for the next week, but the day of her appointment came, and she came home that night no longer pregnant. Eddie wept for days and couldn't look at his wife without bursting into tears. She had been silent for the first couple days, giving him time to grieve, but soon she became verbally abusive, blasting him with obscenities any chance she got. It became apparent the marriage was over, at least for now. The nail in the coffin came the day the news came out that his wife was embarking on a new idea that the only way to effectively work out the whiteness of American society was to eliminate the white man completely. And in order to do this, white men could only be in homosexual relationships. White women had more leniency, but with white men no longer an option for them to partner with, they would need to exclusively pursue interracial relationships. In this way, white skin color would be darkened, and the outward appearance of whiteness would vanish. By this time, even the idea of marriage itself was considered a sign of whiteness and was done away by the left. Moreover, in order to reduce the likeliness of contracting whiteness, you had to sign up for a partner with a TWA organization and let it assign a partner. This was the last straw for Eddie, and he wrote a scathing article denouncing the left. He had been a controversial writer before this article came out, but this article was over the top, coming right at the juncture where the left felt it had enough power to finally attempt a full power grab. And so it was that the left declared martial law, having recently taken the presidency in both houses of Congress. They condemned all speech that did not reflect their values, making re-education camps mandatory for anyone who exhibited signs of whiteness. They had been erecting re-education camps all over America, but up to this point it had been voluntary to attend, or so it seemed. What seemed to be a voluntary attendance of the re-education camps was more like a coerced attendance. The goal of the camps was to undo the whiteness in society, and if you were a straight white male, you were strongly encouraged to attend these camps once a year to effectively undo any whiteness you might have in you. As corporations gained power across the country, fueled by the unrest that was destroying the city, the powerful leaders of America strongly encouraged their straight white male employees to go voluntarily. As the left grew stronger and bolder, it became commonplace to lose a job if you refused to attend these camps, and systemic racism was cited as the reason for these firings. The strangest part of all this was that a black man could also be fired for systemic racism if any whiteness was detected in him, and he refused to attend a re-education camp. Eddie was able to dodge the re-education camps long after most other Americans because he was independent from the overarching corporations, able to provide for himself through his independent writing. Close to the end, contributions made to him for access to his writing came only in secret support from those who had caved into the left despite their lack of support for what the left was doing. But then came the day when the left made it mandatory for citizens with perceived whiteness to attend these camps once a year. There was nothing Eddie could do to avoid the coming persecution. The legal system had been dismantled and rewritten to give the state full control over its citizens. There were no longer things such as trials by jury. Hard evidence did not need to be present to make a case where perceived evidence could be constructed instead. The day finally came when they picked up Eddie and sat him in front of a judge. The judge carelessly reviewed his history and sentenced him to 1 year of re-education. This was a longer sentence than normal, with most cases lasting for 2 weeks. But Eddie was no normal case. He was a black man with a severe case of whiteness, or so the judge thought, because that is exactly what he had told Eddie. The problem with Eddie was that he denied the existence of systemic racism as the left had defined it. According to the left, systemic racism was the idea that America was built by white men to keep white men in power, and over the years, these white men had kept the black man down by using his white privilege from his white history to succeed where the black man couldn't. Moreover, this condition affected all white men even if they didn't have a privileged life or feel racist in any way. According to the left, if you were a white man, you had white privilege, and that white privilege made you a racist whether or not you felt racist or acted racist. Bottom line, being a white man gave you automatic privilege and automatically made you a racist. But Eddie found this theory completely absurd and without any kind of foundation whatsoever, and he had said so numerous times throughout his writing career. Even worse, he had speculated where this type of thinking would lead, and now that the left was in full control, Eddie needed to be eliminated from the public square of ideas, at least as long as he was infected with whiteness. Another reason Eddie was sentenced to a full year was because of his stance against homosexuality, prostitution, and abortion. Moreover, he persistently promoted marriage as a vital institution ordained by God, saying that any couple living together who wasn't married was living in open sin. He had also fought against a group that was determined to destroy the nuclear family, making it clear he believed every home should include one father and one mother who were married for life. And so it was that Eddie was sentenced to a re-education camp over in Portland, Oregon. These were the most dreaded camps and the ones that were assigned to those who had the worst cases of whiteness. And being a staunch Christian, Eddie had a severe case of whiteness despite the blackness of his skin. Eddie's mind was brought back to his present environment at the sound of Jeff's voice behind him. "Hey Eddie, do you mind putting some more wood on the fire? It's getting a bit chilly in here. I'm going to go to the back of the cave and get some more of the bear meat to make another stew." "Sure thing, Jeff," Eddie replied with a grin. "I should have been able to do that without being told. It is getting a mite chilly in here, and I don't make it a habit to be useless. Guess I got caught up in my thoughts." Jeff smiled vaguely. "There sure is a lot to think about right now, huh? As soon as I get the stew going, we need to have a sit down and figure out our next move. I'm thinking we need to get moving here in a couple hours. Hopefully the agent will be ready to move by then. Might not be a bad idea for you to get some rest as well, while I work on the stew. Who knows when we'll be able to get some rest once we leave here. Sure I'm going to miss the heat of this fire." "Yeah, me too, Jeff," Eddie agreed as he began to place wood in the fire. "Me too." Eddie slowly built up the fire as Jeff headed for the back of the cave. It was a ways back there, and by the time he got back, Eddie was out cold, lying next to the warm fire he had built up. Jeff quickly went to work, and soon he had a pot set on top of the stove. As he sat and watched the fire flicker, he felt himself dozing off, and before he knew it, he was fast asleep. Chapter 8. Running for Dear Life. As the men slept, little did they know of the coming danger that was headed their way. It was about an hour after Jeff had dozed off to sleep when the agent began to stir. He had slept soundly for a couple of hours and felt much better. The smell of the bear stew wafted his way, and he opened his eyes to see the pot hanging above the fire. The agent's stomach growled with hunger, and he moved slowly to stand up. A groan escaped his lips, and he sat back down. The pain wasn't unbearable, but it was still mighty sore. Another day or two of rest would do him some good. But he had a feeling he didn't have a day or two. He knew the other agents well, and knew they would be gunning for him. And out here, well, they were likely to take justice into their own hands, and if they caught him, he probably wouldn't live to talk about it. The agent sat and stared at the fire when he thought he heard a faint sound. It sounded like it was coming from the direction of the entrance of the cave, and he quickly rolled over and tapped on Eddie's leg. "Hey, mister," he whispered quietly. Mister, wake up. I think someone is coming this way." Eddie groggily opened his eyes and laid still for a second, trying to comprehend what the agent was saying. "Mister, I think someone is at the entrance of the cave. I heard something out there." The agent's voice was a little louder this time, and it snapped Eddie out of his groggy state of mind. He listened for a couple seconds when suddenly they heard voices headed their way. Jeff had also awoken by this time, being a light sleeper and all, and he quickly stood up. Eddie followed suit, with the stranger doing so as well. "Quick!" Jeff motioned as he quickly grabbed a spear, donning his overcoat. "Follow me this way." Eddie and the agent also donned their overcoats and followed Jeff towards the rear of the cave. The bear stew smelled awful good as they passed, and Eddie looked at it longingly as he rushed on by. He thought about grabbing it, trying to pack it along, but he knew they were going to be lucky if they escaped with their lives, let alone with the stew. As the men moved towards the back of the cave, they could hear the voices behind them get louder. Then they heard a man yell, and they knew they were discovered. With the pot of stew on the fire, and the fire still going nicely, the agents knew the men they were looking for weren't that far ahead of them. The agent was gasping a little, pain gnawing at his side, as the three men plunged out of the back of the cave. The sun was beginning to set, and had the men not been preoccupied with their present state of circumstances, they could have stopped to admire the beautiful sunset that prevailed above them to the west. As the men plunged into the snow, the agent staggered, and Jeff and Eddie quickly grabbed him by the arms to help him along. "Go ahead, you fools," he muttered bitterly. "Get on out of here. I'll only slow you guys down." "Shut up, man!" Jeff shouted as they continued to drag the agent along. "Let's keep moving. It's about to get dark, and that will help cover our tracks, at least until morning. Who knows, maybe the good Lord will send us a snowfall to cover our tracks. If we can survive through the night, we have a chance." Eddie was a big, strong man, and with him leading the way, the men quickly found themselves at the foot of the mountain in front of them. He looked back to see if the men were in sight yet, and was relieved to see they weren't. Chances were, they weren't sure how long they had been gone, and decided to devour the beef stew before they moved on. It was probably a good thing he left it behind. It just might have saved their lives. Jeff was once again arguing with the agent about taking him with them, when Eddie turned around to begin climbing the mountain with them. He was in no mood for bickering, and he grabbed the agent by the front of his jacket and violently slammed him up against the tree nearest to them. "Look here, man," he growled, his eyes blazing with fury. "You're going with us, and that's that. You might as well get used to the idea, so stop your whining and do what you can to help yourself along. We'll do the rest. Right now, we all need to pull as much weight as possible. We're in this together, all right? Now get going!" The agent recoiled with a hint of fear before turning tail and beginning the slow crawl up the mountain. It was going to be tough, but if they worked together, who knows, they just might get to the top in time. Once they were at the top, they could go a number of directions to lose the agents. Jeff quickly scrambled up past the agent before giving him his hand, helping him along as they scratched and clawed their way up. Eddie stayed beneath them, pushing up against the bottom of their feet the best he could. The weather that day had been rather warm, making the snow a little slushy, but as the air began to cool down, the slushy snow began to get icy slick. As the men worked their way up the mountain, they could hear the men below them find their way out of the back of the cave. As they exited the cave, they could be heard shouting, giving it away that they had spotted the men they were after. The three men picked up their pace, clawing and climbing as bullets began splintering the trees around them. By this time, the darkness had begun to set in, and the men behind them began to lose sight of them in the shadows. But they were not deterred, as they too began to scale the mountain. Jeff and Eddie strained as they propelled themselves up the mountain as rapidly as they could, helping the exhausted agent along. They were almost to the top of the mountain when Jeff lost his footing and, bumping into the weary agent, sent the men sliding into Eddie. The sudden shift of weight also threw Eddie off balance, and before they knew it, the men were sliding down the mountain. The mountain was now like a sheet of ice as they plummeted downward. The wind had picked up, and the snow was beginning to fall. As the men picked up speed on their downward slide, Eddie frantically grabbed for a tree to stop them. The agents below them whooped and hollered as they once again caught sight of the men, peppering the area around them with bullets. Just when he thought all was lost, Eddie was able to guide them into the path of a tree beneath them. Eddie grunted as the full weight of the two men above him slammed on top of him as they came to a sudden stop. "Ah!" he groaned as the men lay there for a few seconds, trying to catch their breath. Jeff was finally able to move, and he quickly pulled himself up off the pile of beleaguered men. The agent was groaning quietly as he lay on top of Eddie. Eddie finally caught his breath as well, and with Jeff's help, pushed the agent off. The bullets were winging around them as the three men once again began their climb upward. The agent seemed to be half unconscious, but proved to be of some assistance as they grunted and groaned their way to the top of the mountain. After what seemed to be about 10 minutes or so, the agents below them finally stopped firing their guns, although their voices could still be heard. Darkness had completely fallen by now, and Jeff began to change their direction to the left. The agents would have a hard time tracking them in the dark, and if they turned left, there was the possibility the agents would pass them by on the right if they climbed fast enough to catch up with them. As they began to slowly drift left, Eddie suddenly had an idea. He had been thinking as they climbed up the mountain, and with Jeff's change of direction, he decided to voice his opinion. "Hey, Jeff," he said, speaking as quietly as he could while loud enough to get Jeff's attention. "I have an idea." Jeff pulled up and waited for Eddie to get up beside him. "Hey, I think we should go back down the mountain and go back through the cave and head up the other mountain. If we go left far enough, we should be able to slide down past the agents. If we are successful, by morning we'll be on top of the other mountain, and they'll have a hard time catching up with us, and it looks like it might snow. If that happens, our tracks will be completely covered, and they won't know where to find us. At least not for a while. They might eventually suspect that we headed that way, but that would give us a huge lead. Besides, we have no idea where this goes. At least I don't. If we went the other way, we could hole up at the camp I was telling you about. You probably couldn't stay there long, but at least long enough to get some rest. The only problem will be getting there. I'm not sure the agent will make it, but I don't think we have a whole lot of options to choose from." Jeff thought for a minute. He had scoped out this mountain over the years, although he hadn't ventured too far from the cave. There wasn't much to see from what he had discovered, just a series of mountain ranges on the horizon. And Eddie had a good point. If they went the other way, at least they had a destination in mind. At this point, the cave would no longer serve as a viable hiding spot, and the men would need to keep moving until they would be safe, if that was even possible anymore. Even if they made it to Eddie's old camp, they would need to keep moving after a little rest, but that way seemed as good as any when you thought about it, and it would throw the agents off if they could get by them as they crawled down. "I think you're onto something, Eddie," Jeff agreed after thinking about it for a minute. "Let's head south a little more before we try to go down. We have to make sure they don't suspect a thing until morning. Chances are they're going to make camp soon and wait until morning to continue their search. Hopefully we'll be well away from here by then." With that said, Jeff once again took the lead and led the three men southwest. Instead of going south completely, he decided it would be better to make it look like they were still intent on going their current direction, just in case the men were still trying to trail them. These men who were behind them were tough, and they were good at what they did. Losing them would be no easy task. After about 20 minutes, Jeff finally pulled up, and the men rested a little as they discussed their downward slide. It was going to be easier traveling down than it had been going up, but they needed to be careful they didn't lose their footing and injure themselves along the way. They had a long way to go over the next 2 days, and one injured man was going to make it difficult enough. As the men rested, nobody spoke. They were content just to lie there and catch their breath. They were exhausted, to say the least, and not too excited about the trek ahead of them, but it had to be done. Jeff was finally ready and motioned Eddie to begin moving down. The agent slowly followed Eddie, and Jeff came down last. The going wasn't as bad as they had expected, and with Eddie's steady hand guiding them downward, the men had reached the bottom of the mountain before long. As the men exited the mountain, they noticed the snow begin to pick up. They had seen flurries begin to circle beneath as they scooted down the mountain, but now it was starting to come in sheets. The wind was picking up and had an icy bite to it. The three men quickly made their way to the cave and didn't stop for anything except to grab the bag of bear meat Jeff had stashed away. The bear stew that had been in the pot hours earlier was completely gone, and the fire had pretty much died out. The air closest to the fire still smelled of bear stew, though, and the men hungrily looked at the empty pot as they went by. It wasn't long before they were at the other end of the cave, and Jeff pulled up, with the other two men following suit. He quickly stuck his hand in the bag and pulled out a chunk of dried bear meat. The men tore at the meat as they hastily devoured what they could afford to eat. It was going to be a long night out in the cold, and the little they could eat would hopefully give them the energy they needed. As the men devoured the last bit of bear meat that Jeff had pulled from the bag, Jeff motioned for them to begin moving out. As they stepped out of the cave, they found themselves staring into the face of a raging blizzard. The snow had been picking up as they entered the cave, but none of the men expected this. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing, since their tracks would be completely covered within minutes, but it wasn't exactly a good thing either, because it would make their journey that much more difficult. Chapter 9. Caught in the Storm. With the snow swirling around them, the men huddled together as they made their way toward the mountain looming in front of them. They didn't know if they could even scale the mountain in this storm. The snow would give them some traction up the steep side of the mountain, but all three men were exhausted, too exhausted to climb the mountain. But they couldn't turn back either. As they stared at the white mountain in front of them, Jeff looked at Eddie. "Hey!" he yelled over the sound of the roaring wind. "What do you say we try to make it over the ice? I don't think we can scale the mountain in this blizzard, and we can't go back to the cave. And if we go north, we're likely to run into more agents." Eddie didn't like the idea of going over the ice, his worry still the same as it had been the day before. Despite the freezing blizzard they were currently in, they had a rather warm winter, and he wasn't convinced the ice would hold them, especially all three of them, and they had to stick together. If they lost sight of each other right now, they wouldn't be able to reconnect until the blizzard was over. That is, if it was even possible to find each other at this point. They would all have a better chance of surviving if they stuck together. "All right, let's go! I think you're right. I don't see any other way." As Eddie shouted out his agreement, the men turned and headed south. It was a little easier going that way with the northern wind pushing them from behind. Soon they could feel the icy lake beneath them, and the men gripped each other more tightly as they bravely ventured forward. After a few minutes, Eddie halted, pulling Jeff and the agent to a stop. "What's wrong, Eddie?" Jeff hollered, his voice now hoarse from the rough elements threatening to beat them into submission. "I think we need to try to spread out as much as possible. That way, if one of us falls through, we don't all fall in." Jeff shook his head in agreement. "That's a good idea, Eddie." The agent nodded his head in agreement, having overheard the exchange between Eddie and Jeff, and the three men continued forward, albeit this time stretched out as far as they dared. They also tightened their grip on each other, knowing that if one of them fell through the ice, the others would be their only hope of getting out. If one of them fell through the ice and went under, chances were their struggle would take them down beneath the ice somewhere, at which point they couldn't be found. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes for the freezing water to kill a man. As the men staggered forward through the deep snow that was beginning to form drifts, Eddie found himself thinking about the re-education camp. He hadn't thought about it in a while, but meeting the agent had revived the not-so-old memories. When the 12 officers had come to pick him up, Eddie had gone without any resistance. He knew there wasn't much he could do, and not really anywhere he could go. The authoritarian leftist government had locked the country down pretty good, moving everyone into the city where they could keep them under tight surveillance. Private vehicles were banned under the guise of climate change, and private property was banned under the guise that it would be better for the state to determine who got what, so as to curb the greed of capitalism. In order to make these changes happen, drones were set up all over the countryside to make sure everyone stayed in the city. If you were found outside the city limits, you would automatically be sentenced to re-education. The argument was that if you felt the need to leave the city, you had some whiteness in you that needed to be undone. Just having the desire to leave city life was a sign of whiteness and could not be tolerated. Life inside the re-education camps were horrible for those who did not quickly conform to the ideals of the left. For those who quickly accepted whatever they were told to believe and affirm, life inside the re-education camps could almost be like a vacation in Hawaii. But for those who could not be re-educated, things got worse and worse. They first used coercive methods such as giving you a life of luxury and ease. You would wake up, eat a nice breakfast, exercise at the gym, and then soak in the jacuzzi. After that, you would attend a class where you learned what whiteness was. Then you had a nice lunch, with a relaxing nap afterwards. And finally, before ending the day with a few drinks over a luxurious dinner, you attended the TWA workshop. It was the TWA workshop where Eddie ran into problems. Everything else was pretty great, and he began to think the next year wouldn't be so bad after all. He wasn't fond of the morning class, because it was there that the instructors filled his head with a bunch of nonsense about what whiteness was and how to combat it. But the workshop in the afternoon, that's where the problems began. It wasn't uncommon for resistance to occur in the workshops, but after a few days, it was expected for students to begin forming new ideas and habits that showed they had overcome their whiteness. And most of the students conformed rather quickly, or so it seemed, because they all said what they were asked to say. It was that simple. If you said and did what you were told to say and do, you would graduate and be sent back into society. But Eddie couldn't do this. He knew that what he was being asked to say and do was wrong, especially when it came to affirming things the Bible forbade. And the first real issue he faced was on the third day when he was commanded to affirm the homosexual lifestyle as a good and decent lifestyle. Moreover, he was commanded to write to a former homosexual colleague of his, apologizing for any pain his whiteness had caused that colleague, whether or not it had been intentional. And Eddie refused to comply to these demands. He couldn't affirm the homosexual lifestyle knowing it was sending people to hell, nor could he write a letter apologizing for something he didn't do. After all, he was a black man. How was it that a black man was accused of whiteness because he believed in the principles of the Bible? It had infuriated Eddie to think that biblical morality had been reduced to the idea that it was a disease carried throughout history by the white man. Just because white Europe had been instrumental in spreading the gospel throughout the world in the second millennium after Christ, by no means was Christianity exclusive to the white man. The entire Bible forbade such a notion, making all equal under God. It was actually Christianity that had been the root for the American idea we are all created equal. And because of the Christian idea that all men are created equal, slavery in America was abolished and all people were seen as potential participants in the kingdom of God. It was not an exclusive religion based on color, but inclusive for anyone from anywhere who repented of his sins and turned to Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. But now the ruling Americans had relegated Christianity to the disease of whiteness. As time went on in the re-education camps, the officers in the facility began taking away the luxuries they had given him to begin with. Then they began to subject him to private therapy, using all forms of techniques to get him to accept the reality of whiteness and reject it as he was being taught to do. But Eddie wouldn't re-educate. Then came... Eddie's thoughts came to a grinding halt as the agent in front of him suddenly staggered and then fell through the ice. Jeff had gotten over the thin ice fine, probably because he weighed less than the agent, albeit not that much. But the agent proved to be too much for the thin ice, and he went down. As the agent went down, Eddie, who hadn't kept his focus on the task at hand, nearly went down with him. But Jeff's quick thinking saved him as he stuck out the blunt end of the spear and helped Eddie regain his balance. But by the time Eddie regained his balance and had helped pull the agent up out of the water, the agent had been fully submerged and was now soaking wet in the middle of a blizzard. If Jeff and Eddie couldn't find a way to get him warm and dry, he would be dead within the hour. During the time Eddie had been lost in his thoughts, they had drifted east as they traveled southward, and were only about 100 yards from the tree line at the base of the mountain towering high above them. Jeff shouted at Eddie to help drag the agent that way, and Eddie complied. The men soon found themselves inside the grove of trees closest to them, and Jeff quickly pulled off the agent's overcoat. He then proceeded to take off his own overcoat and wrap the agent in it. Eddie did the same, and they covered the agent's lower body with that. Jeff and Eddie had thick coats beneath their overcoats, but they were not going to survive in this cold if they had to hunker down for the night like this. If they could have kept moving, they would have been fine, but they were going to need to construct some kind of shelter or find some alternative way to generate heat. The men had just finished wrapping up the agent in their overcoats when suddenly Eddie saw a movement to his left. Straightening up, he found himself eye to eye with a great big grizzly bear. The black bear had been a big animal, but this bear was a monster. "Jeff, give me the spear!" As Jeff fumbled around for the spear, Eddie danced to the left of the grizzly bear and yelled as loud as he could. He knew he had to distract it away from the other two men. Jeff could potentially get out of harm's way, but the agent was not moving, half frozen to death already. This grizzly bear was huge, and it wouldn't take it long to devour the agent. As Eddie jumped to the left, the grizzly stood up on its hind legs and roared, towering over Eddie. Eddie shrank back in terror as he watched the mighty beast prepare to make today his last day. But as the grizzly bear descended upon him, Jeff came barreling out of nowhere, knocking Eddie out of the path of the ferocious beast. As the grizzly bear descended, Eddie suddenly regained his wits, and wrenching the spear out of Jeff's hand, he stood up and lunged at the grizzly bear. With the spear held high over the back of his head, Eddie put the full force of his weight into the spear as he plunged it deep into the grizzly bear's side. The grizzly bear roared as the spear stuck into its side, and then turning towards Eddie, lashed out with its paw, catching Eddie on the right shoulder, ripping his jacket and drawing blood as Eddie went tumbling. The grizzly bear roared again as it turned its attention on Jeff. Jeff tried to scramble his way up the mountain, but found he couldn't get any traction on the steep, slippery slope. Frantically looking for a way out, he tried to skirt past the grizzly bear on the right side, but he wasn't fast enough, and the next thing he knew he was in midair, his jacket clenched between the grizzly bear's teeth. Eddie had the wind knocked out of him momentarily, and his shoulder was in bad shape, but he came lunging at the grizzly bear, raging with anger. He was not a man easily riled up, but when he became angry, few men could effectively tangle with him. But the grizzly bear, now that was a different story. But grizzly bear or no grizzly bear, Eddie was not about to let it shake Jeff to death. Lunging toward the grizzly bear, he leapt onto its back and wrapped his massive left arm around its throat, putting the bear into a chokehold. As he applied pressure, the grizzly bear, deciding Jeff wasn't his biggest priority at the moment, dropped him to focus on Eddie. Eddie kept applying steady pressure around the grizzly bear's neck as Jeff lay below them, not moving. But the grizzly bear was a brute beast, and Eddie knew he didn't stand a chance with the bear this way. But he had no other choice but to keep the grizzly in a headlock, hoping for a miracle. As the grizzly bear swung around, thrashing and writhing with Eddie on its back, Jeff began to stir. His head finally cleared from the trauma that it had just endured, and he looked at Eddie incredulously. Eddie had his eyes closed, hanging on for dear life. Jeff quickly got to his feet, looking for something to fight the grizzly bear with, but there wasn't anything to fight with. Except a spear, of course, which was already lodged in the side of the grizzly bear. Knowing he had no other choice but to try, Jeff ducked inside of the grizzly bear's paw as he swung around, trying to swat the flailing Eddie above him. Grabbing hold of the spear, Jeff pulled on it with all his might. The grizzly bear roared in anger and pain as the spear came out, with the momentum of the pull causing Jeff to fall backward, slamming his head into the tree behind him. "Jeff, toss me the spear!" Eddie yelled as he saw Jeff fall back with the spear in his hand. But Jeff didn't respond as his head slammed against the tree. The grizzly bear was now focused on Jeff despite the pesky Eddie on its back, and it stood up with a thunderous roar, its body towering over the limp body before it. Eddie, seeing what was about to happen, did the unthinkable, and using his left arm for momentum, propelled himself off the front of the great beast beneath him. Crashing into the ground below, he fumbled for the spear as the grizzly gave one last roar before coming down upon the two injured men. But Eddie was ready for it, and as the grizzly bear came down, he rolled to the side and thrust the spear into the side of its throat. The bear clutched its throat in agony as the blood came pouring out, and then, just like that, it rolled over, and it was dead. Eddie stood there in shock, watching the dead bear, not yet fathoming what had just transpired, but the sound of Jeff's voice snapped him out of his stupor. "Eddie! Eddie!" Jeff's voice was raspy, and Eddie could tell he was injured pretty badly. Crawling over to Jeff, he inspected his body for broken bones. He was relieved to see everything was where and how it should be. Jeff was hurting pretty badly, but it appeared he was only suffering from the bruises. "Eddie! You need to cut the bear open as best you can so we can use the body heat to cover us until morning. This is the only way we can survive." Eddie quickly went to work, and before long he had hacked the bear into half with the spear. Using his hands, he dug out the guts and cast them to the side. The smell was something awful, but Eddie kept at it, and soon he had the grizzly ready for the men to use as a cover. Having drugged the agent over to the dead grizzly bear, Eddie helped Jeff over as well. The grizzly bear was still heavy despite the work that Eddie had done on him, and it was no easy task rolling him over on top of the two men. Feeling numb from exhaustion, he quickly dug into the snow and made his way beneath the grizzly bear as well. As the three men lay there, sheltered from the storm by the dead grizzly bear above them, Eddie could hear Jeff give a sigh of relief and whisper a prayer of thanksgiving. It wasn't the best shelter in the world, but it was warm at the moment and should keep them alive until morning. At least Jeff and Eddie. As for the agent, whether he lived or died remained to be seen. For that matter, he might already be dead, and with the sound of the storm muffled by the great beast that lay on top of them, Jeff and Eddie found themselves overcome by a deep slumber that gave them rest from the trials and tribulations that surrounded them on every side. Chapter 10. Division in the Camp. As the sun began to rise in the east, it cast its rays of yellow and orange hues across the pure white snow-covered landscape that was beheld by the inhabitants of Hideout Mountain. It was only that there were no inhabitants of Hideout Mountain to view such a beautiful scene that proudly declared the glory of God in his creation, at least not this early in the morning. The city nearby was clothed in filth and decadence, but out here it was peaceful and calm. The storm had raged through the night, but now silence reigned. It was the peace that comes after the storm. A pure white snowy silence gleefully shouted peace to the world and goodwill toward all men. Nothing stirred, at least not until movement could be seen coming from beneath a lump of snow. As the sun rose across the sky, showering the earth with his brightness, it revealed movement covered by the snowfall from the night before. First a hand emerged, then a head emerged, then the full body of a man came bursting forth like a baby from the womb. And thus was the man cast forth to live another day, to fight for survival in this cold, hard world. This creature that was cast forth was a large man, with the blackness of his skin spectacularly contrasting the white, snowy landscape. The past year had taken meat off his bones, revealing a taut body of muscle. This man was a survivor. He had looked death in the eye the night before, and by the grace of God, conquered it once again. Eddie paused as he stood up, scanning the open area of snow-covered, ice-laden lake before him. A yawn escaped his lips as he stretched out his long, powerful limbs, his body delighted by the movement. The world seemed to pause as he stood there, reflecting on his life, his past, and his present condition. Things sure had changed over the years, and not for the better. And now here he was, out in the middle of nowhere, with nowhere to go where he could be safe from all that was seeking to hurt him. But go he would, at least somewhere. The only way to be safe in this dangerous world was to keep moving. To stay in one place was to seek to be found. No, they had to keep moving south, seeking shelter and food when and where they could. Now was not the time to sit and wait. Sitting and waiting would only bring them that which they sought to escape. Eddie thought back to that fateful day when he first entered the re-education camps. It hadn't been unbearable the first couple days, but as he resisted the education of the left that sought to undo the whiteness in him, a black man, they increased their efforts to break him mentally and physically. But it was his spiritual condition they were after. They merely used his mental and physical capacity to get to his spiritual condition. They didn't care that he believed in God, but they demanded that he acknowledge the existence of other gods. They had insisted that he acknowledge the plurality of gods, and the plurality of religions that all led to the same place with the same results. But he wouldn't. He couldn't. And this had infuriated his captors. They demanded that he bow down to the left, to their agenda, and acknowledge that they alone could bring a world into being that was of the utopian kind. They sought to make him believe they could end the ills of this world through the powerful hand of government. But Eddie refused to acknowledge anything they set before him. It was the morality of the left that caused Eddie the most suffering. As they subjected him to their ideology day after day, depriving him of water and food for days on end, his body grew weak, but his mind grew stronger, and his resolve to retain his faith in the one true God and all that was taught in his one true word, the Bible, continued to increase the fury of the left. They tried all manner of manipulation to try to change Eddie, but Eddie wouldn't change. But then one day, when he thought he could not go on another day, something happened that released him from the horrible prison. It was a dark day, a rainy day, when suddenly he heard yells from outside his prison cell. The mouse he was playing with scampered away as Eddie stood up to look outside the small window of his cell. They had at least afforded Eddie this, a small window, not likely as an act of kindness, but more so as an effort to remind Eddie of the freedom he could have if he chose to abandon his beliefs and adopt the ideology of the left. As Eddie looked out of the window, he saw them coming for him. They were dressed in black, with their faces fully covered. As they entered the facility, they accosted the guards without much of a fight and set the prisoners free. The prisoners were free to go where they pleased, but if they wanted to, they could go with this group to Hideout Mountain. A few of the prisoners decided to return to the city and try to live underground. There was a vast underground network thriving in the city despite the obvious difficulties, and it was here some of the prisoners hoped to find their loved ones they had left behind. But Eddie saw no point in going to the city. He had no one to go back to. The woman he loved had been the one who had subjected him to the horrors of the re-education camp. So Eddie went with his saviors, the people who had set him free from the awful prison when he was at his weakest moment. He would throw in his lot with them. It was the only choice he had. But Eddie was not a defeated man, not by any stretch of the imagination. Yes, he was weak and weary at the moment, but he was by no means finished. He had work to do. America had lost its freedom at the moment, but only at the moment. As long as he freely breathed the air God gave him to breathe, he would fight for the freedom of his country, his people, both black and white. He loved them all, and judged them by the content of their character, not by the color of their skin. As Eddie stood there staring at the snow-covered wonder laying before him, thinking about the past and wondering about the future, the two men who remained beneath the carcass of the dead grizzly bear began to stir. Distracted from his thoughts, Eddie reached beneath the carcass of the grizzly bear and with a great show of strength flung it off of them. The two men were brought forth back into the world that had nearly devoured them the day before, and they were mighty glad to be alive, and mighty glad to breathe the clean, crisp mountain air once again. Eddie reached down and pulled Jeff to his feet, and then the two men helped the agent up. The agent looked better than anyone could have imagined. He had slept well the night before, and the warmth from the carcass of the dead grizzly bear had done him well, but the men knew God had spared his life. Many a man in the same circumstance would have succumbed to pneumonia, and at the least would have suffered a severe illness. But God had spared the agent, and he had spared Eddie and Jeff as well. The bruise on Jeff's head was nearly extinct from his memory, and the scratch on Eddie's shoulder given to him by the grizzly bear was not as bad as it might have been. Yes, God had been good to the three men the night before, and as the men started south towards the only place they knew where to go to at the moment, they silently praised God for the wonders of his works. At least two of them did. One of them wasn't quite so sure about God, at least not yet. It was a beautiful morning, and Eddie's spirit was filled with joy and hope at what lay in front of them. He had slept well the night before, no doubt brought on by the intense exhaustion. It definitely wasn't brought on by the comfort of the bedding, but now he felt good, rested, and ready for what lay in front of them. As the men skirted around the west side of the mountain, soon leaving the lake far behind them, they were mighty silent. That is, until Jeff finally broke the silence. "By the way, mister, what's your name, if you don't mind me asking?" Jeff looked at the agent as he plodded forward deep in thought. Jack Haynes. The agent kept his eyes ahead as he carefully made his way over the rough terrain in front of him. Jeff stiffened. Haynes? You said Haynes? That's right, the agent replied. Why? Is that a problem? Nah, not really. Just that I knew a powerful man by the name of Haynes, Jesse Haynes. Any chance you might be kin to him? Jeff looked at Jack warily, not sure if he wanted to know the answer, wondering what it meant if Jack somehow turned out to be related to Jesse. It was probably a coincidence. After all, what are the odds this man would actually be related to one of Jeff's old bosses? Yeah, I have an uncle named Jesse Haynes. Probably the guy you're thinking about. Didn't know him too well. Never met the man. Just knew that he was an advisor to various government officials over the years, but didn't really know how. My part of the family never did to get to know him real well. He never married, never had children, and never came around to family gatherings. He did help me get my job, though. Kind of hard to get a job as an agent, and even more difficult to leave, which I discovered the hard way. It's like the mafia. Once you get in, you can't get out. Jack fell silent and the three men continued their trek southward. After a while, the sun showed that it was about noontime, and Jeff paused, pulling some bear meat from the bag he was carrying. The bear meat had survived the rough night, and the men were glad to sink their teeth into it. It wasn't the most luxurious meal the men had ever had, but it was food, and it revived their spirits as they once again headed south. It must have been about 2 hours later when Eddie halted the men. I think we should head up the mountain about right here. This is one of the easiest parts of the mountain to cross. Eddie looked back as he finished speaking. Looking around for a few seconds, he looked back at the men. I've got a feeling we need to pick up the pace. We didn't get very far last night, and once they discover our tracks from today, we won't be that hard to find. Jeff and Jack nodded their heads in agreement, and the three men began the exhausting climb up the mountain. Eddie was right, and the climb up the mountain wasn't as bad as the side of the mountain they had tried to climb the day before. The trees were also perched closer together, and the men were able to use them to pull their weary bodies up. Soon they were at the top of the mountain, finding themselves in a densely populated area of trees. The men pulled up, and Jeff spoke first. Hey, I was thinking as we were climbing, and came to the conclusion we need to figure out a way to cover our tracks, at least for a ways. So I was thinking that if we headed north for a mile or so, and then went down the other side of the mountain, chances are we could throw off the agents. There isn't that much snow in this part of the mountain, and if we use a branch to cover our tracks as we go, the wind that is beginning to pick up just might erase any sign we leave behind, at least enough to fool the agents. Eddie rubbed his chin as he thought. Nah, I don't think that will work, he said, unless you want to risk crossing another lake. If we go too far north, we'll run into that problem. If we don't go far enough north, we probably won't be able to deceive the agents. We could go far enough to get all the way to the other side of the lake, but that would mean going 15 to 20 miles. I'm not so sure I want to go that far north right now. It would take us another day to get to the camp, and I don't think we want to be out here that long. Besides, that would take us that much closer to the city. Jack interrupted. I think we should head straight for the camp and hunker down. If the agents find our tracks headed this way, I highly doubt they're going to look for our tracks all the way to camp. Knowing them, they're going to head straight for the same place we are headed. And even if they don't find our tracks or go to the camp, other agents will be coming. That's typically how we... Jack's voice trailed off before resuming. That's typically how they work. Agents will hit up the same areas multiple times over a couple of weeks to catch any stragglers they might have missed the first time. The three men stood in silence trying to come up with an idea they could all agree on. There really wasn't anywhere they could go long term. They could go to the camp for a day or two, but eventually they would be discovered. Who knows, there might already be agents there when they arrived, and going back to the cave wasn't a viable option either. That hideout would be visited on a regular basis, now that Twao knew it had housed a rebel, or a number of rebels. Eddie hunkered down and cupped his chin with his hands, staring north, lost deep in thought. There really was no point in going to the camp anymore. It would no longer serve as a reliable hideout. Moreover, there was nobody there to go to. And he didn't feel like hiding out on these mountains for the foreseeable future. There was no life here for him anymore. But where else could he go? What else was there to do? It was then that a thought came into his mind. What if they went to the city and joined the underground resistance? Maybe they could round up a couple of rebels and try to free his friends like they had freed him a year ago. Yeah, that's what he should do. They couldn't go on living like this. It was pointless. Everyone had to die once anyway. Might as well live your life doing something worthwhile rather than squandering it on mere survival. The more Eddie thought about going to the city, the more he grew accustomed to the idea. He hadn't really thought about it before, and even a few minutes earlier he didn't want to go that way. But what other option was there? Eke out a lonely and miserable existence out here, like Jeff had done the past 5 years? That would be enough to drive a man insane. At least a man like Eddie. Jeff might have been able to do so, but not Eddie. Eddie was a man of action, a man of purpose, a man who needed something to pursue in life, something more than mere survival, and this looked like something worth pursuing. If they could mount any kind of effective resistance, he knew the American people would get on their side quickly, and once they had the people on their side, the brittle structure of the left would crumble like a dry cookie. Hey guys! Eddie's voice hinted a tinge of enthusiasm, and the men behind him perked up. What are you thinking, Eddie? Jeff responded quickly, hoping for a brilliant idea, or at least a decent idea. Any idea would be good at the moment. Well, any half-logical idea at least. But who knows what idea had hatched in Eddie's mind at the moment. Well, I was thinking, it doesn't make much sense to go to the camp, and we can't go back to the cave. That leaves us two options. Find another permanent hideout, or go into the city and join the underground resistance. Jeff looked at Eddie when it dawned on him what Eddie was getting at. Oh no, he said. No, 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 no way. I'm not going into the city if that's what you're thinking. Absolutely not. No, that's not happening. Eddie couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jeff was so adamant about not going to the city that it was halfway funny. Sort of, but not really. Eddie sobered up rather quickly. Trying to make his case, he looked at Jeff and then back at Jack. Look, I know it sounds like a horrible idea to go into the city right now. I mean, one slip and we're done. Eddie paused and then continued, his deep voice echoing down the mountain as he spoke. But you know what? I'm tired of running. All I've done the past year is run. And where did it get me? Here I am with no place to go with two people I just met. And I'm not knocking you guys because I'm starting to like you. But you know what? We can't just keep running. They're going to keep coming after us until they catch us. And one by one, we're going to end up like my friends who are on their way to the re-education camps. But guys, we can make a difference with our lives right now. I know, it's risky. But anything we do right now is risky. Why don't we at least risk our lives trying to help save others? Eddie fell silent as he looked at the two men in front of him. Jeff looked like he wasn't swayed one bit by Eddie's passionate speech. Jack just stood there with his head down, staring at the ground. But it was Jack who spoke first. All right, I'm in. The least I can do is try to undo what I helped create. Jeff looked at Jack incredulously. Are you serious? Brother, what are you thinking? I mean, what can you do if you even get into the city undetected? Isn't it impossible just to get past their surveillance into the city? And when you get there, how will you keep from being detected? Jack wasn't deterred in the least. Yep, their surveillance is top-notch, and impossible to skirt if you don't know how it works. But I know how it works, and I can skirt around it pretty easy. I used to do it all the time. Don't forget, the state controls your every move even as a pliable citizen, and a lot of people supportive of the state don't like it to this degree. So they developed a large underground movement to get around the surveillance. Don't forget, the surveillance is robotic for the most part, which means it's predictable. It's good, yes, but also predictable, and that is its weakness. Jack turned to Eddie. Eddie, I'm in. This won't be without its difficulties, but it's possible to move around in the city without being detected. It's hard, but it's doable. Eddie stared at Jeff, waiting for him to make up his mind completely. Jeff looked around, and after a few minutes decided what he was going to do. You know what? I'm going back to the cave. I'll just lay low for a while and keep my eyes peeled and my ears open. After a while, Twal will forget about the cave, and life will go back to normal. Eddie shrugged. Suit yourself, he said to Jeff in a resigned tone. He kind of liked the old man and hated to part ways. And he was a little surprised. He actually thought that Jeff would be up for the mission at hand. But Jeff had been out here in the wild too long. He was comfortable with this life, as lonely and hard as it was. And you couldn't really blame him. It was better than the re-education camps, and it would be risky going into the city, but Jeff was also taking a risk going back to the cave. Either way, Jeff had made up his mind, and it wasn't too long after the men parted ways that Eddie and Jack lost sight of their old companion. They were going to miss him, but they wished him the best. He was his own man, it was his decision, and who knows, he might end up being right in the end. But then again, he just might be wrong, and being wrong meant one thing: renounce your faith or face certain death. Chapter 11, The State of the City. As Jeff disappeared from view, Eddie and Jack began their long trek northward toward the city. The wind had picked up as the sun set in the west, and the men pulled up the collars of their jackets. It was looking to be a cold night out again tonight, albeit without the snow of the previous night. The two men continued walking for a couple hours, neither of them in the mood to talk. They were both lost deep in their thoughts, remembering their past and the coming days. They didn't know what the future held for them. Both of their worlds had shattered to pieces at the same time, although, looking back, they could see this had been headed their way for some time now. Jack thought back to his old life in the city. He had lived his life rather carelessly, wasting it away on frivolous pleasure, especially the past few years. So much so that now that he was removed from the filth and decadence of that environment, he was ashamed to even think about it, let alone talk about it. As the left took over the city the past few years, they had promoted such lifestyles that would have made normal people recoil in utter revulsion. Homosexuality, abortion, transgenderism, assisted suicide, senicide, geronticide, infanticide, gender manipulation, alcohol dependence, drug dependence, and prostitution were no longer just legal, but were now recommended choices for those who desired. And Jack had immersed himself into the culture. He wasn't exactly attracted to other men, but the left forbade white men to be in a relationship with women, lest they continue spreading their whiteness throughout America. The only other option was to turn to prostitutes for any kind of companionship with a woman. If a prostitute was impregnated, the left would simply abort the baby. This way the prostitutes could work year-round, and whiteness would be vanquished. Before the left had gone this far in deciding who could be in a relationship with who, they had tossed around the idea of letting a white man and white woman be in a relationship with each other as long as the man underwent a vasectomy. But they decided this would give the white man too much white privilege, and thus couldn't be allowed. Now that he looked back at everything, Jack found the whole thing disgusting. At the time, he had found it normal just to go along with the left. After all, you didn't have to worry about needing anything as long as you did what the left told you to do. And that was kind of nice. The being taken care of part, that is. The part of being under the complete subjection of the left wasn't always the greatest, but there was enough free alcohol and drugs to numb your mind. One thing Jack had noticed over the years, though, was that things didn't seem to be improving, and people didn't seem to be getting any happier. In fact, it seemed like the city was deteriorating rapidly, especially where the underclass lived, and the underclass people seemed to become more and more unhappy. Now that he thought about it, he wondered why the policies of the left hadn't made the lives of the underclass better. In fact, why was there even an underclass? This is why they had followed the left. They were supposed to do away with the upper class and create a classless system where everything was supposed to be equal in representation and equal in outcome. And yet, there was still a class system, even more so than there had been before. At least in the old days, everyone had the opportunity to work their way up into the upper class, that is, with a little luck and a lot of hard work. But a lot of Americans decided they didn't want to rely on a little luck and a lot of hard work, and so they fell for the left's promises. But the left didn't keep its promises, at least not to a large majority of people. There were a few people who lived the lives of luxury the left had promised to everyone, but now that the left was in complete power, those positions of luxury were designated for those in power and for their families. As the city expanded, the left made room for people from the underclass to join them, but you had to be a useful tool to the left for them to even consider you. Those who moved up were usually the ones who could spin the biggest lies, and keep the people beneath them from overthrowing the system. But Jack hadn't really paid much attention to the politics of the city. He just did his job, took his money, and used it to live a filthy and decadent lifestyle. And it had worked for a while, but then he began to change. It was as if a veil was being lifted off of his eyes. He began to see in the political environment of the left and began to question if they had actually made life better for the people they ruled over. He also began to lose interest in his filthy and decadent lifestyle. In fact, he was sick and tired of it. It had no purpose, no fulfillment, nothing to work toward. There was little to no opportunity to advance in life, and all he could look forward to was another night of empty and frivolous pursuits. Then he met her. She was gorgeous. Her blonde hair swirled around her head as her blue eyes met his, making his heart do a backflip as he stared into those clear and innocent eyes. But she was a white girl, and he knew the left would never allow them to be together. But she haunted his dreams at night, and for the first time in his life, he wanted something more than what he had. For the first time in his life, he wanted to settle down somewhere quiet with a girl and raise a family with her. But that was now forbidden by the left, at least for white people. Jack pursued her nonetheless. He had a hard time finding her, and it wasn't until a month later that he finally saw her again. She was casually walking through the crowd with a basket on her arm. It was filled with fruits and vegetables, and as he watched her, he saw her take a bunch of bananas and nonchalantly place them in her basket. She continued walking without paying, and as she moved along, she did the same thing from stand to stand. Jack decided to follow her, but quickly became aware he wasn't the only one doing so. By nature, being attentive to detail, Jack spotted two men keeping pace with her as they ambled along slowly. They were men of average height, and nothing seemed strange about them, except that they were dressed rather poorly. Now that you mention it, the girl wasn't dressed that well either. Jack had gotten so caught up in the beauty of her face that he didn't notice her ragged skirt and tattered shoes. Not sure what the men were up to, Jack had decided to pull back, following them instead. He suspected they would follow the girl wherever she was going, and he didn't want to be spotted by them. The men continued on their way without giving any hint that he had caught their attention, and soon Jack found himself in a back alleyway that the girl and the two men had disappeared into. And just like that, they were gone. When Jack came to the end of the alleyway, they were nowhere to be seen. He quickly ran to each end of the street they seemed to have disappeared into, but he didn't see a thing. After studying the situation for a minute, he sat down on a nearby bench, longing to know who the girl was. She was different from the city girls, a good kind of different, pure and innocent, uncorrupted by the filth and decadence of the city girls. Jack moped around for the next couple of weeks, roaming the streets in his spare time, hoping for another glimpse of her. But then he discovered the facility where Christians were being fed into the incinerator because of their refusal to reject biblical Christianity, and now here he was. Jack looked over at Eddie, who was plodding alongside him. His head was down, as he appeared to be deep in thought as well. Jack wondered what his story was. What was a man like him doing out here? After all, the movement by the left had been propagated on the basis it was designed to lift black people up in society, and Eddie was black. But that was another thing. Black people didn't exactly benefit under the new America created by the left. Promise after promise had gone unfulfilled, and the general population was just as poor as they had been before, maybe even more so. In fact, it seemed almost like everyone in the city now lived in poverty, but at least they lived in equal poverty. Jack smiled grimly. I guess that is what the left meant when they promised this equal outcome, he thought to himself. His mind wandered back to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. He really wondered who she was. The thought had crossed his mind that she was with the underground resistance movement. If so, it made sense why she was stealing food. She didn't seem the type to steal food, but that was the only way to eat in the city if you weren't registered. The left had perfected a buying and selling system that kept track of everything everyone contributed to society, using it to determine what each person would get in return. They had promised that everyone would receive each according to his need, but at the end of the day, they decided it was better to use goods and services to coerce people to do according to their bidding. And so they had instituted a policy that put everyone under a point system where each person could choose what they wanted up to what their points allowed them to have. The accumulation of points was based on how well a person performed according to the wishes of the left. A person's actions, words, and even attitude played a part in accumulating points. Moreover, how well a person followed the behavioral rules and guidelines of the left determined whether or not a person was promoted. As people were promoted, they accumulated more points and thus had access to more things. The only problem was that there wasn't much room for promotion, and so most of the people lived in some type of poverty. Anyway, the probable reason the girl was stealing food was likely because she didn't have a barcode on her wrist to scan the checkout counters and pay with points. The city had become a cashless society, and anyone found with cash, silver, or gold would be immediately subject to the re-education camps, as this was considered a form of whiteness, which needed to be undone in society. Jack! Jack! Eddie's urgent voice broke the silence, and Jack turned quickly to see what he wanted. Get down! Quick! Eddie was on the ground by now, crawling into the underbrush nearby. Jack quickly followed suit, and soon the men were hidden from sight. What's up? Jack inquired as Eddie peered through the underbrush as best he could. I saw a movement up ahead, Eddie whispered. It looked like the agents. Jack slightly parted the brush in front of him to see if he could get a look. Peering through the brush, he suddenly recoiled back. It's them, Eddie. It's the agents I was with when I went rogue. They're headed this way, moving pretty quickly. Jack was beginning to panic, and Eddie grabbed him tight to make sure he didn't do something stupid. Listening quietly, he could hear the voices now, coming closer. We need to move. Eddie decided as he began to look down the east side of the mountain. He knew they probably hadn't gone far enough to get past the lake that most likely lay at the bottom of the mountain, but they had no other choice. Besides, they could stay close to the base of the mountain as they tried to make their escape north. They couldn't stay here because the agents were sure to see their tracks. Quick, follow me. Eddie turned and carefully began to make his way down the mountain. Jack followed suit, but it wasn't long before they heard shouts above them. They had been discovered. Knowing they had been discovered, Eddie half stood up and began careening down the mountain as fast as he could. Jack followed close behind, half stumbling, half crawling, half falling along the way. The men above them continued to shout as they made plans to trap them below. The lake lay below them, the agents were close behind them, and the city was a day away from them. Had their luck finally run out? Chapter 12. Captured. Eddie and Jack made their way down the mountain as carefully as they could. They could hear the agents shouting loudly as several of them headed north to cut off Eddie and Jack should they head that way. Others headed south to cut them off that way as well. The rest began coming down the mountain in hot pursuit. They were about halfway down the mountain when Jack suddenly lost his balance and, tumbling forward, smashed into Eddie. As Jack fell into Eddie, Eddie also lost his balance, and before he could break Jack's fall, they both tipped over, rapidly sliding down the mountain head first. The men frantically grabbed for anything they could use to help slow their reckless descent, but everything they touched slipped out of their grasp or wasn't strong enough to stop them, and the men continued their downward spiral. The trees dangerously whipped by them as Eddie and Jack slid through the narrow openings, narrowly escaping certain death. The men finally reached the bottom, and they lay there silently, trying to catch their breath. By the grace of God, there hadn't been any large trees directly in their path as they slid down, for had there been, they could have been seriously hurt and possibly killed. As the men lay there, panting and heaving, grateful they were still breathing, the sounds of their pursuers quickly brought them to their senses. Ah! Eddie groaned as he rolled over to stand up. Jack was already halfway to his feet and gave him a hand. The men stood up and leaned against each other as they looked north. They didn't have much time, and the snow was deep, but there was a possibility they could outrun the men on the mountain who decided to head north before descending. Let's go, Eddie asserted as he took off, breaking into a run. Jack once again followed his lead. The going was tough, and the deep snow made it difficult to maintain any kind of steady momentum, but the men knew what lay in store for them if they were caught. This no doubt gave them the advantage. By this time, darkness had set in for the night, and the men felt a little better about not being spotted. The moon was out tonight, but it was cloudy overhead, and there wasn't much light to guide them, let alone guide their pursuers after them. But their tracks would be fairly visible in the snow, and their pursuers shouldn't have much trouble tracking them even in the dark. Hey, Eddie! Eddie! Eddie slowed his pace as Jack pulled up beside him. Hey, Eddie, what would happen if we climbed the mountain again? Chances are, the men up on the mountain in front of us already started climbing down, and if we keep going this way, they will probably be waiting for us. It is much easier to run up top where there is less snow, which no doubt gave them a big advantage. Besides, I think if we climb the mountain tonight, those guys won't have the energy to follow us until morning. They would probably set up camp for the night." Eddie decided Jack had a good idea, and without saying a word, he nodded his head in agreement, turning left towards the mountain. The men valiantly began climbing up the mountain, frantically climbing and clawing their way upward. It was steep here at this part of the mountain, and if they were successful, they just might shake the agents for the night. But both men were exhausted from the day behind them, and it was all they could do to keep from giving up and sliding back down into the hand of their pursuers. Eddie grabbed a hold of Jack as he started to sink down, and together the men forged upward. They could hear the men below them as they discovered what Eddie and Jack did. But Jack was right. They didn't feel like climbing the mountain tonight, and as the two men climbed higher and higher, the voices of their pursuers grew distant until they couldn't hear them anymore. Time seemed to drag on for eternity as Eddie and Jack continued to fight for every inch up the mountain. They were both exhausted beyond human capacity, and finally Eddie stopped, perching himself at the foot of a large tree. Jack did the same, and the two men just lay there, their weary bodies threatening to shut down if they tried to go any further. Neither man intended to go to sleep, but that last burst of exertion up the mountain did them in, and before they knew it, they were both fast asleep as the moon above them rapidly made its way over them, bringing to them the sunrise of another day, which was bringing them another struggle for survival. As the moon began to disappear in the west, giving way to the sun in the east, both men slumbered on. Little did they know that their weary spirits had betrayed them into the hands of their pursuers, but they were about to find out. The sun was beginning to once again cast its light on the mountain where the two men lay, when Eddie awoke with a start. At first he was confused, not remembering where he was, when shouts above him jogged his memory. "Jack! Jack! Wake up!" Eddie crawled over and shook Jack awake, trying to get him moving. Jack was soon awake, and the two men huddled together, trying to think their way out of the problem they found themselves in. They couldn't go down with agents below them, and it looked like they had miscalculated the strategy of the other agents, who apparently had never descended the mountain the night before. The way it sounded, both groups of agents that went north and south had reconvened to trap Eddie and Jack in their current location. It looked like the two men hadn't fooled anyone except themselves. The situation looked mighty hopeless, and they knew it. Not knowing what to do, both men lay where they were, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Jack spoke first. "Well, Eddie, looks like we done reached the end of our rope. What do you think?" Eddie nodded. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Either way we look at it, it looks pretty hopeless. We could try to run north or south from here, but I doubt that would get us anywhere. The agents will just keep moving along until we run out of energy. I'm guessing there are a few of them closing in on us even as I'm speaking." "Mister, you done guessed right." Eddie and Jack both jumped at the sound of the voice. "Hold on there, fellows. Just stay where you are. We have you surrounded, and there's no point in trying to get away. I have to say, though, you guys did put up a pretty good fight. Unfortunately for you, this is where it ends." Eddie and Jack put up their hands as the agents closed in on them. Eddie swiveled his head around to get a feel for the situation, but Jack closed his eyes, not making a sound. Neither man knew what to expect, accepting the fact it was probably going to end bad, really bad. As the agents moved in, a voice startled Eddie from his left side. Looking over, he saw an agent staring at Jack, his eyes filled with hatred and contempt. "So, Jack, you thought you could get away with one, huh? Thought we wouldn't find you, huh? Thought we might just give up looking for you, huh? Well, whatever you were thinking, you were wrong, mighty wrong. And buddy, you are looking at the worst day of your life. No TWAL agent goes rogue without suffering the serious consequences." He looked at Eddie. "Get up." Eddie stood up and waited for orders. He knew better than to upset any of these fellows, because they weren't trained to follow the rule of law. They were trained to hunt down Christians, and if they so desired, they could execute them right here, right now, and not be charged with a crime. However, this seldom happened because TWAL agents didn't get paid unless they brought prisoners in alive, and this is what saved Eddie, at least for the moment. And Jack, well, the desire for money saved even him today. There weren't a whole lot of TWAL agents who went rogue over the years, but when they did, there was a serious reward to bring them in alive. Jack finally opened his eyes as the rest of the agents closed in, and he defiantly stared back at them. They were a hard lot, and none of them seemed to like Jack very much. Not that they seemed to like each other much, for that matter. These were cold-blooded killers who had killed for a living, or at the least, if they never killed anyone, they were guilty of rounding up Christians who would more than likely persist in their beliefs and be cast into the incinerator at some point. These men had blood on their hands. They knew it, at least some of them. Some of them had probably never executed someone in cold blood and might not have known about the incinerator, but they were still hard men, and had they known, they would probably not have cared a whole lot. But there was one agent, from the looks of it, a young girl, maybe 20, maybe even younger. She didn't have the glint of hardness in her eyes that the rest of the agents had, and she was the only female in the group. But she quickly put any thought of kindness on her part out of Eddie's mind as she clocked him with the butt of her rifle. "Come on, mister! Get moving!" Eddie complied, and soon they were down at the bottom of the mountain, where they were joined by the rest of the agents. The rest of the agents hooted and hollered as they surrounded the two men, pushing and shoving them around. Most of their negative energy was focused on Jack, though, as they mocked him about his failed attempt to escape. Eddie stood silently with his head up and his eyes staring straight ahead. He might have been captured, but they could never break his spirit. He had been through tough times before, and this would just be another one of those tough times. Who knows? Maybe this would be the end for him. Maybe he could finally go home to his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Eddie's heart filled with joy at the thought. It wasn't necessarily that he wanted to die just yet, but at the same time, he was tired of the struggle to live. His life had never been easy, and these last couple years had been particularly tough, and he didn't expect it to end. Not with the way life was, and with the way things were going. He didn't look forward to the part of dying, but he did look forward to the part that came after death. Death was the only thing that could take him away from all the misery and pain of this world, and if God decided it was time to bring him home, then so be it. But he hated the thought of the persecution that would lead to his death. He remembered what the agent had said about the facility housing the incinerator. Eddie shuddered as he looked over at Jack. He watched as Jack bent over in pain, now taking a severe beating from his comrades as they whooped and hollered. The girl looked to be the worst of them as she hurled obscenities at Jack, punching him where it hurt the most. Eddie shook his head. The days ahead were going to be bad, really bad. The agents finally had enough as they tied Jack's hands behind his back, and then Eddie's as well. Even though they outnumbered their captives handsomely, they weren't taking any chances. These were big money prospects, and they weren't going to let them slip out of their hands. When the agents had the two men tied up and ready for transport, they began to make plans what to do next. It seemed some of them were inclined to move south and check out the camp they had raided a few days earlier, which was fine, since they wouldn't all be needed to transport these two prisoners. The problem was, though, that they couldn't decide who would go where. The girl seemed the most adamant about leading the group transporting the prisoners back to the city. It appeared she had led the group to their capture, and according to her, that gave her the right to claim the spoils and distribute the reward according to her own discretion. After some bickering, it was finally decided she would, indeed, lead the group that transported Eddie and Jack to the city. There were 15 agents total, and 6 of them would go with her. That would leave 4 agents to check things out at Eddie's old camp, and 4 to circle around back to the cave to see if anyone had escaped them, going back there to hide. As the agents bickered, Eddie made eye contact with Jack. He was in bad shape, with his old wound now causing him serious agony. It had healed for the most part, but the girl had walloped him there with the butt of her rifle, causing pain to pierce through his body. Eddie could tell he was hurting bad, and said a quick prayer for him. The agents finally had everything sorted out, and the girl moved out their group as they headed north. They were about a day's trek away from the city, and they should be able to get there soon after nightfall. Jack was in so much pain by now, though, that he had to be helped along. At first, the agents had kicked him and prodded him, but it soon became apparent that his pain was too much for him to walk on his own, especially through the deep snow. The girl barked some orders, and after a little attitude from the men, 2 of them slung their rifles around their backs and helped Jack along. The group traveled north with a relentless pace, and the girl proved to be an effective leader, keeping the group tight and in order. Whenever some of the men got too rowdy or loose, she quickly got them back in line. The men followed her orders and did as they were told, but it was obvious they resented her. But it seemed no one dared to cross her. Eddie wondered about her. He just couldn't see how she was one of them. It wasn't that a woman couldn't be mean and tough, but she just didn't fit the picture. Her eyes weren't the eyes of a killer. As tough as she acted, she was careful not to go too far. Sure, she had hit Jack pretty hard where his old wound was, but she had no way of knowing he had an old injury there. Now that he thought about it, he didn't remember seeing her hit Jack anywhere she could seriously injure him. She had hit him pretty good where it would hurt like all get out, but nowhere that could cause permanent damage. The other guys, now, they had hit Jack recklessly, surprisingly not killing him. It was late afternoon, and the going was getting harder as they neared the city. The snow was deep where they were at, and the cold air had formed a thick crust that made walking difficult. Jack was so weak that 2 agents had to almost drag him through the snow. The girl had dropped behind and was keeping an eye on things. As Eddie wearily took another step forward, he stumbled and went crashing into the snow. The agent behind him kicked him in the back, sending searing pain through Eddie's body. "Brody! Keep moving! I'll deal with him!" The girl barked out the order, and the agent who had kicked Eddie stepped around him and kept walking. Eddie closed his eyes, expecting the worst, when suddenly he felt the ropes binding his hands cut loose. As his tired and sore arms fell forward, he heard the girl snarl, "All right, gentlemen, drop your weapons. Put your hands up and keep them where I can see them." Chapter 13. Inside Enemy Territory. As the men dropped their weapons, Eddie turned around and looked at the girl in disbelief. She didn't meet his gaze, but instead barked orders at him. "Mister, get those guns from the men and bring them over here to me." Eddie did as he was told, and before long, he had all the weapons rounded up, laying them at the feet of the girl. She looked at him weirdly when he didn't keep one in his own hands, but she didn't have time at the moment to grill him about his behavior. "All right, boys, get moving, and don't stop until you get to town. I'm not the killing type, but I'm not afraid to use the weapon in my hands if I need to." The men decided not to stick around to see how serious the girl was, and before long, they had vanished out of sight. The girl quickly made her way over to Jack and cut him loose. Helping him to his feet, she apologized. "Sorry about roughing you up back there, mister. Had to make it look convincing. Those agents don't look kindly upon any sign of weakness or pity. They're chosen for their jobs for a reason, and it's easy to spot a fake." The girl quickly returned to the pile of guns and handed Eddie 3 of them. Eddie fumbled around, not sure what he should do. While he was trying to make up his mind, the girl handed Jack 2 of them. She slung the remaining gun over her shoulder and headed north. "Hey, wait up! Who are you? What just happened? Where are you going?" Eddie finally snapped out of his state of shock and peppered the girl with questions, deciding to keep the guns in his arms for now, making haste to catch up with her as she set a fast pace northeast. Jack followed along slowly, having faked his inability to walk just a while back when it was convenient. But he was still in a great deal of pain. The girl didn't say anything as she kept up her relentless pace, and Eddie decided to trust her, whoever she was. She must be on their side, having set them free, but he couldn't imagine who she was and where she was taking them. It seemed like she was headed for the city, or at least sort of. She had now changed direction more eastward than north, and it looked like they were going to skirt around the east side of the city. This made sense, since him and Jack had no chance of getting into the city the way they were. They could never get past the checkpoint since the system was sure to flag them as wanted criminals. And the girl, well, Eddie didn't know how she would get into the city either, having done what she did. The agents were sure to alert headquarters as soon as they arrived, and the system would no doubt flag her. "Hey, what's your name?" Eddie inquired as he once again tried to strike up a conversation with the girl while they walked. It didn't look like the girl was going to reply this time either, when she unexpectedly did. "Alice." "Nice to meet you, Alice," Eddie responded quickly, hoping to break through her tough outer shell. "I'm Eddie, and the fellow with me is Jack." Alice didn't say anything more, and Eddie finally gave up trying to be friendly. She obviously wasn't in any mood to talk. The 3 of them walked for about 2 hours, when Alice suddenly crouched down on the ground and motioned the 2 men to do the same. Eddie and Jack were more than happy to comply, grateful for the break from the journey. As they watched Alice, she pulled out a small flashlight and shone it up into a nearby tree. The light revealed 2 red objects shaped like eyes, and without warning, a group of men came rushing out of the trees nearby, surrounding them in minutes. The men were in high spirits as they listened to Alice's story. From what Eddie could make out, this was a planned rescue, and it had been successful. He couldn't understand why, since he didn't know any of them, He wondered if Jack knew them, but Jack looked as confused as Eddie felt. As soon as Alice finished her story, the men quickly took the rifles from Eddie and Jack and proceeded to escort them directly toward the city. They were close enough now that Eddie could hear the sounds coming from the city. He wondered how much it had changed in the last year. Things had been changing rapidly when he left the city a year ago. He could only imagine what it was like now. The question on his mind, though, was how they were going to get into the city. Eddie and Jack were definitely going to have issues, and Alice as well, and these men didn't exactly look like the sort of fellows who were on the good terms with the left. With this in mind, Eddie obediently followed his new friends toward the city. He could now see the city gate and the guard stationed in front of it. As they approached, his heart began beating rapidly, and he wanted to turn tail and run. He had the feeling his new friends wouldn't stop him. For some reason, they seemed to ignore him completely. It was Jack they were keeping a close eye on. They had now reached the city, and the guard told them to halt. One of the men stepped up and handed the guard something, albeit ever so discreetly. If you hadn't been watching closely, you would never have seen it. The guard stuffed whatever it was into his pocket and proceeded to open the gate. And they were in. "Quick! Put this on!" One of the men spoke to Eddie as he handed him a mask. It was a large cloth mask that covered the bottom part of his face, partially concealing his identity. Not sure why he was asked to wear a mask, Eddie donned it, nonetheless. Eddie kept close to the group as they briskly made their way through the city. The last thing he wanted to do was get lost in the shuffle. The city was crowded tonight, and it wouldn't be hard to get separated. And if they got separated, there was little chance he would survive the night without getting caught. The city had a no-tolerance curfew from midnight to 5 a.m. As he kept an eye on the group, making sure he stayed close, Eddie also took in the sights and sounds. It was loud in the city, with unbearable music blaring from every direction. He couldn't make out any of the words from the music, if there actually was any kind of language being used. It sounded more like a bunch of screaming demons. Eddie shuddered as he felt the darkness of the demonic presence all around him. It was like a thick cloud enveloped him, with its presence touching his very body. The air seemed to grow heavy, and the atmosphere seemed to change into a hazy covering over his eyes. The music that once bellowed into his ears now seemed distant and far away. And the smell, oh, how it stank! Eddie felt his stomach begin to churn, and had he had any food in there, he probably would have vomited. The stench of the city was unbearable. Even the smells of the food that wafted through the air made Eddie recoil in disgust. And it wasn't like Eddie had been dining on fine cuisine the last year. No, there was something wrong with the way the food smelled in this place. And then there were the sights. Eddie almost couldn't bear to look around. People walked around with all sorts of costumes on. Masks covered their faces, concealing their identities as they flaunted fake selves. The people's eyes were cloudy and glazed over, as if they were in a coma. It seemed they were walking around aimlessly without any kind of purpose. He saw white men walking with white men only, hanging on each other in disgusting fashion. Black men strutted around with multiple women on their arms, many of them white women. And then there were the unidentifiables, that is, the ones who didn't look male or female. Others were parading around with animals, caressing them as they openly kissed them on the mouths. Eddie gagged as he watched a woman make out with a donkey, but hardly had he recovered from that when several white women came bursting out of the crowd, grabbing hold of Eddie, dragging him back into the crowd with them. Eddie yelled for help as he felt himself carried along against his will. The white women had their faces in his, demanding him to be their sugar daddy, when Alice suddenly burst through the crowd, shoving the other women away. Latching onto Eddie's arm, she let the other women have it, screaming lewd obscenities that made Eddie blush with shame. Who was this girl? Eddie lost track of time as Alice pulled him out of the crowd back to their group. As soon as they saw Alice emerge, the men once again continued their way, this time with a greater sense of urgency. The crowd around them was getting more and more violent as fights began to break out. Groups began to form in the crowd, and different names were being chanted. Alice didn't let go of Eddie as they rushed toward the interior of the city. Objects were now being thrown at them, and the men formed a circle around Alice and Eddie. It appeared a flock of white women had discovered it was apparent Eddie did not have multiple female companions, and this was a sign of whiteness. The white women who were following them began to hurl all kinds of insults and obscenities their way, demanding to have Eddie. As the crowd closed in on them, Eddie thought this was the end for him. He had been discovered, and now he would be sent back to the re-education camp to have his whiteness removed. his whiteness of not having multiple women as companions. Just when Eddie had given up all hope, the men around him hustled them into a building, locking the door behind them, rapidly ascending the stairs in front of them. Eddie could hear the screams outside as the people of the city pounded on the door. As Eddie and his companions turned the corner to ascend another flight of stairs, Eddie could hear the door behind them shattering to pieces as the crowd broke through. After rapidly ascending several more flights of stairs, the group Eddie was with quickly turned into a hallway. About halfway down, they opened a door to the right to find themselves in an empty room. Locking the door behind them, they rushed through the room to the window on the other side. They jerked the window open and pushed everyone out onto the roof. After closing the window behind them, they made their way across the roof to another set of stairs. No one spoke as they began to descend down the stairs. They descended 2 flights until they came to a window. One of the men wrenched it open, and they pushed Eddie and Jack through before quickly pulling themselves into the room. One of the men quickly closed the window behind them and let out a sigh of relief. They had narrowly escaped the city predators once again, albeit this time was a close call. Next time they might not be so lucky. Eddie laid on the floor quietly, trying to clear his brain. He couldn't begin to fathom what he had just experienced. Things had been pretty bad the last time he was in the city a year and a half ago. But this? How had things deteriorated this badly? Those people out there didn't even seem human. As traumatizing as the experience had been, it didn't take long for Eddie to regain his composure, and sitting up, he spotted Jack across the room with his eyes closed. He looked exhausted, and Eddie couldn't blame him. They had a rough couple of days, and he probably wasn't used to that kind of harsh living, at least not for days on end like Eddie was used to. Making his way over to Jack, Eddie sat down next to him. Jack must have felt his presence because he opened his eyes and smiled at Eddie wearily. "Well, Eddie, it looks like we made it here after all, huh? I thought that for a while it was all over for us, but I guess some higher power has a few plans for us yet." Eddie didn't say anything for a minute before asking, "Hey, Jack, what in the world was all that out there? I've never seen anything like it." "Well, Eddie, to be honest, I don't really know what to tell you. Things had been getting pretty crazy over the last couple of months, but recently, things have been escalating. The city has become a bit too crazy, even for me." Jack closed his eyes again, and Eddie's thoughts returned to what he had just experienced. It reminded him of the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, the wicked cities God destroyed with fire. What resonated with him about the story was the intense sexual perversion of Sodom right before the city was destroyed. When God sent 2 angels into Sodom to bring Lot out of the city before he destroyed it with fire, the men of the city had come to Lot's house, demanding to have the angels sexually. Lot offered them his daughters, which was a horrible thing for Lot to do, but the men of the city declined that, consumed by their homosexual desires. Finally, the angels struck the men with blindness, but even that wouldn't stop them, as the men of the city wore themselves out groping for the door, Genesis 19:11. Eddie shook his head. It was like he had just taken a walk through Sodom, experiencing the depravity spoken of in Romans 1. America had been warned about what happens to a nation when it continues down the path she was going, but the masses laughed it off, and now here they were, enslaved to an unimaginable kind of depravity. It started in the 60s with the feminist movement. Then came the abortion rights. Soon homosexuality was accepted, and before anyone knew what was happening, the left invented the idea that whiteness was to blame for all the ills in society. Whiteness was linked to Christian principles, and before long, Christianity was openly under attack. The left perfected their identity politics and used race riots to sow division in America. As cities began burning, the left used it to increase its attack on the very foundation America was built on, and the people bought into their ideology. And why wouldn't they? Who wouldn't want free food, free entertainment, free education, free healthcare, and free everything else without having to work for it? But nothing is free. Everything comes with a price tag, and the bill had finally come due for Americans, and they were now paying what they owed. They had purchased this life with their lust to have everything without giving anything, and now they had to live in it. The question was there any hope left, or had God fully abandoned them to their own wicked desires? Chapter 14, Alice. It wasn't long after their short conversation that Eddie and Jack fell asleep, sprawled out on the hard floor beneath them. They didn't care to take the time to inquire about a bed, the hard floor being the best resting place they'd had in a while, at least for Eddie, and it was warm. This was a luxury that seemed to be a distant memory. Eddie had spent the last 4 months foraging for food in the wintry mountains. Whenever he was able to successfully secure meat for the folks back at camp, he would take it back, rest for the night, and then once again head out. This meant he slept wherever he could find shelter, which never seemed to afford even the slightest of comforts. All the men of the camp did likewise. But it was hard to keep up with the demand for food. There were only a few men in the camp compared to the number of women and children, and most of them had never hunted much until that year. So, as you can imagine, they weren't exactly that successful in acquiring meat for the camp. But the men persisted, getting better as time went on, and the people at the camp were able to survive. And then they were captured. Everything they had fought for in their persistent desire to survive in this dark, cold world seemed to have been for nothing. All they wanted was freedom. Freedom from the oppression of government, and freedom to worship according to the dictates of their own conscience. But those freedoms had been taken away from the American people, especially for the Americans who refused to deny the indisputable tenets of the Christian faith. This is the cold, hard world that Eddie woke up to the day after his rescue. He slowly opened his eyes to see Jack lying beside him, still fast asleep. Something wet was lying beneath Eddie's mouth, and he moved his hand to wipe it away. It was drool. He must have slept soundly that night because Eddie sometimes drooled in his sleep when he slept the hardest. Eddie sat up after wiping the drool off his face, scanning the room with his intense gaze. Men were sprawled over the floor, and it looked like all of the men from the previous day were in this room. The girl was nowhere to be seen. From what Eddie could see, there were 3 interior doors. One was open, which led to a small dinky bathroom. The other 2 were closed and led to who knows where. One probably opened into a bedroom, and the other one was probably the exit, or so Eddie surmised. Seeing the bathroom, Eddie realized he needed to use it, and standing up, he headed that way. He hadn't seen or used a toilet for an entire year, not since the time he was busted out of the re-education camp. They didn't have toilets up in the mountains. Sure, it was nice to use one again, though. Eddie found himself missing some of the comforts of a civilized society. Eddie found the men still fast asleep when he exited the bathroom, and carefully making his way over them, he opened the window and stepped out onto the balcony. He took a deep breath, expecting to feel refreshed, but instead was met with a horrible taste in his mouth. Feeling like he was going to vomit, Eddie gagged, finding it difficult to breathe. He bent over, trying to catch his breath. "Hey! Get back in here, you idiot!" Eddie quickly stood up and turned around, finding Alice standing behind him with a dark scowl on her face. She quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him inside, slamming the window shut behind him. "What are you, an idiot?" she growled, sticking her face into his. Eddie was taken aback by her gruff demeanor and shrank back from her harsh rebuke. As he pulled his face back from hers, he was able to get a good look at her face for the first time. The only glimpse he had gotten of her face the day before was through the dark plastic shield of her towel helmet. Alice was a pretty girl with long blonde hair and sky blue eyes. She had a slender build, standing about 5 feet 4 inches tall. She would have been much prettier if she didn't carry that scowl on her face, but Eddie could understand why she did. Well, sort of. He couldn't understand why she always seemed angry at him, but considering the environment she had to live in, he could understand how that could have created the tough outer shell on her. What do you mean?" Eddie stammered his response to Alice's question, not knowing what he could do to defuse her temper. Alice stepped back, and Eddie was relieved to see her face soften a bit. "Look," she said, "things are a lot different here in the city than you might remember. You can't just go anywhere you want to, however you want to, like you probably used to do. How long have you been out of the city?" Eddie was relieved to see that Alice had some civility residing somewhere beneath that hostile attitude, and responded graciously, "About a year and a half." "Have you been up in the mountains that whole time?" she inquired with a lukewarm smile on her face. "Nah, I was put in a re-education camp for 6 months before some people busted me out. We headed for the mountains then, and we're up there this past year." By this time, Eddie and Alice had moved over to the small kitchen on the side of the room where Eddie and Jack had passed out the night before. Alice pointed to a chair, and Eddie accepted the seat gratefully. Alice sat next to him and smiled. "So you had a problem with the whiteness infection too, huh? Kind of strange for a black man to have that problem, don't you think so?" Eddie chuckled and sarcastically shot back with his answer. "I get the feeling you have a similar problem with the whiteness infection. Isn't that a bit strange as well for a woman?" Alice grinned as she slapped him on the shoulder. Hey, I'd like to hear more of your story later on. Looks like we might have a lot in common. The rest of these jokers here, they're all a bunch of white dudes who have issues with whiteness, which is understandable, but you and I, we kind of stick out, don't we? Alice pointed to the sleeping men as she referenced them, and Eddie found himself liking her. She was a little rough around the edges, but she had a little bit of humor left, and she had that look of purity and innocence in her eyes, despite her attempt to camouflage it. Alice stood up and pointed at Jack. How do you know him? She asked, making eye contact with Eddie. Met him while hiding out in a cave with another fellow. Saw him coming down the mountain, injured and all, and we decided to help him. Didn't make much sense to me at the time, but the other fellow thought we should. He was that kind of guy, all up in the air about doing his Christian duty, even for someone who hunted Christians for a living. It really was something to meet a fellow like that, although it did seem his beliefs kind of hindered his ability to help in other ways, like coming with me and Jack to free my people from the re-education camp they had been taken to. Eddie paused for a second, and Alice waited patiently, wisely perceiving that Eddie was contemplating what seemed to be a paradox in the philosophy of the man he was talking about. Eddie finally continued, I guess some people believe in that sort of thing. You know, do good to those who persecute you. Not that I don't believe in that, and looking back, I'm glad we helped the agent when we did. Where I get a little confused, though, is when people refuse to go on the offensive to help others out, like me and Jack decided to do. You don't believe in killing a man, though, do you? Alice looked at Eddie with a knowing look, and Eddie lowered his head. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with that right now. I mean, of course I don't want to kill anyone, even if it means losing my own life. But when it comes to protecting others, well, it just seems like it is our Christian duty to take up arms for the cause if necessary. After all, the Bible says that the person who doesn't provide for his family is worse than an unbeliever, and I kind of feel like that applies to protecting one's family. Of course, the Bible tells us to submit to our governing authorities, which makes the issue more complex, but at the same time, governing authorities are supposed to be for the good of society and not for evil. Does this then mean we can resist government if they don't fulfill their God-given duty as government and are a menace to their citizens? We know from the book of Acts that there are times we must disobey government, and I think this is one of those times, although it is in a different context. The question I have is, can we use force to resist the current government and set our people free, saving them from the horrible circumstances surrounding them? Eddie fell silent, and Alice could see he was struggling with the current topic at hand. She didn't understand what the struggle was about, but her loving nature felt compassion for him. On the other hand, she also knew that unless he came to a clear conviction on whether or not to use force, even if it meant killing a man, Eddie would be a liability to the plans of the underground resistance movement. Hey, tell you what, why don't you go with me to the market this morning? I need to get a few things, and you might like to see the sights of the city during the day. Alice saw a look of hesitation in Eddie's eyes and perceived why. Don't worry, she reassured him. Things are a lot different in the mornings. The people are usually worn out from the night before and groggy from the drug and alcohol consumption. It's only after 4 o'clock when things start getting crazy. That's when the carts come rolling through the city with free booze and free drugs. All right, sure, why not? Eddie's demeanor had become quiet as he contemplated what they had just discussed, and he was a little uplifted about getting out of the stuffy room. But then again, the air outside didn't seem like it would be any better, even in the morning. Here. Alice tossed Eddie a mask. Put that on. You have to wear a mask anytime you go out in the city. That's why I yelled at you earlier. If someone saw you standing outside without a mask on, they would more than likely call the social service hotline and report it. If they ever came to this room, we'd be discovered. None of us here are registered, at least not under our real names, and we'd be sent to the re-education camps. But enough about that. Come on, let's go. With that, Alice turned around and headed for the door, donning her mask as she carefully stepped over the sleeping men. Eddie did the same, and soon they were walking down a narrow hallway. The smells from the night before began to enter Eddie's nostrils, albeit not as rank as the night before. He looked at Alice. She looked back at him with a knowing look and shrugged. Yeah, I know. Before long, Eddie and Alice had descended the stairs and found themselves outside of the building. The sun was shining and felt good against the backdrop of the cold air. The smell wasn't too bad out here this early in the morning, likely due to the combination of the cold air and the lack of people on the streets. The sun may have helped as well, although the pollution that encased the city cast a foggy haze above them. With the crazy people from the night before gone, Eddie looked around eagerly as they briskly headed for the market. It was about a mile's walk, and he rather enjoyed walking the streets that winded through the city. It was still a dark place of filth and decadence, despite the stuffy freshness of the morning, and Eddie could once again feel the demonic presence around him. But it was nothing compared to the night before. Eddie and Alice were about halfway to the market when Eddie noticed several drones circling around above him. Alice looked straight ahead as she quietly spoke in a nonchalant manner. "Whatever you do, don't look at them, and don't act weird. If you start acting like you have something to hide, they'll come and investigate you. And when they come to investigate you, they'll try to scan your eyes to see if you're registered. Once that happens, well, you can imagine the rest." Alice's voice trailed off, and Eddie did as he was told. He kept his eyes straight ahead and tried to act normal. It was probably because of his intense gaze straight ahead that he didn't see the edge of the concrete walk jut up in front of him. As his foot caught on the obstacle, Eddie felt himself pitch forward. Alice tried to catch him, but before they knew it, they had both fallen flat on their faces. Alice quickly jumped up and helped Eddie to his feet before taking off in a brisk walk again. But the drones had seen the disturbance below, and not having any other action at the moment, decided to check out these particular people. It didn't escape Alice's attention, and as they passed by an open shop door, she suddenly shoved Eddie inside, closing the door behind them. Eddie could hear sirens begin to wail outside as the clerk behind the desk looked at them lazily. He didn't seem to care what was happening, and Alice quickly pushed by him through the door next to him. Alice was agile and quick, and it was all Eddie could do to keep up with her. She ran through the existing room toward a door Eddie assumed led outside. Sure enough, when Alice opened the door, it revealed the exit to a back alleyway. Alice pushed Eddie through the door out into the alleyway and broke into a run as she headed west. Eddie followed close behind, now hearing the sounds of the sirens closing in above them. He looked back when Alice punched him in the arm. "Dude!" she yelled. "Stay focused!" Eddie turned around just as Alice halted abruptly and nearly ran into her, but was able to sidestep around her and keep from knocking her over. Alice was now on her knees trying to pry open what looked to be a lid covering access to an underground tunnel. "Quick! Help me get this open!" Upon Alice's order, Eddie got on his knees, and soon they had the lid removed. Alice went down first, and Eddie gingerly stepped into the hole. Apparently, Alice didn't think he was moving fast enough, and the next thing he knew, she had grabbed his leg, pulling him down and spilling him on the hard, wet concrete floor beneath. Eddie grunted as he hit the ground, and his stomach churned as the smell of sewer fully immersed itself into his nostrils. "Eddie, help me get this cover back on!" Alice was on her feet, desperately trying to get to the metal cover above her, but she could only touch the tip of it with her hand. Eddie jumped to his feet and reached to pull the cover over them when suddenly a drone came barreling through the opening. Alice lunged for the drone, trying to get a hold of it as she shouted back at Eddie, "Close the hole!" Eddie vigorously tugged on the cover once again, and to his relief, finally had the cover back in place. But as the cover slid in place, Eddie and Alice found themselves in a pitch-black darkness, and all they could see were the lights from the drone that was hovering in front of them with its beady red eyes fixed on its prey. Chapter 15. The Sewer Tunnel. The drone hovered close to the low ceiling of the sewer tunnel as Eddie and Alice tried to catch their breath. The excitement of the encounter had rattled Eddie, and he stooped over trying to catch his breath. Alice was breathing heavily as well, probably more from the polluted air of the city than the energy she had just expended. But it didn't take Alice very long to catch her breath, and Eddie could tell by the tone of her voice the drone was posing a serious threat to them at the moment. "Eddie! Help me get a hold of that thing!" Alice was beginning to advance on the drone when Eddie finally caught his breath enough to assist her. She slowly moved along the left side of the tunnel with her back facing the wall, keeping her eyes fixed on the drone, ready to mount an attack at the most opportune time. "Eddie," she said quietly, albeit with urgency, while keeping her gaze fixed on the drone, "as soon as I get on the other side of the drone, I'm going to begin moving in on it toward you. It will probably begin moving your way. Don't let it get past you." Eddie watched as Alice slowly inched her way along the wall until she was far enough on the other side of the drone to begin advancing toward it. He watched her out of the corner of his eyes as he focused on the drone. The drone was looking straight at Eddie, beeping occasionally. It didn't seem like it was paying any attention to Alice. And just like that, Alice leaped for the drone, but despite her quickness and the strategic closeness of her position, she didn't even come close to getting a hand on the drone. As the drone smoothly slid away from Alice's grasp, it headed straight for Eddie, as if it were going to fly straight into his uncovered face. Eddie reflexively straightened out his large frame and ducked his head behind his hands to shield his eyes from the apparent attack of the drone. As he stood up, his head slammed into the stone ceiling above him, and Eddie dropped to his knees in agony, grabbing the top of his head, rubbing it vigorously to soothe the pain. This was all the drone needed, and as Eddie sank to his knees, the drone effortlessly darted past him, flashing and beeping, probably beeping the victory song of drones. Eddie stayed on the ground, groaning in agony. He had hit his head pretty hard, and his ears were ringing from the experience. Alice was mad, raging mad. "Eddie, you oaf!" she yelled in frustration as she darted past him after the drone. Eddie turned around to watch Alice chase after the drone. His eyes were still blurred from the hard hit his head had taken, and before long, Alice had disappeared into the darkness after the drone. Not wanting to lose her completely, Eddie ignored the throbbing pain from his injured skull and followed after her, every step adding fresh pain to the headache that was beginning to form. The sewer was fairly small, formed in the shape of a semicircle. It was nearly a complete circle, except for the bottom where there was a 3-foot flat spot. Although the tunnel was only 5 feet high and 5 feet wide at its peak diameter, the flat spot on the bottom made it fairly easy to walk through, and Eddie began to pick up his pace as he followed in the direction he had seen Alice go. As Eddie moved along, he noticed the increased accumulation of sewage the further he went into the depths of the sewer. When they had first entered the sewer, there was only a hardened crust of sewage, but now Eddie found himself walking in raw sewage about 2 inches deep. His nose wrinkled as the putrid smell clung to his nostrils. Trying not to splash the raw sewage all over himself, Eddie slowed his pace. It had been about 10 minutes now since he last saw Alice, and Eddie was beginning to get worried. But it wasn't until he came to an intersection in the tunnel that he noticed a tinge of fear now beginning to creep into his mind. He had no idea which way Alice might have gone. Peering down one way and then the other, he listened quietly, hoping to hear some sound of Alice. Eddie's ears perked up as he heard something. Focusing on the direction it came from, he realized the noise was headed his way, echoing through the tunnel from the direction he had just come. This could mean only one thing. The sounds he was hearing was coming from TWAW agents. Not knowing what else to do, Eddie decided to keep going straight ahead. One guess was as good as the other, or at least so it seemed. But Eddie wasn't even 5 minutes along when he noticed the raw sewage was quickly getting deeper. By now, it was up 2 inches past his ankles. Just about ready to give up and head for the intersection, hoping he arrived there before the TWAW agents did, Eddie's ears perked up again at a sound not too far in front of him. Coming to a complete standstill, Eddie peered into the darkness, finally spotting what looked like Alice. Moving toward her, Eddie suddenly found himself falling as the ground seemed to drop out from beneath him. As he fell forward, he pitched headlong into raw sewage that was several feet deep. Eddie thrashed around violently trying to regain his footing, gasping and spitting as he tried to deposit the taste and smell of the raw sewage that had now covered him from head to toe. Eddie finally regained his footing, in the process discovering that he was a mere 4 feet away from Alice, who was now standing in raw sewage up to her shoulders. The drone hovered steadily above the raw sewage about 6 feet from Alice's grasp. It was blinking and beeping furiously, with nowhere to go as the raw sewage was now touching the ceiling behind it. As Alice inched forward, Eddie kept silent, ready to assist at a moment's notice. For some reason, Alice seemed to think that capturing this drone was vital to their survival, and Eddie was eager to atone for messing up the last time he had a chance to grab the drone. Just like that, Alice lunged for the drone, but she misjudged the distance, and the drone skirted over her head as she plunged into the raw sewage beneath. However, Eddie was ready for the drone this time, and as the drone tried to dart past him, he grabbed it with both hands, bringing it to a complete standstill, the propellers whirling furiously mere inches from his face. Not knowing what to do, Eddie just stood there, hoping Alice would soon re-emerge from the rank liquid contents she had exited into just moments before. To his delight, he found her body bump into his as her head emerged from the raw sewage. Alice didn't say a word to Eddie as she motioned him to pull the drone down where she could get her hands on it. Eddie kept a firm grip on the drone as he handed it to Alice. As he let go, Alice grasped the drone and, turning it backwards, slammed it up against the concrete wall in front of her. Not getting the desired results the first time, Alice kept beating the back end of the drone against the concrete wall until Eddie saw the back of it splinter, with pieces falling into the raw sewage beneath. The interior of the back end of the drone was now exposed, and Eddie could see a bunch of wires jumbled together every which way inside the drone. Alice seemed to know what she was doing, quickly grabbing one of the wires and giving it a quick yank. As the wire came loose, the drone's propellers came to a whirring halt, and the incessant beeping and blinking stopped. Expecting to see Alice toss the drone into the sewage, Eddie was surprised to see her yank another wire loose. Then she took that wire and jammed it into the spot where the first wire had been. Grabbing the second wire, she jammed that one into the hole opposite where it had been connected previously, and the drone once again came alive. Not wasting any time, Alice stepped around Eddie and let go of the drone. The drone took off immediately, making a beeline in the direction Eddie and Alice had just come from. As the drone flew away, blinking and beeping, Alice finally turned to Eddie, who just stood there watching the drone fly away, not sure what had just happened. It was as if Alice read Eddie's mind, as she quickly brought him up to speed. The drone was designed to follow us until it could verify who we are, or until the TWOW agents caught up with us. It has a tracking device which leads the agents to wherever it is. By switching the wires around, it makes the drone go in the opposite direction of the people it is following, instead of staying as close as possible. If the drone gets far enough away from us before TWOW agents discover our location, they won't be able to find us. Really, all we need is for the drone to get back to the opening of the tunnel before TWOW agents get down here, and it will lead them in the complete opposite direction. When the TWOW agents head that way, we can go back up out of the tunnel through the way we came in. Otherwise... Alice's voice trailed off, and Eddie hated to give her the bad news, but he knew the information was vital, and she would find out sooner than later. In fact, the TWOW agents were more than likely within minutes of their location, and it was highly improbable the drone would even make it back to the tunnel intersection before the TWOW agents got there. This meant the TWOW agents would know to keep coming straight for them. Otherwise what? Eddie inquired, not really wanting to know what other option they had left. He couldn't imagine it being a good option. That is, if there even was another option. The only other option is to swim out of here, Alice replied, pointing toward the direction where the tunnel dipped and the raw sewage filled its entirety. Eddie grimaced. Ugh, he grunted with a look of disgust on his face. There's no way I'm going that way. I hate swimming the way it is, and in raw sewage, there is no way that's happening. Then you better hope and pray the TWOW agents don't get to the tunnel before the drone gets back there and is headed in the other direction. If they figure out we came this way, there will be no way to get past them. What if the drone gets back to the intersection before the agents spot it? Won't they have a difficult time knowing which way to go? Eddie looked at Alice wistfully, hoping against hope she had an answer to his liking. Nope, she replied. If the TWOW agents get into the tunnel before the drone gets on the other side of the opening, they'll know exactly where to look for us. The other two holes at the intersection go nowhere. They're just overflow tunnels. There are only two ways out of this tunnel for us, the way we came, or through the raw sewage. Seeing the look on Eddie's face, it suddenly hit Alice what Eddie was getting at. You heard them coming this way, didn't you? Yeah, I could hear their sounds echoing through the tunnel, Eddie replied hesitantly, fearing a backlash from Alice for not having told her right away. To Eddie's surprise, Alice didn't get angry with him. Perhaps she thought having to swim through the raw sewage to safety would be punishment enough. All right, well, that means we have two options. Either we swim out or we go to the re-education camps. And I'm not going to the re-education camps. What about you? Are you coming with me, or are you staying? Alice didn't hesitate as she spoke, and Eddie could tell she was serious. But before he had time to answer, Alice spoke again. Look, if you're coming with me, follow me closely. You're going to have to take a deep breath because it's about a 5-minute swim. After about 5 minutes, we'll get to the other side of this tunnel, where it will begin to open up again like it is here. The other side is designed exactly like this, and we will be able to find an exit like the way we came in on this side. Come on, let's go. With that said, Alice didn't wait around for Eddie, but plunged headfirst into the raw sewage. Eddie hesitated, but not wanting to lose Alice, he decided this was the only option he had. There was no way he was going back to the re-education camps, and with that, Eddie jumped. As Eddie plunged into the water head first, he kept his eyes closed, but not able to see where he was going. He opened them up just to experience intense burning that blurred his vision and kept him from seeing anyway. Beginning to panic, he started to go down when suddenly a hand reached out and began to pull him forward. Once again regaining his wits, Eddie kicked his powerful legs out as the pair began to make their way to safety. Eddie had always struggled to keep his breath underwater, and this time was no different. They were just 2 minutes into the tunnel through the sewage when Eddie began to desperately feel the need to breathe. Once again he began to panic as Alice tugged at him, commanding him with her presence as the pair struggled through the desperate situation. Losing track of time, Eddie was sure he couldn't hold his breath any longer when suddenly his head popped out of the sewage. Gasping at the air around him, Eddie sucked it in gratefully despite its rancid odor and hazy quality. Alice also seemed short of breath, although she breathed in the air carefully, taking long, slow breaths. As the pair breathed in the air, they continued making their way to safety. Soon they were completely out of the raw sewage, except for the little bit they walked in. As they left a horrible experience behind them, Eddie began to relax, his sight and smell senses beginning to normalize despite the lingering effects. Suddenly a loud gushing sound began to echo through the tunnel, and Eddie jumped reflexively, once again bumping his head on the ceiling of the tunnel. As he lowered his head, groaning in agony, he looked at Alice with eyes wide open. "What is that sound?" he asked nervously, fearing more bad news. Alice's face was emotionless as she looked at him. "The raw sewage is being dumped into the purifying machine below." Eddie looked at her, not immediately comprehending what she was talking about, when suddenly it hit him. "You mean?" he asked incredulously, not knowing whether to be thankful or angry at Alice. "Yep," Alice replied. "Another couple of minutes and we would have been sucked down into the purifier with it. And buddy, there would have been no escaping from that." Alice looked straight ahead as they continued their way toward the tunnel exit. Eddie looked at her, not knowing what to think. He was grateful for everything she had done for him so far, but it seemed trouble followed this girl wherever she went. Or maybe it was just now the way things were in the city. Eddie was still undecided what to think about Alice when they reached the hole where they could exit the tunnel. Motioning toward the cover, Alice motioned to Eddie without saying a word. Eddie understood her gesture without having to be told, and he lifted his powerful arms above him, effortlessly pushing back the lid. As the lid slid back, Eddie looked directly into the light above them and quickly pulled back, rubbing his eyes, taking some time to get used to the sunlight that was now streaming into the tunnel. By the time Eddie's eyes had adjusted, Alice was out of the tunnel looking down at him. "Come on, slowpoke," she said with a slight grin on her face. "I'm starting to think you're going to get me captured with your clumsy, slow mountain ways." Eddie found the sunlight invigorating despite its smoggy quality, and Alice's humor wasn't half bad either. As he pulled himself out of the tunnel, Eddie found himself in another alleyway similar to the one they had been in when they first entered the sewage tunnel. With Eddie barely on his feet, Alice swiftly began to make her way east before turning left into another alleyway. She kept her head down as she proceeded. Eddie did the same. They had both lost their masks, and depending who saw them, there would only be more trouble. Chapter 16. The Conversion. It was high noon when the pair came up out of the tunnel, and the sun cast its yellow hues upon the hazy city beneath it, threatening to break through the fog and fully illuminate the sin-ridden project of the left. But as it were, the polluted city remained hidden beneath the veil of a foggy haze. Nevertheless, the sin of the city could not be hidden from the sight of the Almighty God, and it was today that he would use one of his servants to preach the gospel, bringing one of the elect unto the salvation of repentance and belief. Eddie and Alice turned left upon their arrival of the first intersection after exiting the sewage tunnel. Glad that the experience was behind them, the pair could be seen walking with a look of gratitude on their faces, despite the fact that they kept their faces down lest they be exposed for not wearing masks. The city had grown accustomed to wearing masks, and anyone who refused to wear a mask was ostracized. It had begun with the loss of jobs and homes, and quickly escalated into intense persecution once the left grabbed power. Eventually, the left declared it a sign of whiteness to refuse to wear a mask, and everyone caught outside without a mask on was captured by TWAW and sent to the re-education camps. That is, if TWAW could catch them. But Alice and her companions had been careful not to get caught by TWAW, and for the most part, when they went out into the city, they wore masks. It was not that they wanted to, for they despised the tyranny of the left, but not wearing masks brought undue attention to themselves and thus they complied with the city mandate. But today Alice and Eddie were without masks, which is why Alice ducked into a shop as soon as they entered Main Street. Eddie ducked into the shop after Alice and was nicely surprised to see a shop that resembled some sense of decency. It was a small shop and without much glitz and glamour, but it smelled fresh and the windows had shades slightly open, letting in the little bit of sunlight it could. The store reminded Eddie of the small country store he used to visit with his family when he was a young child. There were about 10 shelves stretching throughout the small store and were loaded up with all kinds of things you might expect at a country store. The shelf furthest to the left, the shelf that was all the way up against the wall, was loaded with baked goods such as bread, donuts, and cinnamon rolls. Eddie's stomach did a somersault as his memory reminded him of the sweet, delicious taste of the cinnamon rolls and how they made his eyes twinkle as the sweetness of the rolls touched his taste buds, sending his senses into a delirium of delight. Then there was the shelf further down the road that was filled with candies of all kinds. There were the chocolate and vanilla-covered pretzels. Oh, how Eddie longed to taste them again. And then there were the homemade peanut butter balls. Eddie's mouth once again watered at the sight of those. And of course, last but not least, there were the gummy bears he used to eat as a child. As Eddie followed Alice through this aisle, his eyes skirted back and forth, scanning the delicious sights that beckoned him to taste their goodness. And with his focus on the delight set before his eyes, Eddie was slightly taken aback by the loud booming voice that accosted him. "Well, hello there, Miss Alice," the booming voice greeted them. Eddie was abruptly brought back to reality, and he looked toward the sound of the voice to see a large man, larger than himself by a couple inches and a couple pounds. The man appeared to have a big smile beneath his masked face, and Eddie liked him instantly. The man obviously knew Alice, and Eddie was curious just how well he knew her, considering she was involved in the underground resistance movement. But Eddie didn't need to wait long to find out, as the large man, seeing the plight of the situation, quickly escorted them into an adjoining room toward the back of the store. "Alice," the booming voice continued, "what are you doing without a mask? You know that will bring you undue attention, and with your current situation, you know that's a problem. And my, oh my, what's that smell?" The big man wrinkled his large nose as he tossed Eddie and Alice 2 masks that were lying on a shelf. As he did so, he pulled his own mask down from his face, letting it hang around his neck. Winking at Eddie, he said, "You're safe back here without masks, but I insist that you wear them when you leave. I know Alice here is a bit of a rebel when it comes to conforming to the standards of the left, but you two need to be more careful out there. Ugh, what's that smell?" The big man was in a jolly spirit despite the sight and smell of Eddie and Alice, and it appeared he wasn't going to let them get in a word edgeways. But he finally stopped speaking, and Alice quickly filled him in on the previous events of the day. The man whistled when she finished, slapping Eddie on the back. "Well, man," he said to Eddie, "looks like you had quite the adventure. How did you get involved with a girl like this? Seems to me every time she comes here she is running from some kind of trouble." He turned to Alice and winked at her. "When are you going to give up your rebellious ways and just accept the city for what it is? Besides, it's not really that bad. After a while you get used to the mask, and if you stay inside at night, you don't have to deal with all the crazy people." Alice smiled, but a look of determination set in on her face, her blue eyes darkening. "Fred, you know I'm never going to give in to the left. I mean, how can you live like this? When you go outside, you have to wear a mask. And when you go outside, you have to make sure there isn't some kind of demonstration going on. And you can't go outside at night. Don't you miss the way things used to be when you could come and go as you pleased? Say what you pleased and do what you pleased? Don't you miss the freedom you once had?" Alice's voice rose a little as she spoke, and Eddie could hear the frustration and bitterness she felt about the whole situation. Fred dropped his head at her rebuke, and Eddie felt a little sorry for him. It was obvious he was sympathetic to the cause of the underground resistance, and there was a flash of desire in the big man's eyes as Alice brought back to mind the life that had once existed for Americans. But he quickly shrugged it off. Eddie was curious about Fred, and before he could take the conversation into a different direction, Eddie decided to inquire into his beliefs. He was curious what kind of religion was allowed in the city, that is, if any religion was allowed at all. "Hey, I hope you don't mind me asking," Eddie said with a hesitant tone in his voice, "but I was just curious what you believe about God and also what the city allows in regard to religion. You see, I've been out in the mountains the past year, and in the re-education camp 6 months prior to that, and it seems like a lot of things have changed since then. Fred whistled as he turned his attention to Eddie. You've been in the re-education camps? And for 6 months? I've heard those camps can be pretty rough for Christians who refuse to give up some of their beliefs. I don't see why some Christians won't just accept some of the changes the left has made to Christianity. I myself am a Christian and go to church every Sunday. Really? That's great, Eddie said, filled with joy at the thought that there were still some believers in the city. But then his face hardened. What do you mean, though, about accepting changes the left made to Christianity? Well, Fred answered, a thoughtful look stretching across his broad face that indicated the physical strength of the big man. Things like homosexuality, transgenderism, and abortion, those are the big ones that some Christians can't seem to accept. I don't see why we can't all just get along. Live and let live is my motto. I mean, I wish the left were more tolerant of normal lifestyles, but I can understand why they did what they did. Once we get rid of all the racism, maybe things can go back to normal. So how does it work to be a Christian and live in compliance to the left? Eddie inquired. Does that mean you don't have a family, you being white and all? Eddie was a little thrown off by the man, expecting him to be a little more orthodox and a little less tolerant with the ideology of the left. But it shouldn't have come as a surprise, with the man living in the city, not to mention he was able to keep shop. The only way this seemed possible in the city was if you did exactly like the left said you had to. Well, I don't have a traditional family, Fred responded, but I live with another white man, and we adopted several children. It's kind of like a family, I guess. It's not what I would have chosen for myself, but the left seems to think this is how we can defeat systemic racism, and I want to do my part to help undo the whiteness in me. Fred's eyes hardened as he looked at Eddie intently. Okay, Fred, but how can you claim to be a Christian and live in a lifestyle that is condemned in the Bible? What do you do with the verses that state that those who live in such lifestyles cannot enter into the kingdom of God? And not just that, how can you tolerate transgenderism? Do you think God makes mistakes when he creates people? Do we know better than God what gender we should be, rather than accept the gender we are created with? And abortion, how can you accept that? Murder was the first sin mentioned when the death penalty was commanded in the Old Testament, apart from the fall, that is. Fred dropped his head as Eddie looked at him, Eddie's gaze intensifying as his voice rose in apprehension. But then Fred raised his head, his eyes filled with defiance. Yeah, well, we don't use the Old Testament anymore, and Jesus never condemned homosexuality and transgenderism. If those things were so wrong, why wouldn't Jesus have made a big deal about them? As for abortion, I don't think the baby is a person until it is born. Therefore, it is not murder. Eddie looked at Fred silently, praying that God would give him the right words to say. After a minute or so of silence as the two men stared at each other, Eddie finally inquired, What do you believe about Jesus, who he is, and what he did? Well, Fred began, I believe he is a good person who said many wise things, and he was always about lifting up the poor and downtrodden. That's why I support the ideology of the left. Their goal is to model Jesus and to help lift up the poor and downtrodden. But before we can get to that, we have to do away with the whiteness in America that is keeping women and minorities down. Once we undo the whiteness in America, we can rebuild an America with equal representation and equal outcome. There is no reason anyone should have to be poor and suffer. The reason Jesus came to earth was to get closer to his creation and set the poor people free from the oppression of whiteness. Eddie shook his head as he looked at Fred with an astonished look in his eyes. But Fred, how can anyone be set free from oppression as long as they are under a system that determines what kind of freedom they can have? All the left has done is give license to sin while oppressing those who preach against sin. And has the left really set anyone free? I mean, look at the way people act at night once the free drugs and booze is dispersed throughout the city. Are those people really free? Or is it possible the left is using these things to help to keep people under their dominion? Fred didn't say anything, so Eddie continued. Look, Fred, the Bible says that we are either slaves to sin or slaves to righteousness, and the Bible defines homosexuality as sin. Sure, it doesn't address transgenderism per se, although it does prohibit men from wearing women's clothing and women from wearing men's clothing. Moreover, the Bible draws a clear distinction between men and women, and it doesn't even once make an allowance for more than two genders. The last time I checked, the left had identified at least 70-some genders they thought existed, but the Bible mentions only 2. And when it comes to abortion, well, the Bible mentions several times that God forms babies in the womb, knitting them together, knowing them before the foundation of the world. By aborting babies, we murder human beings who God himself has created through the procreative process of humans. Fred, we all have a sin problem, and because we have a sin problem, we are slaves to our own passions. And if you look around at what the left has created here in the city, do you see the peace and joy you might have expected? I don't. What I saw last night in the city was horrifying. I have never seen such anger and unhappiness. If Christians can live in joy and peace out in the mountains, not knowing if they'll survive another day, why can't people in the city have joy and peace with all that they desire right at their fingertips? Could it be that the things the Bible labels as sin really don't bring people happiness? Fred looked at Eddie with a look of spiritual hunger in his eyes. Well, I have been thinking more about that lately. Things weren't supposed to turn out the way they did here in the city. It seems the violence increases every night. To be honest, I'm getting a little concerned for my safety. The crowds seem to get bigger every night, and now they are beginning to threaten my neighborhood. We give them everything they want, but now it seems there is nothing we can give them to pacify them. And what about you, Fred? Eddie interjected. Are you at peace with God? If you died today, what do you think would happen to you? Eddie's eyes filled with compassion as he looked at Fred. Fred was silent for a little bit before responding. Eddie, I don't know what to tell you. I'm trying to be a good person, but for some reason I don't have the peace and joy that I wish I had. I'm happy for the most part, I guess, but deep down I know something is wrong. To be honest, I'm afraid to die. Fred dropped his head and tears began forming in his eyes. Eddie walked over and put his arm around his shoulders. Fred, he said, with tenderness in his voice, I know exactly how you feel. Until my conversion about 10 years ago, I was terrified of dying. Unlike you, I went even further and tried to believe that God doesn't exist. If God didn't exist, then I could live how I wanted to and not be afraid of the consequences. But you know what? I grew unhappier by the day, and nothing I did seemed to ease my conscience. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore, and I reached out to God. I confessed my sin and asked him to help me. Something happened that I can't explain. It was like I became a new person that very moment. I had gone from rejecting the existence of God to believing in him. It was amazing. And over the years, I came to know more and more about God through the person of Jesus Christ. I already had some knowledge of Jesus, but as time passed, I realized who he really was and why he really came to earth. Fred, Jesus is God come to us in the flesh. He came to us as fully God and fully man. Because he is fully God, he was able to resist the temptation and live completely without sin. He is more than a good person, Fred. Jesus is God himself. And because he became fully man, Jesus was able to die on the cross for our sin, taking our punishment upon himself. Fred, we have all sinned and fall short of the glory of God, but God demonstrated his love for us in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us, and now it is up to us to decide if we want to bear God's punishment for our sins or if we want to accept what Jesus did on the cross for us. But there is a price to following Jesus. It means we have to leave behind our sinful lifestyles, and it means we live according to the Bible. And to live according to the Bible in our time means we will be persecuted. I know that firsthand, having spent 6 months in the re-education camps and a year out in the mountains, and who knows how much more I will suffer at the hands of the left. But you know what, Fred? I'm as happy and filled with joy and peace as I have ever been. There is no feeling like that of knowing I am at peace with God, not to mention knowing I am God's child. We may suffer in this life, but the length of this life is but a dot compared to the eternity of the next. That's what I'm living for, to be with Jesus for eternity in a kingdom that will last forever without the pain and heartache we experience in the kingdoms we try to create. Tears were streaming down Fred's face as he looked at Eddie. Eddie, he said, his voice breaking as he spoke, I can't continue living the way I'm living. I tried to suppress the unhappiness over the years, but I can't seem to find the peace and joy I long for. The more I read the Bible, the more I am convicted of my sinfulness and of my need for help. I've tried to do it my way, and that doesn't seem to be working. Eddie, I know there will be consequences, but what can I do to be saved? Eddie tried to suppress the eagerness in his answer as he replied to Fred, but joy filled his heart as he watched Fred begin to pass from death to life. Fred, He began, "The Bible says that if you confess Jesus as your Lord and Savior and believe that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Confessing Jesus as your Lord and confessing Jesus as your Savior means that you believe you are a sinner in need of a Savior and that you believe in Jesus as a sacrificial lamb who shed his blood to atone for your sin. Confessing Jesus as Lord means you are ready and willing to take up your cross and follow him. And believing that God raised Jesus from the dead means that you believe Jesus is alive today and that by confessing him you will be justified as holy and righteous in God's eyes. Fred, I know what I just said is a lot to understand, but are you ready to repent of your sins, confess them to God, and accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior come what may?" The two men stood in silence for several minutes as Fred thought about what Eddie said. Eddie prayed silently, fervently hoping that God was bringing about a miracle in the heart and mind of Fred. Finally, Fred looked up at Eddie with a serious look in his gleaming eyes. "Eddie," he said, "I'm ready. In fact, I have never been more ready in my life." As the two men prayed, Alice looked at the ground fidgeting with her hands. She had acted like she wasn't paying much attention to the conversation between the two men, but she had been, and she longed to receive what she saw in Eddie, but she wasn't quite ready, at least not yet. Chapter 17, The Occult. The sun was beginning to set in the west as Fred passed from death to life. God had used Eddie in a powerful way, bringing peace and joy into the heart and mind of Fred through the gospel of Jesus Christ. It was the gospel of Jesus Christ alone that could finally give Fred the peace and joy he had longed for his whole life. He had tried to suppress the unhappiness in his aching heart and numb mind, but never could. And now here he was, confessing his sins, asking for forgiveness, and acknowledging Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. Alice looked on, her face cold and hard. She had been raised in a Christian home, but had rejected God while she was in university. She had never enjoyed the lifestyle of a Christian, always feeling like her happiness was being suppressed. She wanted to live however she wanted to live, do as she pleased, and be whomever she wanted to be, and in her mind, Christianity robbed her of that pleasure. It wasn't that she had rejected God in such a way as to blaspheme the holiness of his name. She always had respect around other Christians, and she didn't get caught up into the drugs, booze, and sexually perverted lifestyles of the left. In essence, there was an abnormal purity that still remained in her, despite her lack of desire to believe. And yet, here she was, feeling herself drawn by a feeling that maybe she really was missing out on something that Eddie seemed to have. He seemed to have the peace and joy she had always desired, even as a young child. But that peace and joy had eluded her entire life. Although she had gone through the ritual of accepting Jesus into her heart as a young child, because that is what young children do who grow up in Christian homes, for some reason the act had not brought about the desired results, at least not in her life. But she didn't have room for God in her life at this moment, especially if he was going to hinder her from fulfilling her role in the fight against the left. She had watched Eddie struggle with the issue of nonviolence, and she remembered the passive actions of her family. Had Christians been more proactive in the past, Christianity would not have become what it was today, under attack, or revised to such an extreme it was unrecognizable from what it had been even 20 years before. In Alice's mind, it was the underground resistance movement that was going to return the Christian religion to America. Although she didn't necessarily consider herself a Christian, she believed in the supremacy of the Christian religion in a country and the benefit it had on people. Even now, as she watched Eddie interact with Fred and saw the change that was beginning to occur in him, she knew that true Christianity, like that which Eddie had, only made society a better place to live in. Other religions seemed to bring darkness, despair, and death. But Christianity, well, true Christianity, brought peace, joy, and life. Alice's mind was bumped back to reality when she felt a hand tap her shoulder. She looked up to see Eddie smiling at her. "Deep in thought, are you?" Alice smiled slightly. "Nah, not really. Just trying to be respectful while you do your thing." Wanting to steer the conversation away from any possibility of engaging Eddie in spiritual talk, she quickly added, "Hey, we need to get going. It's getting late out and the people out there are only going to get crazier as the night continues." Fred was standing nearby with his chin cupped in his hand, deep in thought about what had just happened. There was a gleam in his eyes and a look of joy radiating across his face. His cheeks were still streaked from the tears that had been flowing down them just minutes before, but it was obvious he was a new man. But he had something more on his mind that he wanted to share. Hey, guys, he interrupted as Eddie and Alice were prepared to exit his shop and head for the apartment. I think there's something you need to see, especially you, Eddie. It will give you an idea what you're up against as you go do whatever you're planning to do. I have a feeling you're up to something more than just evading the left. I know Alice pretty well, and if you're with her, well, you're probably going to see a lot of danger in the coming days. Alice wasn't in a mood to humor Fred, but Eddie was curious what he had in mind to show them. There was a look of clarity in Fred's eyes, a look that can be seen only in the eyes of a born-again Christian. What do you have in mind? Eddie asked, moving over toward Fred, curious what he was about to show them. It's not here, Fred answered, pausing as he looked over at Alice. Alice isn't going to like where I need to take you to see what I want to show you, but I think you really have to see this. Alice moved over to join the group, inquiring with a tense look on her face. Where is that, Fred? I need to take Eddie to the Church of Ash, Fred replied, dropping his gaze to avoid making eye contact with Alice, expecting her to lash out with a fiery rebuttal. Oh no, you don't. No way. You're not taking us there. Absolutely not. Eddie was taken aback by Alice's response, and his curiosity was nearly more than he could bear. What is the Church of Ash? He inquired eagerly. Fred looked at Eddie with a serious look on his face. It's a place down in the social center of the city where only the rich and famous are allowed to go. The Church of Ash was designated as the spiritual center of the city. I was able to get a pass a year ago because of my social status, but went only once. I couldn't bear to see what I saw. It was absolutely horrifying. But now that I have spiritual clarity, everything is beginning to make sense. If you saw what I saw, you will be able to see what we're really up against in the city. But Eddie, I have to warn you, what you are about to see will remain with you the rest of your life. How do I get in? Eddie inquired with a look of hesitation pointed at Alice. You have to have a pass to get in. I don't. Moreover, to be honest, after my experience last evening, I'm a little hesitant to go outside at night. I know God will protect me, but the spiritual oppression out there is a bit much for me to cope with. And if the spiritual oppression is as bad as you make it sound, well, I'm not sure I'm up for it. Yeah, Eddie, Alice interjected. You're thinking with a clear head, unlike this fool we're talking to. Let's go. Alice turned to go when Fred stepped around her and put his hands out, blocking their exit. Look, just trust me on this. I can get Eddie in. Alice, I'm not asking you to go. I know that you don't believe in the spiritual aspect of the war we're in, but Eddie does. At least I hope so. Fred looked at Eddie, who was staring down at the ground, trying to make up his mind. Looking up, he finally agreed. Okay, I'm on board if you can get me in, but won't they want to know who I am before they let me in? One step ahead of you, Eddie, Fred responded cheerily, glad to see Eddie on board. You see, I make fake passes for the underground resistance movement all the time. That's how Alice knows me. Even though I supported the ideology of the left, I didn't support the way they went about implementing their policies. And I don't like the results they are producing. So I would make Alice and her companions fake passes to get into certain strategic places so they could carry on with their work. I can make you a fake pass and you'll be golden. That is, as long as your eyes don't get scanned. But if you're with me and act normal, you should be fine. What do you say? Are you in? Eddie wasn't comfortable with the idea, but for some reason he felt God was leading him in that direction. All right, Fred, I'm in. Alice shook her head at Eddie disgustingly. It's your funeral, Eddie. Guess this is the last time I'll see you. That is, until we come to bust you out of the re-education camp you'll be sent to. Oh well, at least you won't be giving us any more trouble with your backward mountain ways. She looked at Fred angrily. Hope you're happy, Fred, taking Eddie to his funeral. If anything happens to him, it will be all your fault. With that, Alice pulled her mask up over her face and stormed out. Fred looked like he was going to respond, but then decided not to. Looking at Eddie, he smiled and said, Just hang out here for a couple minutes, Eddie. I'll be right back with your pass, and we'll be on our way. We don't have any time to waste. Fred disappeared into another room further into the building, and Eddie sat down, feeling like he needed a break from the craziness of the city. The mountains and the harsh life on them were more and more appealing by the minute compared to life in the city. It didn't seem like there was ever any time to rest here in the city. The mountains were harsh, but at least there he had time to rest in the presence of God. Eddie sank to his knees, as his thoughts directed him toward God. "Oh Lord," he prayed, "thank you so much for bringing salvation to Fred. How I have longed to see this again. And God, also please help Alice see that she needs you. And Lord, please be with Fred and I as we go into that spiritual darkness. I don't know what it will be like, but you do, Lord, and we will need you to protect us. And God, whatever happens, may we bring you honor and glory in all that we do. I love you, God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and I pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen." Eddie had barely finished praying when Fred walked through the door, tossing him a clean pair of clothes. "Go ahead and put those on," he said. "The last thing we need is your smell giving us away, and here's some deodorant. Come on out into the store when you're ready. Try to hurry." Fred disappeared into the main area of the store, and Eddie didn't waste any time getting ready. Pulling his mask up over his face, he exited into the main area where Fred had gone, and the two men made their way outside. The night had brought a brisk, cool air with it, and Eddie was glad for the extra jacket Fred had so kindly given him. Fred had also provided him with an interior jacket with a hood attached, but Eddie didn't think he would need it. Moreover, he didn't want to attract any attention. Pulling up the collar of his outer jacket, he kept his eyes down and forward, staying as close to Fred as he could. Despite the sounds around him compelling him to look around, Eddie kept his eyes focused on Fred as the pair quickly made their way through the crowds that were beginning to form. It wasn't long before Fred turned left and headed south. As they walked south, Eddie could see out of the corner of his eye that the area around them was getting nicer and nicer, and the crowds were getting less and less. Soon they were in what appeared to be a very wealthy area with limited people. The noise behind them began to subside, and soon it was but a distant memory. The streets were now mostly vacant except for the occasional passerby. As they passed them, Eddie could hear Fred begin to greet each one of them with a single word, which he couldn't understand. It must have been some kind of code word. And just like that, they had arrived. Fred stopped in front of Eddie, and Eddie looked up to see a majestic building in front of him. It was a modern cathedral, built of stone and plated with gold. At the very top of the building, on its sides, a rainbow formed a circle around the entire building. Perched above the building, high up on an asherah pole, was the symbol of a crow with wings opened wide. They were close enough to the entrance for Eddie to hear music echoing out of the building. It was a soothing music, accompanied with repetitious chants from the people within. Fred nodded to several people as he paused to let them enter the building. They all wore hoods over their heads. Fred pulled up his hood over his head as he looked at Eddie. Eddie followed suit, not sure if he should go forward with this. Not wasting any time, Fred walked into the building, and Eddie threw off his hesitation and followed closely behind, not wanting to lose Fred in the crowd in the building. As they entered the building, Eddie looked up to see 6 individuals standing up on stage with hoods over their heads, backs turned toward the crowd. They were looking up at a spear hung high above them. It was the Holy Lance, also known as the Spear of Destiny, or the Lance of Longinus. This spear had once resided in the Hofburg Library of Vienna. It was believed that this was the spear that had pierced the side of Jesus when he hung dying on the cross. It was also believed that this spear had special power to give its possessors the ability to conquer and rule the world. While this spear was at the Hofburg Library of Vienna, Hitler had stood in front of it for hours, staring at it as if in a trance, inviting the power of the spear to enter him. The 6 individuals on stage stood before the spear with their hands raised in the same shape of the crow that perched on top of the building. They were chanting words that Eddie couldn't understand, but as the sounds permeated through the building, he felt a shudder tremor through his body. He wanted to turn and run, but Fred pulled him over to the right side of the building. As they sat down, Eddie breathed a prayer to God for protection. The 2 men had just sat down when Eddie saw a procession entering the building through a door up ahead on the right. The individuals all had hoods over their heads, and Eddie strained to see their faces. As they came closer, he shrank back in horror, recognizing several of them. There were 36 people in all, 18 black women and 18 white men. Eddie didn't recognize all of the black women, but the ones he recognized were prominent black women who were actively engaged in the occult. This didn't shock Eddie, considering the atmosphere he was in, but it was the recognition of the 18 white men that sent a cold shiver running down his spine. Many of them were pastors from megachurches, and not just pastors who had been considered false teachers, but also pastors who had once fearlessly proclaimed the biblical doctrines of the gospel. Among the pastors, there were also a few businessmen and priests. Eddie didn't recognize any of the priests, but he did recognize at least one businessman. He was the CEO of a large fast food restaurant chain and had been at the forefront of the evangelical movement that had helped spread the propaganda that systemic racism was a real problem in the country and that whiteness in America needed to be destroyed. Eddie lost sight of the faces of the procession as they turned right and then turned their backs to the crowd, kneeling before a casket they had rolled out with them. The 18 women formed a semicircle around the casket, standing up on their knees, their hands laid on the casket. The 18 men knelt down on the ground behind the 18 women and proceeded to kiss their bare feet with their lips. As the women began chanting, the crowd stood up with hands held high, swaying back and forth, wailing with their mouths. And then the unthinkable happened. One of the 6 members on the stage took down the spear that hung up on the wall before them, and the other 5 members turned around and proceeded to open up the casket. Eddie strained to see what was in the casket, and as the contents of it rose up in front of him, he once again shrank back in horror. No! It could not be! This could not be happening! Eddie's thoughts screeched with horror as he looked at the scene unraveling before him. Eddie had closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them just in time to see the sword coming down on the content of the casket. A young white male child lay in the casket, not even 10 years old, obviously drugged, as he lay there unconscious. This was all Eddie could take, and he screamed in horror as he turned around and fled the building. Tears were streaming down his face as he rushed through the door, knocking over the attendant in the process. The crowd behind him began yelling for someone to stop him, but Eddie couldn't hear them. All he could think about was getting away from whatever it was that he had just witnessed. Chapter 18, Tragedy Strikes. Night had overcome the city completely when Eddie rushed out into the sullen darkness that had befallen its inhabitants and all that lay therein. He could hear the crowd shouting behind him as he rushed through the street from the direction Fred had brought him. Getting his bearings back a little as he raced through the streets, he looked back behind him to see if he could spot Fred anywhere. At first he couldn't see Fred in the crowd that was beginning to form outside of the cathedral. And since the crowd had decided it wasn't worth chasing him, Eddie slowed down to a walk and ducked behind a tree nearby. From there he peered out around the tree to see if he could see what had become of Fred. It wasn't but a few minutes later that Eddie saw Fred come out of the building. But he didn't come out as Eddie had hoped. No, he was being dragged out by several members of the congregation, and the screams of the crowd increased as they dragged him into their midst. Eddie gasped in horror as he saw the crowd begin to unleash its fury on Fred. They pounded him with their fists, kicked him with their feet, and hurled all kinds of obscenities at him with their mouths. Eddie's ears burned with shame as bits and pieces of these obscenities floated to his ears. Such horrible language it was. Eddie remembered how he used to speak before he became a Christian. But after becoming a Christian, he had laid aside his filthy way of speaking, and what had stood out to him over the years was how rapidly the language of unbelievers was evolving into a completely different language than what he spoke. It seemed that unbelievers couldn't form a sentence anymore without every other word being some kind of a cuss word. It was because of his newfound Christian faith that he had cleaned up his own language, but as time passed on, Eddie realized that it was more than just a matter of trying to be a Christian outwardly, that he now spoke differently. He had truly changed inwardly. Moreover, he felt repulsed by the uncouth language of the emerging American society. In his mind it was uncivilized and brutish. Not knowing what to do, Eddie stayed well hidden behind the large oak tree as he watched to see what would become of Fred. It appeared that Fred was now pretty much unconscious as he lay on the ground, still taking kicks to his body, some landing on his head. Eddie winced involuntarily as another kick landed squarely in the back of Fred's skull. It would be a miracle if he survived. But Fred wasn't quite dead yet, and the crowd finally backed away from him, seemingly unsure of what to do next. A middle-aged, white gentleman with a rather neat appearance emerged from the crowd and knelt beside Fred, who lay on the ground moaning and groaning. Eddie wanted to venture closer to see if he could hear anything that was being said, but the last thing he could afford to do right now was to get caught. It wouldn't do either one of them any good. The gentleman who had knelt beside Fred to talk to him stood up after a few minutes, apparently not getting the information he wanted, shaking his head as he walked back into the crowd. The crowd swallowed him up as it vomited out several other men. These men were not well kempt, with rough-looking exteriors. Eddie shivered. This didn't look like it was going to end well for Fred. Chances were he was going to end up in the re-education camps. That is, if he even survived the brutal beating he was taking. Eddie's heart sank at the thought. With Fred just having come to Christ, there was a possibility he might fold if too much pressure was applied on him to reject biblical Christianity. Fred had obviously had it pretty good over the years under the dominion of the left, and despite his efforts to resist their tyranny by aiding the underground resistance movement, he had no idea what real persecution looked like. But the crowd had other plans for Fred, and Eddie could hardly believe his eyes as they dragged him to a nearby tree where they tossed a rope over one of the lower branches. Surely this wasn't what it looked like. Had the left really fallen this low? They had obviously fallen pretty far, but this seemed barbaric even for the left. But then again, if they were throwing Christians into the incinerator while they were still alive, nothing was too low for them. Eddie's thoughts came to a screeching halt as his ears perked up at the sound of shouting from one of the men who was helping to hang Fred. Straining to hear what he was saying, Eddie leaned around the tree as much as he dared, hoping to make out what was being said. He could finally make out what the man was saying, and his heart sank even further. It was Eddie they wanted, and if Fred didn't give them Eddie, they were going to hang him right then and there. Eddie hesitated for a second, knowing he would be a fool to go down there and turn himself in with the hope they would spare Fred's life, but he knew he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. It might be difficult, but God would provide, and even if it meant Eddie's death, well, he knew he had a home in heaven waiting for him. And with that thought, Eddie left his hiding spot from behind the tree and yelled with all his might, "Hey! Over here! I'm the man you're looking for!" Eddie's loud, booming voice echoed over the crowd, and everyone turned around simultaneously to watch Eddie walk toward them. Eddie could see the shock in their eyes as they seemed paralyzed by his presence. What Eddie was doing was unthinkable. He was giving up his own freedom just to save the life of someone else. This wasn't something the left got to experience every day. But it didn't take the crowd long to recover from the shock that had beset its congregants, and it wasn't long before they had Eddie's hand tied behind his back, standing alongside Fred, who seemed more dead than alive as he was held up by two of the men who had been threatening to hang him. The crowd pushed Eddie and Fred back into the Ash Cathedral, and Eddie did all he could to avoid looking at the casket where the execution had taken place. The demonic darkness inside the building was especially noticeable as they entered the room, and Eddie silently prayed for strength, wisdom, and endurance from God. They hustled Eddie and Fred into a dark room toward the front of the main chamber, and making sure they were tied up well, they left the two men to themselves, slamming the door shut behind them. Eddie could hear the lock click and knew their escape would be virtually impossible. Alice was right. They should never have come. The noise of the crowd faded away completely, and as complete and utter silence invaded the darkness surrounding Fred and Eddie, Eddie now had time to think about what he had just experienced. It was unlike anything he could have imagined. He knew that the leftist movement that had begun years ago was into the demonic rituals of the African religions, but how had it escalated into child sacrifice, with the Asherah pole, with the open-winged crow perched on top of the building, not to mention their use of the sword that had helped push Hitler into a state of sheer madness as he tried to conquer the world with the source of its perceived power. And Hitler had channeled the source of its power, or should we say the source of its power channeled Hitler. Hitler had become a fearful sight of demonic activity, and the horrors he had unleashed on the world was still vivid in the world's memory 100 years later. And now here was America, experiencing the very same demonic presence that had caused the death of millions of people. Eddie thought back to the beginning of the end for Christian America. It's not that America didn't have issues, nor was it that everyone in America was Christian, but there had been a strong Christian presence throughout her brief history, and it had been that strong Christian presence that had propelled her onto the world stage as it abolished slavery and fought against the demonic tyranny of Hitler. Then it had resisted the rise of communism along with its Marxist roots. But somehow Christianity in America had met the same fate that Christianity in Germany had succumbed to. Just like the Christian leaders in Germany had supported Hitler in his rise to power, the Christian leaders in America had supported the left's rise to power. There had been a few leaders in America, like those in the dark Germany of Hitler's time, who had seen what was happening and early on spoke out against the agenda of the left, but it was too little, too late. It seemed America was tired of biblical Christianity and wanted something else to rally around, and the illusion of white privilege, systemic racism, and white supremacy in America had somehow catapulted people involved in the occult into positions of power. Not only had the black pastors bought into this in their desire for power, but white pastors had bought into this as well, for whatever reason that was. It had always seemed strange to Eddie to watch white people hamstring themselves as they decried white privilege, systemic racism, and white supremacy. Not that racism and white supremacy wasn't wrong, but the way the left presented it, there was no cure for this disease of whiteness except to put it to death. Eddie shuddered as he recalled how black politicians and black members of the social movement had said that there was no cure for racism, that white people were born racist, and that white people were actually demons having been deprived of certain human elements necessary to be considered humans. Some of the crazier things being said at the time were so outlandish that it seemed Christians merely glazed over when they heard it. Few people took the left serious about everything they said, but because they had perceivably exposed a real issue in America, it seemed necessary to get behind them and support them in their ideology, despite their platform that now openly portrayed the decadent depravity of Romans 1. But the left was dead serious about what they were saying, and before American Christians knew what was happening, they were being deported to re-education camps for their refusal to deny biblical tenets of the Christian faith. And this didn't exclude women, children, and black people. Come to find out, no one was immune from the agenda of the left. Eddie had realized early on that this movement from the left was actually a war on Christianity. As Christians slept in their spiritual stupor, the demonic power of the left increased. As the left grew stronger, it began consuming powerful platforms that had once been inhabited by professing Christians. Perhaps those professing Christians hadn't actually been true Christians, but at least they weren't openly inviting demons into the American culture. And now here Eddie was, a black man, once again captured by the left, most likely on his way back to the re-education camps. It was supposed to be different under the left. If you were black, you were supposed to have special protection, but it soon became apparent that only applied to criminals who had a history of violence, sexual assault, and drug crimes. If you were a biblical Christian, you were the enemy, and you had no such protection, not even if you were black. Eddie was deep in thought when he was coaxed back to his present condition by Fred's groaning. Reaching over, he laid his large hand on Fred's shoulder, saying a quick prayer for him. The prayer appeared to work somewhat, and Fred mumbled something. "Fred! Fred!" Eddie softly spoke Fred's name, not sure if there might be guards outside who might take offense at the sound of his voice. Fred audibly moaned again, and Eddie knew he was in severe pain. After a few more attempts to get Fred to talk coherently, Eddie decided it was useless, and after praying for him once again, he laid back his head to see if he couldn't get some rest. Eddie was more exhausted than he realized, and before he knew it, he was fast asleep. The night passed by mostly in silence as the two men slept side by side. A puddle of drool began to form on the floor beneath Eddie's mouth as he unconsciously stretched out his large frame, trying to find some kind of comfort on the hard, cold stone floor beneath him. Fred appeared to finally fall into a deep sleep as well, his groaning ceasing completely. The night passed on by without much ado for the two men who slept through most of it, and although they could not see it, the sun was well on its way up in the east when the men awoke to see another day spread before them. At least one man awoke. His name was Eddie. The other man remained unmoving beside him. Eddie yawned as he stretched out his sore body, feeling relief from the cramps that were plaguing it. He looked over at Fred and smiled. It was good to see Fred get some sleep. That would do his body as much good as anything. As Eddie watched Fred sleep, a slight chill began to creep over him. Fred didn't look like a man fast asleep. In fact, he looked like... Eddie reached over and touched Fred on the forehead. It was cold. Leaning over, he put his ear to Fred's mouth. It didn't feel like he was breathing either. And then it hit Eddie full force. Fred was dead. Chapter 19, Reunited with Friends. Tears began streaming down Eddie's cheeks as he stared at Fred. In the short time he had known Fred, he had grown attached to him. Moreover, he had been the one to lead Fred to the Lord. That was special in itself. A feeling of gratitude swept over Eddie knowing that Fred was now home with Jesus. He had taken a beating earlier that night, but he had escaped the hard life that was headed his way. It was hard telling what all the left would have done to him. And then there was the issue of his home life. He obviously couldn't live with another man the way he was. That was out of the question. And what about the children he was providing for? What would become of them? What a mess that whole situation would have been. But everything would have been difficult anyway, even if it weren't for the godless lifestyle he was living in. And even if he hadn't been captured by the left, he would now be on the run with the rest of them. There was no room in the leftist society for biblical Christianity. As tolerant as they were toward everything else, they were just as intolerant toward biblical Christianity. Sadness continued to increase in Eddie's heart as he thought about the whole situation. Yes, Fred had escaped a hard life, but at the same time, his life here on earth had been cut short. It didn't seem fair that the world was robbed of such a man who could have done the world a lot of good had he been born in a different time and under different circumstances. Eddie knew, however, that God was sovereign in all things, and that Fred's life wasn't for nothing. Fred had been born into this life, and by the providence of God had exited this life on right terms with God. This is what mattered the most, and Eddie was grateful for having had the opportunity to play a role in Fred's salvation. But he also knew that it was God who deserved all the credit for Fred's salvation. He had merely used Eddie to point Fred to him. God did the rest, giving him a new heart and indwelling him with his Spirit, granting him repentance of sin and belief in Jesus Christ. Eddie's mind was brought back to the present as the door they had come in earlier swung open and light streamed into the room. He quickly closed his eyes, the light seeming extraordinarily bright compared to the darkness of the room. When he opened his eyes, he looked up to see two TWOW agents standing above him. The stony looks on their faces said everything, and Eddie's heart sank. "Come on, get up!" One of the TWOW agents kicked Fred as the other spoke, and Eddie quickly interjected. "He's dead." He didn't know why he said anything, with Fred being dead and all. It wasn't like he could feel pain anymore, but for some reason he didn't feel like watching anyone kick the dead body of his friend. It just seemed too unnatural. One of the TWOW agents bent down and felt Fred's pulse. "Sure enough," he said. Eddie was watching him carefully and detected a look of sadness cross his face for a brief moment, but it disappeared quickly as he looked at his partner. "Looks like we're going to have to make do with just one body. A mighty shame, though. The money for two would have come in pretty handy." He silently looked at the other TWOW agent for a few seconds when a thought appeared to come into his mind. "Hey, why don't we split up so we don't have to split the pay? I can easily take care of this one." He looked at Eddie as he kicked him in the shin. "Ugh," Eddie grunted as he rubbed his shin. "Now why did you go and do that for?" "Shut up, man!" The agent hollered at Eddie, this time landing a kick in the midsection. "Ugh," Eddie groaned once again, this time refraining from questioning the agent's action. The other agent was watching the exchange between the two men, and deciding the financial haul for Eddie wouldn't be worth it split two ways, said, "All right, Terry, I'm going to split and catch up with the group that headed out this morning. It sounds like there might be a pretty big pot of gold at the end of that trek." With that said, the agent ducked out of the room, and Eddie was left alone with the agent that seemed interested in making his life as miserable as possible. "All right, let's go," the remaining agent said as he pulled Eddie to his feet. After tying his hands behind his back, he turned around to lead Eddie out of the door, but Eddie pulled him to a stop. "What about Fred?" he inquired, not wanting to just leave the dead man lay there. "The folks here will need to take care of that," the agent responded. "We need to be moving along." Eddie decided it wasn't worth fighting the agent over Fred's dead body. He hated the idea of just leaving Fred there, but after all, it was just Fred's body. Fred's spirit was now in heaven with Jesus. The two men exited the room and walked up to the front of the door. Eddie could see the sun was shining outside and was cheered up at the thought of being out in the sunlight again, despite the haze overhead and the polluted air. As they reached the door, they were stopped by the attendant standing there, waiting for them. The attendant was a short, stocky man with massive biceps, and Eddie hoped there wouldn't be any trouble with this man. He had a dark scowl on his face and didn't seem to be in a good mood, but he briefly looked over the agent's papers and let them through without a word. The two men left the cathedral and turned right, heading south. Eddie followed behind the agent, who kept a firm grasp on his handcuffs, as if Eddie were going to try to mount and escape. But as the pair took another right at the next intersection, he began to relax his grip. After a few more twists and turns, Eddie began to notice they were slowly drifting back toward the apartment where he had been previously taken by Alice and her companions, and it seemed like the agent was randomly walking through the streets with no particular destination in mind. And then, sure enough, they arrived at the building where Alice and her companions were staying. They paused in front of the building, and the agent looked around quickly. Not seeing anything to change his mind, he swiftly uncuffed Eddie and handed him a mask. "Quick, put this on and go on up. The rest are up there waiting for you." With that said, the agent took off, and before Eddie could comprehend what had just happened, the agent was out of sight. As the agent faded out of sight, a finger tapped his shoulder, and Eddie nearly jumped out of his skin. Looking around, he saw Alice standing behind him with a glare on her face. "Come on, slowpoke," she said under her breath. "Get that mask on, let's go." She pushed past Eddie into the building, and Eddie quickly donned the mask, following after her. The hallways in the apartment were mostly empty, except for the occasional passerby, and just like that, they were once again safely back in the room where they were staying. The rest of the rebels were happy to see Eddie, but the joy turned into sorrow when they learned of Fred's death. Although Fred had been a source of creating fake passes for them to get into places they otherwise could not get into, many of them had grown fond of him as a friend, and it saddened them to think he died the way he did. Seeing their spirits sink into despair at the news of Fred's death, Eddie also informed them about his conversion to Christ. But Alice and the men just stared at him as if that were not of much importance. Even Jack looked at him with a blank stare, not comprehending how this was good news. Eddie was glad to be back in the apartment again, and despite the somber tone in the room, he was anxious to catch up with Jack. He had known him only a couple days, but that was longer than everyone else around him. It seemed that his relationships with people were getting shorter and shorter. He missed not being around people he had known for years. But that was that, and this was this. And Eddie made his way over to Jack, who was in the same spot Eddie had left him the day before. He was perched on top of a small cot, and it appeared that this was now his spot in the apartment. Sitting down next to Jack, Eddie stuck out his hand and was heartened to see Jack give him a genuine smile with a boisterous greeting and a hearty handshake. "Eddie! Man, am I glad to see you! I was sure we had lost you for good when you didn't come back last night. Brother, you need to be more careful out there. And FYI, you should probably stick close to me and not with that girl. I've been talking to some of the guys here, and it seems wherever she goes, trouble is sure to show up. Oh, and hey, guess what? That's the girl I was talking about back at the cave." Jack smiled as he looked over at Alice, who was staring at them stonily. Eddie looked over at Alice as well, and she looked away with an apparent look of disgust on her face. Turning back to Jack, he replied incredulously, "You mean?" "Yep, that's her all right," Jack said with a look of admiration in his eyes. "She's some girl, isn't she? I mean, you should probably stick with me because she seems to get in a lot of trouble out there in the city, but I could really get to like her. And if I could do something about her wild ways, well, hey, who knows what the future holds for us." Jack's eyes diverted back to Alice with a dreamy look in them, when gloom overcame the happy moment he was having. "But then again," he said, "what hope is there for us? It's pretty obvious she can't stand the sight of me, and besides, how could we ever raise a family in the world we live in today?" Jack's voice trailed off, and Eddie sat there in silence, not sure how to respond. But before long, Jack continued speaking. "You know what, Eddie? This is the first time I've felt like this. I was okay with the world the way the left designed it, but now that I want a normal life, I understand just how screwed up everything is under the left. They promised us freedom to do whatever we please without any restrictions, and I believed them, but now I see that they allow only freedom for everything that isn't normal. What looked like freedom a year ago has become a prison I helped create, and now a prison I can't escape." Eddie felt his spirit become depressed as he looked at Jack with compassion. This had happened to a lot of well-meaning people on the left. They had been bamboozled by the left's rhetoric, unable to see where their trail would lead. And now that the left was in power, they used it mercilessly against their own subjects. But Eddie was not one to give up that easily, and he slapped Jack on the shoulder as he spoke with a steady, reassuring voice. "Look, man, it's not over just yet. Look around. I see a group of people who are willing to fight back and restore America to some form of sanity, and as time goes on, more and more people are going to join the cause. And think about Fred. Even though he bought into the left's agenda, he didn't agree with the way they did things and the results they garnered. Moreover, he died protecting me from them. He could have given us up last night when the left was beating him to death, but he didn't. And that gives me hope. I think we have more friends here in the city than we think. We just need to evade those who aren't our friends and remember they are the ones screaming the loudest. Deep down, I believe there's still a lot of good in America, and I plan on doing my part in making America great again." Jack smiled at Eddie with his last words. Make America great again. Those were the good old days, weren't they? Back when we had the freedom to say and do what we wanted. Well, for the most part, the corporations and social media platforms were becoming pretty restrictive, but nothing like it is now. Guess we should have seen where he was leading. Jack shrugged and stopped speaking as the two men's attention was drawn back to Alice, who was making her way toward them. She had been talking to several of the men huddled over in the opposite corner, and it appeared they had come to some sort of conclusion. Alice finally reached Eddie and Jack, and she sat down next to them, her face emotionless. Jack smiled at her, hoping to gain her favor, but she didn't return the gesture. Instead, she quickly filled them in on the agenda for the day. News had reached them that a transfer was going to happen today at one of the re-education camps, and they were going to try to bust them loose. Chapter 20. Bad News. Eddie felt excitement coursing through his veins as he quickly inquired if it was the same group of Christians he had been living with the past year. But Alice didn't know the details of exactly who it was that they were attempting to free, and the joy in Eddie's heart was silenced rather harshly. But Eddie didn't give up hope that maybe it was the same group, and if so, he couldn't wait to reunite with them. In his moment of anticipation, though, he wasn't thinking about the danger and the difficulty of their mission. Alice saw Eddie begin to daydream and slapped him over the head. "Come on, dude," she said rather loudly. "Now's not the time to live in La La Land." Eddie's focus snapped back to the present, and he nodded his head. "Don't worry," he replied with a quiet tone. "You can count on me." Alice shook her head as she walked away, and Eddie was left alone with Jack as they prepared to head out. Not that there was much preparing to do, at least not for Jack. It's not like they had owned anything that needed to be dealt with before they left. But Eddie wanted to pray before they took off, and he wanted to pray over the whole group. And so, standing up, he motioned to the group before him and asked if he could pray over them. They gave him their consent and attention, and Eddie proceeded to pray. "Lord God, Father in heaven," he began, "we thank you for everything you have blessed us with today. I know that we might not feel very blessed at the moment, having to hide out like common criminals, and Fred..." Eddie's voice started breaking at the thought of Fred, and he paused for a moment. But soon he continued, his voice clear and steady. "Lord, we thank you for the time you did give us with Fred, and we thank you that he is now safely with you. I know I didn't get much time to spend with him, but others here have, Lord, and I pray that you will bring peace and comfort to their hearts and minds. Lord, as we embark on this journey before us, I know there are many unknowns lying in our path. I pray that you will be with us, lead, guide, and direct us. And whatever happens, may we bring you honor and glory with our efforts. I pray for your protecting hand over us, and I pray all these things in the mighty and precious name of Jesus. Amen." Eddie finished praying, but he kept his head down for a few seconds before raising it and opening his eyes. It felt good to pray with a group once again, even if it was with a group of unbelievers. As he lifted his head and opened his eyes, he made eye contact with Alice, who was staring at him intently. Alice quickly looked away when Eddie made eye contact with her, but not before he saw the look of longing in her eyes. Not for him, of course, but for whatever it was that Eddie had. However, she had built a shell around her heart, and it was going to take time to break through the crusty hardness of her exterior. But God was working on her, and Eddie was confident she would one day come to confess Jesus as Lord and Savior of her life. After the prayer, the men quickly gathered up their gear. One of the men went to hand Eddie a gun, but Alice stopped him midway, pushing the gun away, handing Eddie a large camouflage bag instead. The man looked at her strangely, but the look she gave him silenced him and sent him in the opposite direction. Eddie breathed a quiet thank you and slung the bag around his shoulder. He didn't know what was in the bag, and he didn't really want to know. The group didn't waste any time preparing, and donning their masks and trench coats, made their way out of the apartment. They didn't all go at once, though, but left in groups of two. Alice teamed up with Eddie, giving him the look that said she was going to keep an eye on him so he didn't give them away with his awkward ways. Soon they were all outside, and the group headed east for several blocks before turning left and heading north. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was perched behind a few clouds, making the hazy sunlight look even gloomier. The air was rather warm and stifling, giving them the promise of the warmer spring days that were now beginning to overtake the cold winter days that lay behind them. There were a few crowds beginning to form as Alice and the men made their way into the worst part of the city. The city wasn't so bad during this time of the day that they had any trouble traveling, but from the pace set by the leader, it looked like they wanted to get out before too much more time passed, and that was okay with Eddie. Crowds always seemed to spell trouble here in the city. The group was walking double file, and Alice had been walking alongside Eddie when she abruptly dropped back to walk next to Jack. Eddie smiled at the man who replaced her at his side, but neither man said anything. Curious why Alice had dropped back to walk next to Jack, he sheepishly kept his ears peeled to see if she would strike up a conversation with him. Eddie smiled to himself. Jack must feel like he was in heaven right now with Alice walking beside him, even if she didn't like him. But Alice didn't drop back to walk next to Jack for no reason at all, and soon the two had a civilized conversation going, at least civilized for them. The only other times they had talked, at least when they were around Eddie, were abrupt and harsh, at least on Alice's part, and Jack, all he could do was stare at her and smile. But not today, and soon the pair was engaged in a rather compelling conversation, if I have to say so myself. Eddie strained to hear what they were saying, but soon gave up because their voices were too muffled from the mask they were wearing. The group walked due north for about an hour when the leader halted. Everyone moved up and surrounded him, and Eddie felt his excitement increasing. They had reached what appeared to be the edge of the city, with the mountains looming high above them on the other side. The air was also beginning to cool, as the sun began to dip out of sight behind the mountains to the west. The leader's name was Zach, or at least that is what the group had been calling him, and he beckoned for everyone to listen. "All right, guys," he began with a quiet but clear voice. "Our contact is waiting on the other side for us. From what we know, he is in possession of a Jeep. We're going to have to find a place to ride on it wherever we can when we get there. It's going to be a rough ride, and you guys better hold on tight. If we lose you, you're going to have to make out for yourself. We can't afford to stop once we get going. Drones are likely to spot us pretty quick, and we have to get the drop on the agents moving the prisoners. If they get wind of us before we get to them, we won't be able to proceed with the plan. And you guys know what that means. We're going to ride straight for the procession and try to catch them off guard. The group is located about 15 miles northwest of the Jeep. The Jeep is about a mile outside of the city, northeast from here. When we get out of the city, we're going to be in the open for about half the distance. Guys, listen, you have to make for the trees as fast as you can. And then from there, we have to move quickly. We're not going to have much time. Once we get to the Jeep, it's going to make a beeline for the group. Once we're a mile or so away from where we think they are, we're going to jump off, and the driver is going to turn and head northeast. This should detract a little attention from us if we've been spotted by them. Once we get to the group, we need to try to get the drop on them. There's going to be about 20 agents guarding 100 people. 2 of the agents are with us. Once we jump them, we should be able to get them to drop their weapons without a fight. Guys, you know our motto. No killing unless it is absolutely necessary. We simply unarm the agents and send them packing. All right? The group nodded, but Eddie couldn't help but ask, "What happens then? If we are successful, what are we going to do with 100 people?" "Good question," Zach responded graciously. "We know of different camps throughout the mountains. Once we get the prisoners free, we split them up in smaller groups and disperse them throughout the various camps. Any other questions before we leave?" Zach seemed anxious to get going, and when he saw that everyone was satisfied with the plans the way they were, he turned around and began walking toward the gate. Everyone followed quietly, acting as if everything was normal. But Eddie knew that once they were outside of the gate, this was going to change mighty quick. Eddie's heart began beating rapidly as they approached the gate, and he tried to keep his eyes straight ahead, not wanting to be the one who gave the group away. The men had kept their guns hidden beneath their trench coats, and the only thing that really stood out about the group was the fact they were wearing trench coats and the bag slung over Eddie's shoulder, but no one seemed to notice. They were finally at the gate, and Eddie's heart felt like it was going to explode, his hands beginning to feel clammy. He gripped the bag tighter. Zach looked around to see if anyone was watching, and satisfied that no one seemed to notice them, he approached the guard at the gate. Eddie could see them engage in a conversation, but was too far away to make out what they were saying. Everything finally appeared to be in order, and the gate swung open. The gatekeeper motioned them through, signaling them to hurry. It was obvious he was risking his life to let them pass, and Eddie wondered if he was with the underground resistance or if Zach had merely bribed him. Either way, the group passed through the gate, and everyone seemed to sigh with relief. As the gate swung closed behind them, the men in front of Eddie burst into a frenzied run. They were fast, and Eddie did his best to keep up, but the bag was heavy, and he began to fall behind. Knowing he would be left behind if he wasn't there when they reached the Jeep, Eddie tried to find another gear. The ground was rough and slippery beneath him, and it was all Eddie could do to keep from falling while he ran. The wind was also blowing harder outside the city walls, and the coldness bit into Eddie's face. Eddie looked for the tree line, now gasping as he ran. It was up ahead just a little way, but it seemed like it was out of Eddie's reach. But Eddie was determined to keep up, and as he picked up speed, he found himself gaining ground on the rest. Feeling power surge through his body, he breathed a prayer of thankfulness to God for giving him the extra strength, and then they were inside the tree line. By this time, Eddie was right there with the rest of the group, hoping they would ease up on their pace now that they had some coverage from the trees. But he had no such luck as they pressed forward relentlessly, dodging the trees that lay in their path. Time seemed to stand still as Eddie pushed forward, now passing a few of the men around him. He could feel his adrenaline rising rapidly, propelling him toward the front of the group. Everyone around Eddie was beginning to feel a little winded, and as they reached the open spot where the jeep lay hidden, camouflaged with branches, they stooped over trying to catch their breaths as the driver of the jeep jumped off and began throwing branches to the side. Not daring to waste any time, Alice and the men began piling onto the jeep. The only spot Eddie could find in the moment was on the right side, perched on top of the rear fender. The jeep frame was made entirely of steel, and the fender was made of crossing bars, exposing the top of the tire. It was on this precarious spot that Eddie perched, one hand clinging to the bag he was carrying, and the other hand clutching the roll bar in front of him. Eddie had barely situated himself on the jeep, standing on the bar beneath him, when the jeep began to move. One of the men was still trying to find a spot, and seeing he was about to be left behind, Eddie balanced himself on the bar and reaching out with his left hand, pulled him up beside him. He nearly pulled Eddie off with him as he jumped for the small spot next to Eddie, but Eddie was a strong man, and the two men were soon secured on the bars beneath them as good as they could be expected. The ride on the jeep was as rough as Zach had said it was going to be, and it was all Eddie could do to keep from sliding off the bar he was standing on. It was particularly difficult when the jeep hit a big bump, which would usually launch Eddie up into the air several inches, his feet leaving the bar beneath him. But somehow he managed to hang on, and soon they were coming to a halt. The ride had been harrowing to say the least, and Eddie was about finished for the moment. Thankfully, Zach halted the procession as the jeep roared off, and everyone lay on their stomachs, breathing heavily from the excitement of the exhausting journey they had just had. But after a few minutes, Zach was ready to move, and so was Eddie. The jeep had dropped them off near a small forest, and the group proceeded into it, staying as low and as quiet as possible. Surprise was of the essence, and without the element of surprise, their conquest was pretty much doomed. But the group was able to remain undetected, and soon they had passed through the forest to the other side. When they reached the edge of the forest, Zach put up his hand, halting the group. It was here where they would wait for the procession and catch the agents off guard. It was a good hiding spot, and with any luck, they should be able to pull this off. But there was always that chance something could go wrong, and Eddie wasn't sure what he would do if that happened. Eddie still hadn't resolved whether or not he could or would use violence in a given situation. He hadn't had much time to think about it since his conversation with Alice, and knew that eventually he was going to need to decide. He also knew that his indecision was problematic and could result in some dire consequences if he failed the people who were depending on him, but he wasn't ready to make that decision, and that was that. After an hour, Zach began to get a little antsy and crawled over to Alice to talk to her. It looked like Alice was in favor of staying put for the moment, and soon Zach returned to his former position. But Zach had barely returned to his position when one of the men gave a low whistle. He had seen something. Eddie quickly looked in the direction he was pointing. Sure enough, he had spotted movement. But it wasn't what they had expected. From what Eddie could see, it was only one person, an agent from the looks of it, and he was staggering along. As he drew closer, Eddie could see there was blood on his uniform. Zach must have recognized him, motioning two of the men to go out and get him. The men complied, and soon they had the agent inside the tree line. The agent was hurt bad, and it was hard to understand anything he was saying. But Zach kept pressing him with questions, and soon pieced together the situation. Come to find out, the surprise attack awaiting them had come to the knowledge of the agents, and the two undercover agents were exposed. They had killed one of the undercover agents, but this one had escaped. Moreover, the other agents decided to avoid this area entirely and had taken another route to their destination. This meant one thing. The prisoners were now inside the incinerator facility, awaiting their execution. Chapter 21. One Last Effort. While the agent talked through clenched teeth, his wound causing him considerable pain, Alice peeled back the clothing and began tending to the wound. She motioned to Eddie for the bag, and having received it, shuffled through it until she found the medical supplies she needed. Eddie knelt next to Alice and the wounded agent, and laid his hand on his shoulder. Alice may not have been a Christian, but she didn't seem to mind at all when Eddie began to pray. He didn't pray loudly, nor did he pray long, but the pain seemed to subside at least a little by the time he was finished. Zack had stood up when the agent was finished informing them of the situation, looking northeast with a somber look on his face. The men stood around him quietly, waiting for him to decide what they should do. They obviously respected their leader immensely, and Eddie too began to feel comfortable around him. He wasn't a tall man, standing about 5 feet 7 inches tall, nor was he a big man, probably weighing about 150 pounds. But he looked tough, and his eyes were clear and indicated intelligence. Moreover, he had proved himself a capable and prudent leader. Eddie found himself ready to do his bidding, whatever that may entail. Zack finally broke the silence after a few minutes. "Guys," he began, "I don't know about you, but I can't let this group go to the incinerator without at least trying to help them. It's going to be tough to bust them out of the facility, and some of us, or maybe all of us, could die in the process. But there is a possibility we can pull this off, and I aim on trying. If you guys don't think this is worth the fight, I understand. And I won't think less of anyone for heading back to the city. Jonas will be at the gate all night, and is ready to let anyone in from our group. But as for me, I'm set on making my way to the facility to see what I can do." Zack paused, looking around at the group, and a thin smile came over his face as they, in unison, pledged him their support. This was a rough and tumble group, having spent the last couple years running and hiding in difficult environments, and this venture, to them, was just another day at the office. Jack had pledged his support with the rest of the group, but Alice pulled him to the side, pointing to the wounded agent as they spoke. Eddie could see disappointment fill his eyes, but he agreed to whatever Alice was asking of him. "Zack," Alice said, as she moved away from Jack toward their leader. "What's up, Alice?" Zack responded amiably as the men prepared to move. "Someone needs to tend to George," Alice replied, pointing to the wounded agent. "He's hurt pretty bad, but with Jack's help, I think I can get him back to the city where I can doctor him up. We can't just leave him here, and we can't take him where you're going. It would be dangerous to try to get him through the city to the apartment, but we have to at least try." Zack agreed without hesitation, kneeling beside the wounded agent again to say a few words before they parted. It was obvious the two men were pretty attached to each other, and Eddie felt sorrow creep into his spirit as he watched them. He could only imagine how many lives these people had seen lost over the last couple years. Every time they left their holes, wherever they were, they risked their lives, especially those who went in as undercover agents like George had. It was time to get moving, and after giving Alice a hug, Zack turned to Eddie. "Well, Eddie, what do you have in mind to do? From what I've heard, you don't exactly believe in violence, and where we're going, I expect to see a lot of it, or at least some. Like I said back in the city, we don't kill unless we have to, but we might not be able to avoid it when we get to the facility." Eddie looked at Alice, who was staring down at the ground. He couldn't tell if she was giving him the cold shoulder, or if she didn't want to influence him one way or the other. Either way, Eddie had already made up his mind. He was going to go with Zack and the men, come what may. He still didn't know if he could actually fight, but he wasn't afraid to sacrifice his own life if that meant freedom for others. "Zack," Eddie said with a serious look on his face, "I know it doesn't make much sense to believe what I believe. At least not to most people, and I still don't know what I would do in a situation where violence might seem necessary, but I need to do this, man. It wasn't that long ago that others did the same for me, busting me out of a re-education camp. The least I can do is try to return the favor to someone else." "All right, Eddie," Zack responded with a surprising look of respect in his eyes. "You are who you are, and you believe what you believe, and I respect that. Moreover, we could use someone who can pray. We're definitely going to need a lot of that." Slapping Eddie on the shoulder, he gave him a big smile before making one last remark. "Besides, I think you're going to know what to do when the time comes." With that, Zack took off, with the other men trailing close behind. Eddie gave Alice and Jack one last look before doing the same. Alice had been staring at the ground, but when Eddie gave her one last look, she had her head raised, respect shining through her eyes at him, and Jack nodded at him with a smile, appearing to be of the same sentiment. After leaving Alice and Jack behind, the group headed northeast. The sun was now fully submerged behind the mountains to the west, and the cold air had a bite to it. The trees they were in for the last hour had given them some protection, but now they were out in the open, with nothing to shield them from the cold wind. They had been very fortunate not to have been spotted, and Zack knew it. He quickly filled in the group with his plan in case they might have to make a run for it. Eddie pulled up close, listening intently, hoping there was something he could do to help. He was a little anxious about everything, but surprisingly, he wasn't very nervous, just anxious to get on with it. Zack talked quietly as the men huddled close, walking as fast as they could. The plan was to rush the facility head on. It was unlikely there would be any guards posted outside, not in this cold, and not at this facility. It was crazy to think anyone would attack it, given its secure exterior, not to mention there weren't a whole lot of people with the means to attack it successfully. But even if there was a guard posted outside, they should be able to sneak up in the dark and catch him by surprise. It was pitch black dark out tonight, and the guard probably wouldn't be paying that much attention anyway. "But how will we get inside?" Eddie interjected. "Won't the doors to the facility be locked?" "That's where you come in, Eddie," Zack replied quickly. "In that bag you're carrying, there are a couple hand grenades. When we get set, we need you to toss 3 of them up against the door as rapidly as you can. That should blow the door open. Once the door is open, the rest of us can run through the facility and put down any resistance we might be facing, which could be a lot, by the way. I'm guessing the agents are hanging around for the night, but if we get the jump on them, we should be able to get the prisoners out without hurting anyone." "What if someone is standing on the other side of the door when the grenades go off?" Eddie inquired hesitantly, not knowing what to expect from Zack. "It's a chance we have to take," Zack replied with a matter-of-fact tone protruding from his parched throat. Eddie didn't say anything more, but deep down he felt a little uneasy. But before he had too much time to think about it, the group began to see the outline of the facility looming before them, flames licking the sky and smoke billowing out of the smokestack. Eddie felt his stomach begin to feel queasy as he remembered what Jack had said about these facilities. And it was in this moment that he had made up his mind. He would do what he could to avoid killing someone, but he would use violence if necessary, whatever that may entail. They were the last people standing between good and evil in this world, and it was people like them that God used to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, or at least that is the conclusion Eddie came to in that moment. Zack watched Eddie as he looked at the flames and smoke coming out of the smokestack, and when Eddie caught his eye, he nodded, saying with tears in his eyes, "Zack, I'm all in. Someone has to take a stand against this." That was all Zack needed, and he moved the group forward, pulling Eddie up beside him in the lead. The men hunched down, staying as low as possible without actually crawling. They moved forward silently, ready to rush in should they be discovered. But they were not discovered, and before long, Zack halted them once again, about 30 yards away from the facility. "All right, Eddie," he whispered in his ear. "It's your time to shine. Try to get the grenades up to the door as close as possible, so when they explode, they blow out the door from the bottom." Eddie acknowledged Zack with a slight nod of his head, showing he understood, and reached into the bag. He quickly pulled out 3 grenades, and pausing for a second, breathed a prayer of hope, both for their success and for the safety of everyone involved. Looking up, he pulled the pin of one of the grenades and tossed it softly toward the locked door of the facility. The men dropped on their stomachs, planting their heads into the ground beneath them, covering their ears with their hands. The explosion was loud, and Eddie's ears rang with pain. He hadn't covered his ears, but instead pulled the pin of the second grenade, tossing it in as the first explosion occurred. Half blinded by the first explosion, Eddie fumbled around for the third grenade, and finding it, pulled the pin, tossing it in the general direction of the second explosion. The third grenade exploded seconds after it landed, and the men were up, running toward the hole the blast had created. Yelling and screaming like wild banshees, they burst through the hole where the door used to be, into the corridor, awaiting them on the other side. Chapter 22. Shanika. As the rest of the men stood up and rushed through the hole created by the grenade blast, Eddie stayed on his knees, trying to get his eyesight and hearing back. It wasn't long before he could finally see well enough to proceed, but his ears were still ringing when he stood up and began to move toward the open hole where the door entering into the facility had once been. Looking into the facility, he saw that the hallway went all the way across until it came to the exit on the other side. With his ears still ringing and not able to hear anything, he decided to wait outside until he knew whether or not his companions were successful in their attack. Sitting down, he breathed another quick prayer for wisdom and understanding how to proceed, and for the safety of everyone in the building, including their enemies. Eddie waited about 10 minutes before he decided to move around the outside and see if he couldn't get a look inside. He was starting to feel uneasy, thinking he would already have seen or heard something if the men were successful. With his hearing finally back to normal, or at least for the most part, he began to worry about what the situation might be. Moving east on the south side of the facility, Eddie crouched low as he inched along, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. There were no windows on this side of the building, and he couldn't see or hear anything whatsoever. When he came to the end of the south side of the facility, he turned left and found himself staring at the charred sides of the incinerator. Eddie shuddered with horror as he imagined the live bodies of Christians that had been fed into the incinerator by the left. He couldn't bear to look at it, and kept his head turned to the side, his eyes low as he inched around it, eager to get as far away from it as possible. The building wasn't very wide, and soon Eddie had reached the other side of the building. He turned left once again just to see a long straight-sided wall like the south side. Inching along in like manner, he soon came to the opening opposite the door they had blown open with their grenades. The door didn't have any windows, so Eddie decided to continue around the building to the west side of the facility. Before long, he was inching around the corner, and not seeing anyone or anything, he traversed the west side until he was once again on the south side of the facility. There had been no windows or doors on the west side either. Eddie was really starting to get worried now. If the men he was with had been successful, they would have surely come out by now, at least one of them, either to check up on him or secure the perimeter. This could mean only one thing. They had failed and were captured. The good thing was that Eddie didn't hear any gunshots. This meant they were still alive. At least Eddie hoped so. The bad thing was that the men had probably walked into a trap and were captured before they could put up any kind of fight, and if that was the case, Eddie was their only way out. Eddie crouched outside the building they had blown open earlier, trying to figure out what he should do. Finally, he made up his mind, and taking one of the grenades out of the bag, he pulled the pin and slowly entered the hallway. His plan was to use the grenade as leverage should someone get the jump on him. When Eddie walked into the doorway, he quickly backed up to the west wall, hearing voices down the hall. There were 3 doors, 2 on the left and 1 on the right. From the way it sounded, the sounds were coming from the left side of the hallway. Slowly inching along, hoping against hope someone didn't come walking out of the doorway, Eddie inched along, trying to hear what was being said as the sound of the voices grew louder. And then, a door opened, and a person emerged. The person who emerged through the doorway turned right immediately and looked straight at Eddie. Eddie gasped. It was his wife. Eddie's wife turned the corner, not expecting to see anyone, and least of all Eddie. "Eddie!" she gasped, shock written all over her face. "What are you doing here?" Unable to say anything more, she just stood there waiting for Eddie to speak. Eddie finally overcame his shock and, holding out his hand with the grenade, said, "Shanika, I'm with the group that broke into this facility. I came here to set the prisoners free, and I mean business." Eddie twisted his arm so she could get a better look at the grenade in his hand, and when she saw it, she didn't reply like Eddie had hoped. "You won't do anything with that grenade, Eddie," she responded with a faint smile on her face. "Not the Eddie I know, unless you have changed, and from what I can see, you haven't. You might be acting all tough right now, but I can see in your eyes that you don't have it in you to kill anyone. You never had and you never will." "Don't try me, Shanika," Eddie shot back, feeling anger rise up in him. The old Eddie didn't have it in him, but this Eddie does. After hearing what you do to Christians in these facilities, and then seeing the incinerator outside as we walked up to this facility, something changed inside of me. I'm not the man you used to know. No, Shanika, I can and will let go of this grenade if you don't do as I say." Shanika smiled faintly. "No, you won't, Eddie." Eddie just stood there and stared at Shanika as she stared back at him. He remembered the love that once blossomed between them. He remembered their days of courtship, dreaming of the life they would have together. and then they both began to change in opposite directions, clinging to opposing ideologies. Dropping his head, Eddie responded despondently. "You're right, Shanika. I thought I could when the time came, but I guess I can't. I don't know why, I just can't." Expecting the worst, Eddie kept his eyes on the floor, waiting to hear Shanika call the guards. This was it for him, his last rodeo. If only he could have done more with his life. He had tried, but it seemed it was all for naught. Everything he had done to resist the left, both verbally and spiritually, had been to no avail. Eddie jumped slightly when he felt a hand touch his. He looked up. It was Shanika, and she had tears in her eyes as she said, "You wouldn't, Eddie, but I would." Eddie looked at her, unable to comprehend what exactly she was saying. Shanika saw the look of confusion in his eyes and put a finger on his lips. "Shh, let's go outside and talk," she said. As the couple quietly proceeded outside, Shanika carefully took hold of the grenade. "Better give it to me, Eddie," she said. "You look a little too shaken to be trusted with it. Last thing we need right now is for you to blow up the two of us." Eddie complied, and soon they were outside, standing out of sight next to the doorway. To Eddie's surprise, Shanika wrapped her arms around him and gave him a long hug. "Eddie, can you ever forgive me for what I did? Now that my eyes have been opened, I can't understand how I could have ever thought the things I did. The only thing that could explain such depraved thoughts is that Satan had a secure foothold in my mind. I cry almost every night when I think about the monster I helped create." Eddie was now really having a difficult time comprehending what Shanika was saying, and he pushed her away, confused about everything. "Shanika, what are you talking about? How can you say your eyes have been opened and yet throw Christians into the incinerator? How can you have any part with the left and yet talk the way you're talking? You're murdering Christians. What am I missing here?" Eddie's voice started rising as anger began to surface, and Shanika quickly motioned him to lower his voice. "Eddie," she replied, "this is my first night here in the facility. I didn't know about these facilities until a couple of weeks ago. When I found out, I was horrified and went to my superiors with my objections. My superiors humored me for a week or two, but soon they became impatient with me and decided to send me down here to manage this facility, sort of as a punishment, and there was nothing I could do about it. It's not like you can just say no or get out of the government. Once you're in for life. At least the way it is now. I was already having some doubts about the left over the past couple of months, and when I found out about the facilities, something began to happen inside of me. I can't explain it. I started crying and couldn't stop, and I didn't want to stop crying. It was then and there I reached out to the God I had rejected so vehemently over the past decade, and he was standing right there, waiting for me to come to him. But I think there was something more going on than I can explain right now. It was like I was changing on the inside, and like my mind was clear for the first time. I was mortified at the life I had been living, and when I thought about my role in creating the monster in the city, I cried and cried. And then the tears stopped, and I felt like a completely different person. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I decided to make my last action the defining action of my life. Eddie, somehow the agents knew about your group, and they were waiting for them when they burst through the door. But they don't know about me, and I'm going to set every single person free tonight. I can't undo what I've done the past 10 years, but I hope you'll remember me by this action, and not by my former actions." Shanika gave Eddie a kiss on the cheek and stepped through the doorway before Eddie knew what was happening. Quickly gathering his wits about himself, he stepped through as well and hurried to catch up with her. She was walking fast and got to her destination rapidly. Opening the first door to her left, Shanika walked in, and Eddie heard her say with a loud and clear voice, "Boys, I'm only going to say this once. Drop your weapons and get out of here, and don't stop running until you get to the city. If you don't do as I say, I promise you I will let go of this grenade, and we can all die together." A stunned silence followed Shanika's entrance, and Eddie halted his feet just outside the hallway. But deciding he wasn't going to let Shanika face this alone, he pulled another grenade from the bag, and pulling the pin, held his hand out in front of the doorway so the men in the room could see it. "If what she said doesn't convince you," Eddie added, "then maybe this will." Pulling back his hand, he continued, "If her grenade goes off, most of you will probably die, even if she doesn't throw it at you. But no one will survive when I throw this one in on top of hers, so you best do what the lady says." Whatever thoughts the men may have had about taking their chances, Eddie sealed the deal, and they dropped their weapons, sulking as they exited the facility. Shanika didn't waste any time getting Eddie's group out of the adjoining room and getting them loaded up with weapons again. The newly arrived prisoners were also in that room, and Eddie was overjoyed to see it was the group from the mountains. They hugged and kissed each other with tears streaming down their faces. Shanika's face glowed with happiness as she watched them reunite. She couldn't undo her past, but she couldn't have begun her new life on a higher note. Eddie was relieved to find out that there weren't any prisoners in the holding cells in the large room with the incinerator. This facility had been vacant for some time, and this group was the first one in a while, but it also saddened Eddie when he thought about the Christians who hadn't escaped this facility. There were horrifying memories here that were indescribable, much like the memories of the Jews who suffered in Hitler's concentration camps. After giving everyone a little time to rejoice over their newfound freedom and reunion with one another, Zach quickly gathered everyone up and began dividing them into groups. The group wasn't keen on the idea of separating, but after a little coaxing and the promise they could reunite later down the road, everyone finally agreed, and the groups began setting out in the various directions. As the groups began moving out, Eddie noticed Shanika slip into one of the rooms and softly close the door behind her. Not wanting to leave her behind, he knocked on the door before opening it. Shanika was on her knees, hands folded in her lap, head down, eyes closed, and lips moving ever so slightly. Eddie waited for a minute, but sensing the need to get moving, he interrupted her. "Shanika, we have to get going. Agents won't be far behind us come morning. We need to get as much distance between us and them while we can. You're going with us, right?" Shanika looked up at Eddie with tears in her eyes. "Eddie, I would want nothing more than to go with you wherever you go. There is no happier thought in my mind than to think about us starting a new life together somewhere. But Eddie..." Shanika's voice shook as she paused. After a few moments, Shanika got her emotions back under control, and with sorrow on her face she continued, "Eddie, I have a chip in my brain. The left started putting chips in our brains last year. They can track me wherever I go. That's why I couldn't just leave. And I wanted to do at least one good thing before I die. Eddie, this is it for me. They will be here for me in the morning, and we both know what that means." Eddie stood still in shock, trying to understand what Shanika was saying. This couldn't be. No, 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 not now. Not with Shanika now a born-again Christian. They had the rest of their lives in front of them. Who knows, they could even have a family yet. Anything was possible, except that Shanika was now telling him different. Tears began streaming down Eddie's face as his world once again shattered into a million pieces. Just when he thought things could get better, this. Tears were also streaming down Shanika's face as she stood up and walked over to Eddie. They embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Their love for each other had never been stronger. Deep down they had missed each other over the years, but their ideologies had forced them apart. But now that they were both anchored in Christ, their love blossomed like that of a rose in full bloom. But the damage had been done, and Shanika was hours away from her execution. Chapter 23, Life Goes On. It was a beautiful evening in late spring, with the sunset in the west casting a gorgeous orange haze across the river hidden between the two mountains that ran north and south in parallel fashion. The cool mountain air was beginning to warm up during the days, but in the evenings it was crisp and cool. It was also refreshingly easy to breathe, unlike the city air. Eddie wrinkled his nose at the thought of the dense polluted air of the city that tasted like rotten eggs. Taking in a deep breath, he smiled widely, enjoying the scene before him. A hand touched his large brown arm that rippled with muscle. "What are you thinking about, Eddie?" A sweet, gentle voice interjected Eddie's thoughts, breaking the silence he was enjoying. Eddie looked over, putting his arm around his beloved wife, Shanika. She looked beautiful tonight, her dark eyes sparkling with the radiance of a born-again Christian. "Just thinking about the city, sweetheart," Eddie replied before giving Shanika a short kiss on her delicate cheeks. "And how difficult it was to breathe the air there. Here the air is crisp and clean." Shanika smiled. "Honey, God sure has been good to us, hasn't he? I mean, things are still pretty rough out here in the mountains, but we have each other, and soon there will be 3 of us." She smiled as she looked down at her stomach, which was beginning to show signs of her pregnancy. Eddie kissed her again on the cheek, putting his large calloused hand over hers, and replied, "Yes, God has been good to us. Better than we could have imagined just a few short months ago." Eddie's mind wandered back to that fateful day when Shanika told him she had a chip in her brain. The two wept uncontrollably at the thought of parting now that they had been united together in holy matrimony as one in Christ. Moreover, Eddie had wept at the thought that his beautiful bride would undergo execution by the left. The thought was unbearable. But God saw fit to spare Shanika's life, and as Eddie's group began to move out, one of the men with Zach heard about the chip in Shanika's brain and came to them with the news that there was a way out, possibly, but it would be dangerous, and the chance of their success was slim to none. According to Todd, Zach's companion, there was a doctor deep in the mountains where it was nearly impossible to get to. He was an old brain surgeon and had performed surgery on a few people who had the same problem as Shanika did. The majority of them died under the knife, but a few survived. It was dangerous to say the least, because of the position of the chip and its connection to the brain, but it was the only option for those seeking to escape the left. But it was an option, and Eddie and Shanika did not hesitate as they inquired how to get to where the doctor was. After conversing with Zach, Todd agreed to take Eddie and Shanika there. The three of them would need to run like they never ran before, and there was a strong possibility they would die just in their attempt to get there. Moreover, it would leave Zach short-handed with his group, but there wasn't a soul in the group that hesitated to do otherwise. And so it was that the three of them, Todd, Eddie, and Shanika, headed north, straight into the heart of the mountain where few people dared to venture. It was rough, steep, and filled with all kinds of pitfalls, not to mention the wild animals that roved throughout the mountains seeking for whatever they could find for food. The trio ran for dear life, not stopping to rest, pushing forward until they thought exhaustion would bring about their death. But they made it. It took 4 days of non-stop travel, the three of them crawling and falling this way and that way, however and wherever they could. Their hands were blue from cold, stained with red from the blood that caked between their fingers. When they finally stumbled into camp, it was all the trio could do to stay upright as they staggered along, arms around each other, heads down, eyes mere slits. It was a small camp they staggered into, with a population of less than 10, but the inhabitants saw them coming, rushing out to assist them the last few hundred yards to the doctor's office. The trio was nearly unconscious as they mumbled through cracked and bleeding lips, but the doctor got the memo immediately, already perceiving their plight on sight, his experience being that most people who made their trek came because of the same reason, the reason being the need to remove the chip. The trio passed out even as they were speaking, and the doctor went to work, furiously working through the night, knowing time was of the essence. Because of the time crunch, he couldn't take the ordinary precautions, but he was an adept physician, and by morning the chip was removed. The doctor was just finishing up as Eddie awoke to see him hand the chip to a young boy, who rushed out of the door and headed east. He was a gifted runner, and usually the one to dispose of the chip before the agents made their way to the camp. The camp was well hidden, and virtually impossible to find unless one knew where it was, and with the chip miles away by noon of that day, it would lead any agents far into the wrong direction. There was still a possibility the camp could be found, but so far God had decreed that it remain hidden. As the boy rushed out of the doctor's office, chip in his hand, Eddie rolled over and sat up on the cot he was lying on. It took him a minute to remember where he was, but when he spotted the doctor standing over Shanika, he quickly arose and didn't waste any time making his way over to the doctor. The doctor smiled, greeting Eddie with a warm handshake. "How are you feeling, mister?" he inquired with a caring look on his old, weather-beaten face. Eddie nodded with a worried look on his face. "I'm feeling much better, doctor. How's my wife doing?" Shanika was lying on her back, her eyes closed, her chest slowly moving up and down as she breathed. The doctor looked at her, putting his hand on her forehead for a moment before looking back at Eddie. "Time will tell, mister. Time will tell. It's the same process for each person. I can do my part easy enough, but each brain reacts differently to the procedure. The left designed the implant of the chip in such a way that it becomes so integrated with the brain that when it is removed, the brain cannot function without it. Some brains can reboot before they become vegetative, others can't. We can usually know within 12 hours if the surgery was successful." Eddie sank into the chair next to the bed, whereupon his beloved wife lay, and taking her hand in his, he laid his forehead on the bed beside her. And this was the position Eddie remained for the remainder of the day, praying to Almighty God that he would spare Shanika's life for his sake. He knew that Shanika would be better off in heaven than with the life she would have here on earth, but Eddie's love for her was too great for him to accept her death, and the tears flowed as he beseeched God to grant him this one desire. And God heard Eddie's prayer. Darkness was beginning to set in when Eddie felt Shanika's hand move. Looking up in angst, he saw her eyes open. Her eyes met his, and her voice never sounded sweeter when Eddie's name escaped through her chapped lips. The doctor came in to find the two of them talking, and seeing that Shanika was going to recover from the surgery just fine, he sank to his knees and wept for joy. The others crowded into the small room that night, and the sound of joyful singing began to echo through the mountains around them. Todd moved on the following day, hoping to catch up with Zach and continue his fight against the left. Eddie and Shanika rested for a week before moving on to a camp 2 days west from the doctor's camp. People occasionally straggled into the camp, seeking aid for the same thing Shanika came looking for, and it wasn't safe to stick around, for it was a matter of time before someone came into the camp with agents hot on their tail. 2 months had passed since Eddie and Shanika arrived in their new camp. The snow was gone, and summer was right around the corner. The two of them had made themselves useful in the camp, and before long they found themselves surrounded by a wonderful family, bound together by the common love found only in Jesus Christ. Eddie was soon nominated to be the camp pastor, and Shanika took up the art of doctoring. The two of them kept themselves busy, and the time seemed to fly by. Then the day came when they discovered that Shanika was pregnant, and the two of them wept with joy. God had seen fit to give them a family, and now here they were, surrounded by family, friends, and the beauty of God's creation. Eddie looked over at Shanika, who looked back at him with her large, beautiful, shining eyes. Snuggling up to each other, they looked out over the lake set before them and watched their lives disappear into the beautiful sunset. Life was not going to be easy in the future by any stretch of the imagination, but right now, life was good, and they were going to bask in the moment, anchored in their Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.